Chapter 14 Bandits. When Madeline and her party recovered composure, they sat up to watch the finish of the match. It came with spectacular suddenness. A sharp yell pealed out, and all the cowboys turned attentively in its direction. A big black horse had surmounted the rim of the mesa and was just breaking into a run. His rider yelled sharply to the cowboys. They wheeled to dash toward their grazing horses. "That's Stuart. There is something wrong," said Madeline in alarm. Castleton stared. The other men exclaimed uneasily. The women sought Madeline's face with anxious eyes. The black got into his stride and bore swiftly down upon them. "Oh, look at that horse run!" cried Helen. "Look at that fellow ride!" Helen was not alone in her admiration, for Madeline divided her emotions between growing alarm of some danger menacing and a thrill and quickening of pulse beat that tingled over her whenever she saw Stuart in violent action. No action of his was any longer insignificant, but violent action meant so much. It might mean anything. For one moment she remembered Stillwell and all his talk about fun and plots and tricks to amuse her guests. Then she discountenanced the thought. Stuart might lend himself to a little fun, but he cared too much for a horse to run him at that speed unless there was imperious need. That alone sufficed to answer Madeline's questioning curiosity, and her alarm mounted to fear not so much for herself as for her guests. But what danger could there be? She could think of nothing except the guerrillas. Whenever threatened, it would be met and checked by this man Stuart, who was thundering up on his fleet horse, and as he neared her, so that she could see the dark gleam of face and eyes, she had a strange feeling of trust in her dependence upon him. The big black was so close to Madeline and her friends that when Stuart pulled him, the dust and sand kicked up by his pounding hoofs flew in their faces. "Oh, Stuart, what is it?" cried Madeline. "Guess I scared you, Miss Hammond," he replied, "but I'm pressed for time. There's a gang of bandits hiding on the ranch, most likely in a deserted hut. They held up a train near Agua Prieta. Pat Haw is with the posse that's trailing them, and you know Pat has no use for us. I'm afraid it wouldn't be pleasant for you or your guest to meet either the posse or the bandits." "I fancy not," said Madeline, considerably relieved. "We'll hurry back to the house." They exchanged no more speech at the moment, and Madeline's guests were silent. Perhaps Stuart's actions and looks belied his calm words. His piercing eyes roved round the rim of the mesa, and his face was as hard and stern as chiseled bronze. Monty and Nick came galloping up, each leading several horses by the bridles. Nels appeared behind them with majesty, and he was having trouble with the roan. Madeline observed that all the other cowboys had disappeared. One sharp word from Stuart calmed Madeline's horse. The other horses, however, were frightened and not inclined to stand. The men mounted without trouble, and likewise Madeline and Florence, but Edith Wayne and Mrs. Beck, being nervous and almost helpless, were with difficulty gotten into the saddle. "Beg pardon, but I'm pressed for time," said Stuart coolly, as with iron arm he forced Dorothy's horse almost to its knees. Dorothy, who was active and plucky, climbed astride, and when Stuart loosened his hold on bit and mane, the horse doubled up and began to buck. Dorothy screamed as she shot into the air. Stuart, as quick as the horse, leaped forward and caught Dorothy in his arms. She had slipped head downward, and had he not caught her, would have had a serious fall. Stuart, handling her as if she were a child, turned her right side up to set her upon her feet. Dorothy evidently thought only of the spectacle she presented, and made startled motions to readjust her riding habit. It was no time to laugh, though Madeline felt as if she wanted to. Besides, it was impossible to be anything but sober with Stuart in violent mood, for he had jumped at Dorothy's stubborn mount. All cowboys were masters of horses, It was wonderful to see him conquer the vicious animal. He was cruel, perhaps, yet it was from necessity. When presently he led the horse back to Dorothy, she mounted without further trouble. Meanwhile, Nels and Nick had lifted Helen into her saddle. "We'll take the side trail," said Stuart shortly as he swung upon the big black. Then he led the way, and the other cowboys trotted in the rear. It was only a short distance to the rim of the mesa, and when Madeline saw the steep trail, narrow and choked with weathered stone, she felt that her guests would certainly flinch. "That's a jolly bad course," observed Castleton. The women appeared to be speechless. Stuart checked his horse at the deep cut where the trail started down. "Boys, drop over and go slow," he said, dismounting. "Flo, you follow. Now, ladies, let your horses loose and hold on. Lean forward and hang to the pommel. It looks bad, but the horses are used to such trails." Helen followed closely after Florence. Mrs. Beck went next, and then Edith Wayne. Dorothy's horse balked. "I'm not so frightened," said Dorothy. "If only he would behave." She began to urge him into the trail, making him rear, when Stuart grasped the bit and jerked the horse down. "Put your foot in my stirrup," said Stuart. "We can't waste time." He lifted her upon his horse and started him down over the rim. "Go on, Miss Hammond. I'll have to lead this nag down. It'll save time." Then Madeline attended to the business of getting down herself. It was a loose trail. The weathered slopes seemed to slide under the feet of the horses. Dust clouds formed, rocks rolled and rattled down, cactus spikes tore at horse and rider. Mrs. Beck broke into laughter, and there was a note in it that suggested hysteria. Once or twice Dorothy murmured plaintively. Half the time Madeline could not distinguish those ahead through the yellow dust. It was dry and made her cough. The horses snorted. She heard Stuart close behind, starting little avalanches that kept rolling on Majesty's fetlocks. She feared his legs might be cut or bruised, for some of the stones cracked by and went rattling down the slope. At length the clouds of dust thinned, and Madeline saw the others before her ride out upon a level. Soon she was down, and Stuart also. Here there was a delay, occasioned by Stuart changing Dorothy from his horse to her own. This struck Madeline as being singular and made her thoughtful. In fact, the alert, quiet manner of all the cowboys was not reassuring. As they resumed the ride, it was noticeable that Nels and Nick were far in advance. Monty stayed far in the rear, and Stuart rode with the party. Madeline heard Boyd Harvey ask Stuart if lawlessness such as he had mentioned was not unusual. Stuart replied that except for occasional deeds of outlawry, such as might break out in any isolated section of the country, there had been peace and quiet along the border for years. It was the Mexican Revolution that had revived wild times, with all the attendant raids and holdups and gun-packing. Madeline knew that they were really being escorted home under armed guard. When they rounded the head of the mesa, bringing into view the ranch house and the valley, Madeline saw dust or smoke hovering over a hut upon the outskirts of the Mexican quarters. As the sun had set and the light was fading, she could not distinguish which it was. Then Stuart set a fast pace for the house. In a few minutes the party was in the yard, ready and willing to dismount. Stillwell appeared, ostensibly cheerful, too cheerful to deceive Madeline. She noted also that a number of armed cowboys were walking with their horses just below the house. "Well, y'all had a nice little run," Stillwell said, speaking generally. "I reckon there wasn't much need of it. Pat Haw thinks he's got some outlaws corralled on the ranch. Nothing at all to be fussed up about. Stuart's that particular he won't have you meetin' with any rowdies." Many and fervent were the expressions of relief from Madeline's feminine guests as they dismounted and went into the house. Madeline lingered behind to speak with Stillwell and Stuart. "Now, Stillwell, out with it," she said briefly. The cattleman stared, and then he laughed, evidently pleased with her keenness. "Well, Miss Majesty, there's going to be a fight somewhere, and Stuart wanted to get you all in before it came off. He says the valley's overrun by vaqueros and guerrillas and robbers, and Lord knows what else." He stamped off the porch, his huge spurs rattling, and started down the path toward the waiting men. Stuart stood in his familiar attentive position, erect, silent, with a hand on pommel and bridle. "Stuart, you are exceedingly thoughtful of my interests," she said, wanting to thank him, and not readily finding words. "I would not know what to do without you. Is there danger?" "I'm not sure, but I want to be on the safe side." She hesitated. It was no longer easy for her to talk to him, and she did not know why. "May I know the special orders you gave Nels and Nick and Monty?" she asked. "Who said I gave those boys special orders?" "I heard Stillwell tell them so." "Of course I'll tell you if you insist, but why should you worry over something that'll likely never happen?" "I insist, Stuart," she replied, quietly. "My orders were that at least one of them must be on guard near you day and night, never to be out of hearing of your voice." "I thought as much. But why Nels or Monty or Nick? That seems rather hard on them. For that matter, why put anyone on guard over me? Do you not trust any other of my cowboys?" "I'd trust their honesty, but not their ability." "Ability? Of what nature?" "With guns." "Stuart!" she exclaimed. "Miss Hammond, you have been having such a good time entertaining your guests that you forget. I'm glad of that. I wish you had not questioned me." "Forget what?" "Don Carlos and his guerrillas." "Indeed, I have not forgotten. Stuart, you still think Don Carlos tried to make off with me? May try it again?" "I don't think. I know." "And besides all your other duties, you have shared the watch with these 3 cowboys?" "Yes." "It has been going on without my knowledge?" "Yes." "Well, since when?" "Since I brought you down from the mountains last month." "How long is it to continue?" "That is hard to say. Till the revolution is over, anyhow." She mused a moment, looking away to the west, where the great void was filling with red haze. She believed implicitly in him, and the menace hovering near her fell like a shadow upon her present happiness. "What must I do?" she asked. "I think you ought to send your friends back east, and go with them, until this guerrilla war is over." "Why, Stuart, they would be broken-hearted, and so would I." He had no reply for that. "If I do not take your advice, it will be the first time since I have come to look to you for so much," she went on. "Cannot you suggest something else? My friends are having such a splendid visit. Helen is getting well. Oh, I should be sorry to see them go before they want to." "We might take them up into the mountains and camp out for a while," he said presently. "I know a wild place up among the crags. It's a hard climb, but worth the work. I never saw a more beautiful spot. Fine water, and it will be cool. Pretty soon it'll be too hot here for your party to go out of doors." "You mean to hide me away among the crags and clouds?" replied Madeline, with a laugh. "Well, it'd amount to that. Your friends need not know. Perhaps in a few weeks this spell of trouble on the border will be over till fall." "You say it's a hard climb up to this place?" "It surely is. Your friends will get the real thing if they make that trip." "That suits me. Helen especially wants something to happen, and they are all crazy for excitement." "They'll get it up there. Bad trails, canyons to head, steep climbs, windstorms, thunder and lightning, rain, mountain lions, and wildcats." "Very well. I am decided. Stuart, of course you will take charge?" "I don't believe Stuart, isn't there something more you could tell me? Why you know my own personal liberty is in peril?" "Yes, but do not ask me what it is. If I hadn't been a rebel soldier, I would never have known." "If you had not been a rebel soldier, where would Madeline Hammond be now?" she asked earnestly. He made no reply. "Stewart," she continued, with warm impulse, "you once mentioned a debt you owed me," and, seeing his dark face pale, she wavered and then went on, "It is paid." "No, no," he answered huskily. "Yes, I will not have it otherwise." "No, that can never be paid." Madeline held out her hand. "It is paid, I tell you," she repeated. Suddenly he drew back from the outstretched white hand that seemed to fascinate him. "I'd kill a man to touch your hand, but I won't touch it on the terms you offer." His unexpected passion disconcerted her. "Stewart, no man ever before refused to shake hands with me for any reason. It is scarcely flattering," she said, with a little laugh. "Why won't you? Because you think I offer it as a mistress to servant? Rancher to cowboy? No. Then why? The debt you owed me is paid. I cancel it. So why not shake hands upon it as men do?" "I won't. That's all." "I fear you are ungracious, whatever your reason," she replied. "Still, I may offer it again some day. Good night." He said good night and turned. Madeline wonderingly watched him go down the path with his hand on the black horse's neck. She went in to rest a little before dressing for dinner, and being fatigued from the day's riding and excitement, she fell asleep. When she woke, it was twilight. She wondered why her Mexican maid had not come to her, and she rang the bell. The maid did not put in an appearance, nor was there any answer to the ring. The house seemed unusually quiet. It was a brooding silence, which presently broke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Madeline recognized Stillwell's tread, though it appeared to be light for him. Then she heard him call softly in at the open door of her office. The suggestion of caution in his voice suited the strangeness of his walk. With a boding sense of trouble, she hurried through the rooms. He was standing outside her office door. "Stillwell!" she exclaimed. "Anybody with you?" he asked in a low tone. "No." "Please come out on the porch," he added. She complied, and once out was enabled to see him. His grave face, paler than she had ever beheld it, caused her to stretch an appealing hand toward him. Stillwell intercepted it and held it in his own. "Miss Majesty, I'm amazin' sorry to tell worrisome news." He spoke almost in a whisper, cautiously looked about him, and seemed both hurried and mysterious. "If you'd heard Stewart cuss, you'd sure know how we hate to have to tell you this, but it can't be avoided. The fact is, we're in a bad fix. If your guests ain't scared out of their skins, it'll be owin' to your nerve and how you carry out Stewart's orders." "You can rely upon me," replied Madeline firmly, though she trembled. "Well, what we're up against is this. That gang of bandits Pat Haw was chasing, they're hiding in the house." "In the house?" echoed Madeline, aghast. "Miss Majesty, it's the amazin' truth, and shamed indeed am I to admit it. Stewart, why, he's wild with rage to think it could have happened. You see, it couldn't have happened if he hadn't sloped the boys off to the golf links, and if Stewart hadn't rid out on the mesa after us. It's my fault. I've had too much femininity around for my old head. Gene cussed me. He cussed me sure scandalous. But now we've got to face it, to figure." "Do you mean that a gang of hunted outlaws, bandits, have actually taken refuge somewhere in my house?" demanded Madeline. "I sure do. Seems powerful strange to me why you didn't find something was wrong, seemin' all your servants have sloped." "Gone? Ah, I missed my maid. I wondered why no lights were lit. Where did my servants go?" "Down to the Mexican quarters, and scared half to death. Now listen. When Stewart left you an hour or so ago, he follered me direct to where me and the boys was trying to keep Pat Haw from tearing the ranch to pieces. At that, we was helping Pat all we could to find them bandits. But when Stewart got here, he made a difference. Pat was nasty before, but seeing Stewart made him wuss. I reckon Gene to Pat is the same as red to a greaser bull. Anyway, when the sheriff set fire to an old adobe hut, Stewart called him and called him hard. Pat Haw had 6 fellers with him, and from all appearances, bandit hunting was some fiesta. There was a row, and it looked bad for a little. But Gene was cool, and he controlled the boys. Then Pat and his tough deputies went on hunting. That hunting, Miss Majesty, petered out into what was only a farce. I reckon Pat could have kept on fooling me and the boys, but as soon as Stewart showed up on the scene, well, either Pat got to blundering, or else we all shed our blinders. Anyway, the facts stood plain. Pat Haw wasn't looking hard for any bandits. He wasn't dead set hunting anything, unless it was trouble for Stewart. Finally, when Pat's men made for our storehouse, where we keep ammunition, grubs, liquors, and such, then Gene called a halt, and he ordered Pat Haw off the ranch. It was here Haw and Stewart locked horns. And here the truth come out. There was a gang of bandits hid somewheres, and at fust, Pat Haw had been powerful active and earnest in his hunting. But sudden-like, he'd fetched a peculiar change of heart. He had been some flustered with Stewart's eyes a-pryin' into his moves, and then maybe, to hide something, maybe just natural, he got mad. He hollered law. He pulled down off the shelf his old stock grudge on Stewart, accusing him over again of that greaser murder last fall. Stewart made him look like a fool, showed him up as being scared of the bandits or having some reason for sloping off the trail. Anyhow, the row started all right, and but for nails it might have amounted to a fight. In the thick of it, when Stewart was driving Pat and his crowd off the place, one of them deputies lost his head and went for his gun. Nails throwed his gun and crippled the feller's arm. Maughan jumped and throwed 2 45s, and for a second or so it looked ticklish. But the bandit hunters crawled and then lit out. Stillwell paused in the rapid delivery of his narrative. He still retained Madeline's hand, as if by that he might comfort her. After Pat, we put our heads together, began the old cattleman with a long respiration. We rounded up a lad who had seen a dozen or so fellers, he wouldn't know they was greasers, breaking through the shrubbery to the back of the house. That was while Stewart was riding out to the mesa. Then this lad seen your servants all running down the hill toward the village. Now here's the way Gene figures. There sure was some deviltry down along the railroad, and Pat Haw trailed bandits up to the ranch. He hunts hard, and then all to once he quits. Stewart says Pat Haw wasn't scared, but he discovered signs or something, or got wind in some strange way that there was in the gang of bandits some fellers he didn't want to catch. Sabe? Then Gene, quicker'n a flash, springs his plan on me. He'd go down to Padre Marcos and have him help to find out all possible from your Mexican servants. I was to hurry up here and tell you, give you orders, Miss Majesty. Ain't that something strange? Well, you're to assemble all your guests in the kitchen. Make a grand bluff and pretend as to your help has left, that it'll be a great fun for your guests to cook dinner. The kitchen is the safest room in the house. While you're joshing your party along, making a kind of picnic out of it, I'll place cowboys in the long corridor and also outside in the corner where the kitchen joins to the main house. It's pretty sure the bandits think no one's wise to where they're hid. Stewart says they're in that end room where the alfalfa is, and they'll slope out in the night. Of course, with me and the boys watching, y'all will be safe to go to bed, and we're to rouse your guests early before daylight to hit the trail up into the mountains. Tell them to pack outfits before going to bed. Say as your servants have sloped, you might as well go camping with the cowboys. That's all. If we have any luck, your friends'll never know they've been sitting on a powder mine." "Stillwell, do you advise that trip up into the mountains?" asked Madeline. "I reckon I do, considerin' everything. Now, Miss Majesty, I've used up a lot of time explainin'. You'll sure keep your nerve?" "Yes," Madeline replied, and was surprised at herself. "Better tell Florence. She'll be a power of comfort to you. I'm going now to fetch up the boys." Instead of returning to her room, Madeline went through the office into the long corridor. It was almost as dark as night. She fancied she saw a slow gliding figure, darker than the surrounding gloom, and she entered upon the fulfillment of her part of the plan in something like trepidation. Her footsteps were noiseless. Finding the door to the kitchen and going in, she struck lights. Upon passing out again, she made certain she discerned a dark shape, now motionless, crouching along the wall. But she mistrusted her vivid imagination. It took all her boldness to enable her unconcernedly and naturally to strike the corridor light. Then she went on through her own rooms and thence to the patio. Her guests laughingly and gladly entered into the spirit of the occasion. Madeline fancied her deceit must have been perfect, seeing that it deceived even Florence. They trooped merrily into the kitchen. Madeline, delaying at the door, took a sharp but unobtrusive glance down the great barn-like hall. She saw nothing but blank, dark space. Suddenly, from one side, not a rod distant, protruded a pale gleaming face, breaking the even blackness. Instantly it flashed out of sight. Yet that time was long enough for Madeline to see a pair of glittering eyes, and to recognize them as Don Carlos's. Without betraying either hurry or alarm, she closed the door. It had a heavy bolt, which she slowly, noiselessly shot. Then the cold amaze that had all but stunned her into inaction throbbed into wrath. How dared that Mexican steal into her home? What did he mean? Was he one of the bandits supposed to be hidden in her house? She was thinking herself into great anger and excitement, and probably would have betrayed herself had not Florence, who had evidently seen her bolt the door and now read her thoughts, come toward her with a bright, intent, questioning look. Madeline caught herself in time. Thereupon she gave each of her guests a duty to perform. Leading Florence into the pantry, she unburdened herself of the secret in one brief whisper. Florence's reply was to point out the little open window, passing which was a file of stealthily moving cowboys. Then Madeline lost both anger and fear, retaining only the glow of excitement. Madeline could be gay, and she initiated the abandonment of dignity by calling Castleton into the pantry, and while interesting him in some pretext or other, imprinting the outlines of her flour-covered hands upon the back of his black coat. Castleton innocently returned to the kitchen to be greeted with a roar. That surprising act of the hostess set the pace, and there followed a merry, noisy time. Everybody helped. The miscellany collection of dishes so confusingly contrived made up a dinner which they all heartily enjoyed. Madeline enjoyed it herself, even with the feeling of a sword hanging suspended over her. The hour was late when she rose from the table and told her guests to go to their rooms, donning their riding clothes, pack what they needed for the long, adventurous camping trip that she hoped would be the climax of their Western experience, and to snatch a little sleep before the cowboys roused them for the early start. Madeline went immediately to her room and was getting out her camping apparel when a knock interrupted her. She thought Florence had come to help her pack, but this knock was upon the door opening out in the porch. It was repeated. "Who's there?" she questioned. "Stewart," came the reply. She opened the door. He stood on the threshold. Beyond him, indistinct in the gloom, were several cowboys. "May I speak to you?" he asked. Certainly. She hesitated a moment, then asked him in and closed the door. Is everything all right? No. These bandits stuck to cover pretty close. They must have found out we're on the watch, but I'm sure we'll get you and your friends away before anything starts. I wanted to tell you that I've talked with your servants. They were just scared. They'll come back tomorrow, soon as Bill gets rid of this gang. You need not worry about them or your property. Do you have any idea who was hiding in the house? I was worried some at first. Pat Haw acted queer. I imagined he'd discovered he was trailing bandits who might turn out to be his smuggling guerrilla cronies. But talking with your servants, finding a bunch of horses hidden down in the mesquite beyond the pond, several things have changed my mind. My idea is that a cowardly handful of riff-raff outcasts from the border have hidden in your house more by accident than design. We'll let them go, get rid of them without even a shot. If I didn't think so, well, I'd be considerably worried. It would make a different state of affairs. Stuart, you are wrong, she said. He started, but his reply did not follow swiftly. The expression of his eyes altered. Presently he spoke. How so? I saw one of the bandits. I distinctly recognized him. One long step brought him closer to her. Who was he? Demanded Stuart. Don Carlos. He muttered low and deep, then said, Are you sure? Absolutely. I saw his figure twice in the hall, then his face in the light. I could never mistake his eyes. Did he know you saw him? I am not positive, but I think so. Oh, he must have known. I was standing full in the light. I had entered the door, then purposefully stepped out. His face showed from around a corner and swiftly flashed out of sight. Madeline was tremblingly conscious that Stuart underwent a transformation. She saw as well as felt the leaping passion that changed him. Call your friends. Get them in here, he ordered tersely, and wheeled toward the door. Stuart, wait, she said. He turned, his face white, his burning eyes, his presence now changed with definite, fearful meaning, influenced her strangely, weakened her. What will you do? She asked. That needn't concern you. Get your party in here. Bar the windows and lock the doors. You'll be safe. Stuart, tell me what you intend to do. I won't tell you, he replied, and turned away again. But I will know, she said. With a hand on his arm, she detained him. She saw how he halted, felt the shock in him as she touched him. Oh, I do know. You mean to fight. Well, Miss Hammond, isn't it about time? He asked. Evidently he overcame a violent passion for instant action. There was weariness, dignity, even reproof in his question. The fact of that Mexican's presence here in your house ought to prove to you the nature of the case. These vaqueros, these guerrillas, have found out you won't stand for any fighting on the part of your men. Don Carlos is a sneak, a coward, yet he's not afraid to hide in your own house. He has learned you won't let your cowboys hurt anybody. He's taking advantage of it. He'll rob, burn, and make off with you. He'll murder, too, if it falls his way. These greasers use knives in the dark. So I ask, isn't it about time we stop him? Stuart, I forbid you to fight unless in self-defense. I forbid you. What I mean to do is self-defense. Haven't I tried to explain to you that just now we've wild times along this stretch of border? Must I tell you again that Don Carlos is hand and glove with the revolution? The rebels are crazy to stir up the United States. You are a woman of prominence. Don Carlos would make off with you. If he got you, what little matter to cross the border with you? Well, where would the hue and cry go? Through the troops along the border. To New York, to Washington. Why, it would mean what the rebels are working for. United States intervention. In other words, war. Oh, surely you exaggerate, she cried. Maybe so, but I'm beginning to see the Don's game. And Miss Hammond, it's awful for me to think what you'd suffer if Don Carlos got you over the line. I know these low-caste Mexicans. I've been among the peons, the slaves." "Stuart, don't let Don Carlos get me," replied Madeline, with sweet directness. She saw him shake, saw his throat swell as he swallowed hard, saw the hard fierceness return to his face. "I won't. That's why I'm going after him." "But I forbade you to start a fight deliberately." "Then I'll go ahead and start one without your permission," he replied shortly, and again he wheeled. This time, when Madeline caught his arm, she held to it, even after he stopped. "No," she said, imperiously. He shook off her hand and strode forward. "Please don't go," she called beseechingly. But he kept on. "Stuart!" She ran ahead of him, intercepted him, faced him with her back against the door. He swept out a long arm as if to brush her aside, but it wavered and fell. Haggard, troubled with working face, he stood before her. "It's for your sake," he expostulated. "If it is for my sake, then do what pleases me." "These guerrillas will knife somebody. They'll burn the house. They'll make off with you. They'll do something bad unless we stop them." "Let us risk all that," she importuned. "But it's a terrible risk, and it oughtn't be run," he exclaimed, passionately. "I know best here. Stillwell upholds me. Let me out, Miss Hammond. I'm going to take the boys and go after these guerrillas." "No!" "Good heavens!" exclaimed Stuart. "Why not let me go? It's the thing to do. I'm sorry to distress you and your guests. Why not put an end to Don Carlos' badgering? Is it because you're afraid a rumpus will spoil your friend's visit?" "It isn't. Not this time." "Then it's the idea of a little shooting at the greasers?" "No." "You're sick to think of a little greaser blood staining the halls of your home?" "No." "Well, then, why keep me from doing what I know is best?" "Stuart, She faltered in growing agitation. "I'm frightened, confused. All this is too much for me. I'm not a coward. If you have to fight, you'll see I'm not a coward. But your way seems so reckless. The hall is so dark. The guerrillas would shoot from behind doors. You're so wild, so daring, you'd rush right into peril. Is that necessary? I don't know just why I feel so about you doing it. But I believe it's because I'm afraid you might be hurt." "You're afraid I might be hurt?" he echoed, wonderingly, the hard whiteness of his face warming, flushing, glowing. Yes, the single word, with all it might mean, with all it might not mean, softened him as if by magic, made him gentle, amazed, shy as a boy, stifling under a torrent of emotions. Madeline thought she had persuaded him, worked her will with him. Then another of his startlingly sudden moves told her that she had reckoned too quickly. This move was to put her firmly aside so he could pass, and Madeline, seeing he would not hesitate to lift her out of the way, surrendered the door. He turned on the threshold. His face was still working, but the flame-point gleam of his eyes indicated the return of that cowboy ruthlessness. "I'm going to drive Don Carlos and his gang out of the house," declared Stuart. "I think I may promise you to do it without a fight, but if it takes a fight, off he goes." Chapter 15. The Mountain Trail. As Stuart departed from one door, Florence knocked upon another, and Madeline, far shaken out of her usual serenity, admitted the cool Western girl with more than gladness. Just to have her near helped Madeline to get back her balance. She was conscious of Florence's sharp scrutiny, then of a sweet, deliberate change of manner. Florence might have been burning with curiosity to know more about the bandits hidden in the house, the plans of the cowboys, the reason for Madeline's suppressed emotion, but instead of asking Madeline questions, she introduced the important subject of what to take on the camping trip. For an hour, they discussed the need of this and that article, selected those things most needful, and then packed them in Madeline's duffel bags. That done, they decided to lie down, fully dressed as they were in riding costume, and sleep, or at least rest, the little remaining time left before the call to saddle. Madeline turned out the light, and, peeping through her window, saw dark forms standing sentinel-like in the gloom. When she lay down, she heard soft steps on the path. This fidelity to her swelled her heart, while the need of it presaged that fearful something which, since Stuart's passionate appeal to her, haunted her as inevitable. Madeline did not expect to sleep, yet she did sleep, and it seemed to have been only a moment until Florence called her. She followed Florence outside. It was the dark hour before dawn. She could discern saddled horses being held by cowboys. There was an air of hurry and mystery about the departure. Helen, who came tiptoeing out with Madeline's other guests, whispered that it was like an escape. She was delighted. The others were amused. To Madeline, it was indeed an escape. In the darkness, Madeline could not see how many escorts her party was to have. She heard low voices, the champing of bits and thumping of hoofs, and she recognized Stuart when he led up Majesty for her to mount. Then came a pattering of soft feet and the whining of dogs. Cold noses touched her hands, and she saw the long, gray, shaggy shapes of her pack of Russian wolfhounds. That Stuart meant to let them go with her was indicative of how he studied her pleasure. She loved to be out with the hounds and her horse. Stuart led Majesty out into the darkness, past a line of mounted horses. "Guess we're ready," he said. "I'll make the count." He went back along the line, and on the return, Madeline heard him say several times, "Now everybody ride close to the horse in front, and keep quiet till daylight." Then the snorting and pounding of the big black horse in front of her told Madeline that Stuart had mounted. "All right, we're off," he called. Madeline lifted Majesty's bridle and let the roan go. There was a crack and a crunch of gravel, fire struck from stone, a low whinny, a snort, and then steady, short clip-clop of iron hoofs on hard ground. Madeline could just discern Stuart and his black, outlined in shadowy gray, before her. Yet they were almost within touching distance. Once or twice one of the huge staghounds leaped up at her and whined joyously. A thick belt of darkness lay low and seemed to thin out above to a gray fog, through which a few wan stars showed. It was altogether an unusual departure from the ranch, and Madeline, always susceptible even to ordinary incident that promised well, now found herself thrillingly sensitive to the soft beat of hoofs, the feel of cool, moist air, the dim sight of Stuart's dark figure. The caution, the early start before dawn, the enforced silence, these lent the occasion all that was needful to make it stirring. Majesty plunged into a gully, where sand and rough going made Madeline stop romancing to attend to riding. In the darkness, Stuart was not so easy to keep close to, even on smooth trails, and now she had to be watchfully attentive to do it. Then followed a long march through dragging sand. Meantime, the blackness gradually changed to gray. At length, Majesty climbed out of the wash, and once more his iron shoes rang on stone. He began to climb. The figure of Stuart and his horse loomed more distinctly in Madeline's sight. Bending over, she tried to see the trail, but could not. She wondered how Stuart could follow a trail in the dark. His eyes must be as piercing as they sometimes looked. Over her shoulder, Madeline could not see the horse behind her, but she heard him. As Majesty climbed steadily, Madeline saw the gray darkness grow opaque, change and lighten, lose its substance, and yield the grotesque shapes of Yucca and Ocotillo. Dawn was about to break. Madeline imagined she was facing east. Still, she saw no brightening of sky. All at once, to her surprise, Stuart and his powerful horse stood clear in her sight. She saw the characteristic rock and cactus and brush that covered the foothills. The trail was old and seldom used, and it zigzagged and turned and twisted. Looking back, she saw the short, squat figure of Monty Price humped over his saddle. Monty's face was hidden under his sombrero. Behind him rode Dorothy Coombs, and next loomed up the lofty form of Nick Steele. Madeline and the members of her party were riding between cowboy escorts. Bright daylight came, and Madeline saw the trail was leading up through foothills. It led in a roundabout way through shallow gullies full of stone and brush washed down by floods. At every turn now, Madeline expected to come upon water and the waiting pack train. But time passed, and miles of climbing and no water or horses were met. Expectation in Madeline gave place to desire. She was hungry. Presently, Stuart's horse went splashing into a shallow pool. Beyond that, damp places in the sand showed here and there, and again more water in rocky pockets. Stuart kept on. It was 8 o'clock by Madeline's watch when, upon turning into a wide hollow, she saw horses grazing on spare grass, a great pile of canvas-covered bundles, and a fire round which cowboys and 2 Mexican women were busy. Madeline sat her horse and reviewed her followers as they rode up in single file. Her guests were in a merry mood, and they all talked at once. "Breakfast, and rustle," called out Stuart without ceremony. "No need to tell me to hustle," said Helen. "I am simply ravenous. This air makes me hungry." For that matter, Madeline observed Helen did not show any marked contrast to the others. The hurry order, however, did not interfere with the meal being somewhat in the nature of a picnic. While they ate and talked and laughed, the cowboys were packing horses and burros and throwing the diamond hitch, a procedure so interesting to Castleton that he got up with coffee cup in hand and tramped from one place to another. "Heard of that diamond hitch up?" he observed to a cowboy. "Bally nice little job." As soon as the pack train was in readiness, Stuart started it off in the lead to break trail. A heavy growth of shrub interspersed with rock and cactus covered the slopes, and now all the trail appeared to be uphill. It was not a question of comfort for Madeline and her party, for comfort was impossible. It was a matter of making the travel possible for him. Florence wore corduroy breeches and high-top boots, and the advantage of this masculine garb was at once in evidence. The riding habits of the other ladies suffered considerably from the sharp spikes. It took all Madeline's watchfulness to save her horse's legs, and to pick the best bits of open ground, to make cut-offs from the trail, and to protect herself from outstretching thorny branches, so that the time sped by without her knowing it. The pack train forged ahead, and the trailing couples grew farther apart. At noon they got out of the foothills to face the real ascent of the mountains. The sun beat down hot. There was little breeze, and the dust rose thick and hung in a pall. The view was restricted, and what scenery lay open to the eyes was dreary and drab, a barren monotony of slow mounting slopes ridged by rocky canyons. Once Stuart waited for Madeline, and as she came up he said, "We're going to have a storm." "That will be a relief. It's so hot and dusty," replied Madeline. "Shall I call a halt and make camp?" "Here? Oh, no. What do you think best?" "Well, if we have a good, healthy thunderstorm, it will be something new for your friends. I think we'd be wise to keep on the go. There's no place to make a good camp. The wind would blow us off this slope if the rain didn't wash us off. It'll take all day travel to reach a good campsite, and I don't promise that. We're making slow time. If it rains, let it rain. The pack outfit is well covered. We will have to get wet." "Surely," replied Madeline, and she smiled at his inference. She knew what a storm was in that country, and her guests had yet to experience one. If it rains, let it rain. Stuart rode on, and Madeline followed. Up the slope toiled and nodded the pack animals, the little burros going easily where the horses labored. Their packs, like the humps of camels, bobbed from side to side. Stones rattled down, the heat waves wavered black, the dust puffed up and sailed. The sky was a pale blue, like heated steel, except where dark clouds peeped over the mountain crests. The heavy, sultry atmosphere made breathing difficult. Down the slope, the trailing party stretched out in twos and threes. It was easy to distinguish the weary riders. Half a mile farther up, Madeline could see over the foothills to the north and west and a little south, and she forgot the heat and weariness and discomfort for her guests in wide, unlimited prospects of sun-scorched earth. She marked the gray valley and the black mountains and the wide red gateway of the desert, and the dim shadowy peaks, blue as the sky they pierced. She was sorry when the bleak, gnarled cedar trees shut off her view. Then there came a respite from the steep climb, and the way led in a winding course through a matted, storm-wrenched forest of stunted trees. Even up to this elevation, the desert reached with its gaunt hand. The clouds overspreading the sky, hiding the sun, made a welcome change. The pack train rested, and Stuart and Madeline waited for the party to come up. Here he briefly explained to her that Don Carlos and his bandits had left the ranch some time in the night. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and a faint wind rustled the scant foliage of the cedars. The air grew oppressive. The horses panted. "Sure, it'll be a hummer," said Stuart. "The first storm almost always is bad. I can feel it in the air." The air, indeed, seemed to be charged with a heavy force that was waiting to be liberated. One by one the couples mounted to the cedar forest, and the feminine contingent declaimed eloquently for rest. But there was to be no permanent rest until night, and then that depended upon reaching the crags. The pack train wagged onward, and Stuart fell in behind. The storm center gathered slowly around the peaks. Low rumble and howl of thunder increased in frequence. Slowly, the light shaded as smoky clouds rolled up. The air grew sultrier, and the exasperating breeze puffed a few times and then failed. An hour later the party had climbed high and was rounding the side of a great bare ridge that long had hidden the crags. The last burro of the pack train plodded over the ridge out of Madeline's sight. She looked backward down the slope, amused to see her guests change wearily from side to side in their saddles. Far below lay the cedar flat and the foothills. Far to the west the sky was still clear, with shafts of sunlight shooting down from behind the encroaching clouds. Stuart reached the summit of the ridge, and though only a few rods ahead, he waved to her, sweeping his hand round to what he saw beyond. It was an impressive gesture, and Madeline, never having climbed as high as this, anticipated much. Majesty surmounted the last few steps and, snorting, halted beside Stuart's black. To Madeline the scene was as if the world had changed. The ridge was a mountain top. It dropped before her into a black, stone-ridge, scrub-patched, many-canyoned gulf. Eastward, beyond the gulf, round, bare mountain heads loomed up. Upward, on the right, led giant steps of cliff and bench and weathered slope to the fir-bordered and pine-fringed crags, standing dark and bare against the stormy sky. Massed inky clouds were piling across the peaks, obscuring the highest ones. A fork of white lightning flashed, and like the booming of an avalanche, thunder followed. That bold world of broken rock under the slow mustering of storm clouds was a grim, awe-inspiring spectacle. It had beauty, but beauty of the sublime and majestic kind. The fierce desert had reached up to meet the magnetic heights where heat and wind and frost and lightning and flood contended in everlasting strife. And before their onslaught, this mighty upflung world of rugged stone was crumbling, splitting, wearing to ruin. Madeline glanced at Stuart. He had forgotten her presence. Immovable as stone, he sat his horse, dark-faced, dark-eyed, and like an Indian unconscious of thought, he watched and watched. To see him thus, to divine the strange affinity between the soul of this man become primitive and the savage environment that had developed him, were powerful helps to Madeline Hammond in her strange desire to understand his nature. A cracking of iron-shod hoofs behind her broke the spell. Monty had reached the summit. "Gene, when it won't be all doin' in a minute, Moses hisself couldn't tell," observed Monty. Then Dorothy climbed to his side and looked. "Oh, isn't it just perfectly lovely!" she exclaimed. "But I wish it wouldn't storm. We'll all get wet." Once more Stuart faced the ascent, keeping to the slow heave of the ridge as it rose southward toward the looming spires of rock. Soon he was off smooth ground, and Madeline, some rods behind him, looked back with concern at her friends. Here was the real toil, the real climb began, and a mountain storm was about to burst in all its fury. The slope that Stuart entered upon was a magnificent monument to the ruined crags above. It was a southerly slope, and therefore semi-arid, covered with cercocarpus and yucca and some shrub that Madeline believed was manzanita. Every foot of the trail seemed to slide under majesty. What hard ground there was could not be traveled upon, owing to the spiny covering or masses of shattered rocks. Gullies lined the slope. Then the sky grew blacker. The slow gathering clouds appeared to be suddenly agitated. They piled and rolled and mushroomed and obscured the crags. The air moved heavily and seemed to be laden with sulphurous smoke, and sharp lightning flashes began to play. A distant roar of wind could be heard between the peals of thunder. Stuart waited for Madeline under the lee of a shelving cliff where the cowboys had halted the pack train. Majesty was sensitive to the flashes of lightning. Madeline patted his neck and softly called to him. The weary burros nodded. The Mexican women covered their heads with their mantles. Stuart untied the slicker at the back of Madeline's saddle and helped her on with it. Then he put on his own. The other cowboys followed suit. Presently, Madeline saw Monty and Dorothy rounding the cliff and hoped the others would come soon. A blue-white knotted rope of lightning burned down out of the clouds, and instantly a thunderclap crashed, seeming to shake the foundations of the earth. Then it rolled as if banging from cloud to cloud, and boomed along the peaks, and reverberated from deep to low, at last to rumble away into silence. Madeline felt the electricity in Majesty's mane, and it seemed to tingle through her nerves. The air had a weird, bright cast. The ponderous clouds swallowed more and more of the eastern domes. This moment of the breaking of the storm, with a strange, growing roar of wind, like a moaning monster, was pregnant with a heart-disturbing emotion for Madeline Hammond. Glorious it was to be free, healthy, out in the open, under the shadow of the mountain and cloud, in the teeth of the wind and rain and storm. Another dazzling blue blaze showed the bold mountainside and the storm-driven clouds. In the flare of the light, Madeline saw Stuart's face. "Are you afraid?" she asked. "Yes," he replied simply. Then the thunderbolt racked the heavens, and as it boomed away in lessening power, Madeline reflected with surprise upon Stuart's answer. Something in his face had made her ask him what he considered a foolish question. His reply amazed her. She loved a storm. Why should he fear it? He, with whom she could not associate fear. "How strange! Have you not been out in many storms?" A smile that was only a gleam flitted over his dark face. "In hundreds of them. By day, with the cattle stampeding. At night, alone on the mountain, with the pines crashing and the rocks rolling. In flood on the desert." "It's not only the lightning, then?" she asked. "No, all the storm." Madeline felt that henceforth she would have less faith in what she had imagined was her love of the elements. What little she knew! If this iron-nerved man feared a storm, then there was something about a storm to fear. And suddenly, as the ground quaked under her horse's feet, and all the sky grew black and crisscrossed by flaming streaks, and between thunderous reports there was a strange hollow roar sweeping down upon her, she realized how small was her knowledge and her experience of the mighty forces of nature. Then, with that perversity of character of which she was wholly conscious, she was humble, submissive, reverent, and fearful even, while she gloried in the grandeur of the dark, cloud-shadowed crags and canyons, the stupendous strife of sound, the wonderful driving lances of white fire. With blacker gloom and deafening roar came the torrent of rain. It was a cloudburst. It was like solid water tumbling down. For long Madeline sat her horse, head bent to the pelting rain. When its force lessened, and she heard Stuart call for all to follow, she looked up to see that he was starting once more. She shot a glimpse at Dorothy and as quickly glanced away. Dorothy, who would not wear a hat suitable for inclement weather, nor one of the horrid yellow sticky slickers, was a drenched and disheveled spectacle. Madeline did not trust herself to look at the other girls. It was enough to hear their lament, so she turned her horse into Stuart's trail. Rain fell steadily. The fury of the storm, however, had passed, and the roll of thunder diminished in volume. The air had wonderfully cleared and was growing cool. Madeline began to feel uncomfortably cold and wet. Stuart was climbing faster than formerly, and she noted that Monty kept at her heels, pressing her on. Time had been lost, and the campsite was a long way off. The staghounds began to lag and get footsore. The sharp rocks of the trail were cruel to their feet. Then, as Madeline began to tire, she noticed less and less around her. The ascent grew rougher and steeper, slow toil for panting horses. The thinning rain grew colder, and sometimes a stronger whip of wind lashed stingingly in Madeline's face. Her horse climbed, and brush and sharp corners of stone everlastingly pulled and tore at her wet garments. A gray gloom settled down around her. Night was approaching. Majesty heaved upward with a snort. The wet saddle creaked, and an even motion told Madeline she was on level ground. She looked up to see looming crags and spires, like huge pipe organs, dark at the base and growing light upward. The rain had ceased, but the branches of fir trees and juniper were water-soaked arms reaching out for her. Through an opening between crags, Madeline caught a momentary glimpse of the west. Red sunshafts shone through the murky broken clouds. The sun had set. Stuart's horse was on a jog trot now, and Madeline left the trail more to Majesty than to her own choosing. The shadows deepened, and the crags grew gloomy and spectral. A cool wind moaned through the dark trees. Coyotes, scenting the hounds, kept a pace of them, and barked and howled off in the gloom. But the tired hounds did not appear to notice. As black night began to envelop her surroundings, Madeline marked that the fir trees had given place to pine forest. Suddenly a pinpoint of light pierced the ebony blackness. Like a solitary star in dark sky, it twinkled and blinked. She lost sight of it, found it again. It grew larger. Black tree trunks crossed her line of vision. The light was a fire. She heard a cowboy song and the wild chorus of a pack of coyotes. Drops of rain on the branches of trees glittered in the rays of the fire. Stuart's tall figure, with sombrero slouched down, was now and then outlined against a growing circle of light, and by the aid of that light she saw him turn every moment or so to look back, probably to assure himself that she was close behind. With the prospect of fire and warmth, and food and rest, Madeline's enthusiasm revived. What a climb! There was promise in this wild ride and lonely trail and hidden craggy height, not only in the adventure her friends yearned for, but in some nameless joy and spirit for herself. Chapter 16. The Crags. Glad indeed was Madeline to be lifted off her horse beside a roaring fire, to see steaming pots upon red-hot coals. Except about her shoulders, which had been protected by the slicker, she was wringing wet. The Mexican women came quickly to help her change in a tent near by, but Madeline preferred for the moment to warm her numb feet and hands and to watch the spectacle of her arriving friends. Dorothy plumped off her saddle into the arms of several waiting cowboys. She could scarcely walk. Far removed in appearance was she from her usual stylish self. Her face was hidden by a limp and lopsided hat. From under the disheveled brim came a plaintive moan. Oh, what an awful ride! Mrs. Beck was in worse condition. She had to be taken off her horse. I'm paralyzed. I'm a wreck. Bobby, get a roller chair. Bobby was solicitous and willing, but there were no roller chairs. Florence dismounted easily, and but for her mass of hair, wet and tumbling, would have been taken for a handsome cowboy. Edith Wayne had stood the physical strain of the ride better than Dorothy. However, as her mount was rather small, she had been more at the mercy of cactus and brush. Her habit hung in tatters. Helen had preserved a remnant of style, as well as pride and perhaps a little strength. But her face was white, her eyes were big, and she limped. Majesty, she exclaimed, what did you want to do to us? Kill us outright? Or make us homesick? Of all of them, however, Ambrose's wife, Christine, the little French maid, had suffered the most in that long ride. She was unaccustomed to horses. Ambrose had to carry her into the big tent. Florence persuaded Madeline to leave the fire, and when they went in with the others, Dorothy was wailing because her wet boots would not come off. Mrs. Beck was weeping and trying to direct a Mexican woman to unfasten her bedraggled dress, and there was general pandemonium. Warm clothes, hot drinks and grub, warm blankets, rang out Stewart's sharp orders. Then, with Florence helping the Mexican women, it was not long until Madeline and the feminine side of the party were comfortable, except for the weariness and aches that only rest and sleep could alleviate. Neither fatigue nor pains, however, nor the strangeness of being packed sardine-like under canvas, nor the howls of coyotes, kept Madeline's guests from stretching out with long, grateful sighs, and one by one dropping into deep slumber. Madeline whispered a little to Florence, and laughed with her once or twice, and then the light flickering on the canvas faded, and her eyelids closed. Darkness and roar of camp life, low voices of men, thump of horses' hooves, coyote serenade, the sense of warmth and sweet rest, all drifted away. When she awakened, shadows of swaying branches moved on the sunlit canvas above her. She heard the ringing strokes of an axe, but no other sound from outside. Slow, regular breathing attested to the deep slumbers of her tent comrades. She observed presently that Florence was missing from the number. Madeline rose and peeped out between the flaps. An exquisitely beautiful scene surprised and enthralled her gaze. She saw a level space, green with long grass, bright with flowers, dotted with groves of graceful firs and pines and spruces, reaching to superb crags, rosy and golden in the sunlight. Eager to get out where she could enjoy an unrestricted view, she searched for her pack, found it in a corner, and then hurriedly and quietly dressed. Her favorite staghounds, Russ and Tartar, were asleep before the door where they had been chained. She awakened them and loosened them, thinking the while that it must have been Stewart who had chained them near her. Close at hand also was a cowboy's bed rolled up in a tarpaulin. The cool air, fragrant with pine and spruce and some nameless tang, sweet and tonic, made Madeline stand erect and breathe slowly and deeply. It was like drinking of a magic draught. She felt it in her blood, that it quickened its flow. Turning to look in the other direction, beyond the tent, she saw the remnants of last night's temporary camp, and farther on a grove of beautiful pines from which came the sharp ring of an axe. Wider gaze took in a wonderful park, not only surrounded by lofty crags, but full of crags of lesser height, many lifting their heads from dark green groves of trees. The morning sun, not yet above the eastern elevations, sent its rosy and golden shafts in between the towering rocks to tip the pines. Madeline, with the hounds beside her, walked through the nearest grove. The ground was soft and springy and brown with pine needles. Then she saw that a clump of trees had prevented her from seeing the most striking part of this natural park. The cowboys had selected a campsite where they would have the morning sun and afternoon shade. Several tents and flies were already up. There was a huge lean-to made up of spruce boughs. Cowboys were busy round several campfires. Piles of packs lay covered with tarpaulins, and beds were rolled up under the trees. This space was a kind of rolling meadow, with isolated trees here and there, and other trees in aisles and circles, and it mounted up in low grassy banks to great towers of stone 500 feet high. Other crags rose behind these. From under a mossy cliff, huge and green and cool, bubbled a full, clear spring. Wildflowers fringed its banks. Out in the meadow the horses were knee-deep in grass that waved in the morning breeze. Florence espied Madeline under the trees and came running. She was like a young girl, with life and color and joy. She wore a flannel blouse, corduroy skirt, and moccasins, and her hair was fastened under a band like an Indian's. "Castleton's gone with a gun for hours, it seems," said Florence. "Jean just went to hunt him up. The other gentlemen are still asleep. I imagine they sure will sleep up here in this air." Then, businesslike, Florence fell to questioning Madeline about details of camp arrangement, which Stuart and Florence herself could hardly see to without suggestion. Before any of Madeline's sleepy guests awakened, the camp was completed. Madeline and Florence had a tent under a pine tree, but they did not intend to sleep in it except during stormy weather. They spread a tarpaulin, made their bed on it, and elected to sleep under the light of the stars. After that, taking the hounds with them, they explored. To Madeline's surprise, the park was not a little half-mile nook nestling among the crags, but extended farther than they cared to walk, and was rather a series of parks. They were no more than small valleys between gray-toothed peaks. As the day advanced, the charm of the place grew upon Madeline. Even at noon, with the sun beating down, there was comfortable warmth rather than heat. It was a kind of warmth that Madeline liked to feel in the spring. And the sweet, thin, rare atmosphere began to affect her strangely. She breathed deeply of it until she felt lightheaded, as if her body lacked substance and might drift away like a thistledown. All at once she grew uncomfortably sleepy. A dreamy languor possessed her, and, lying under a pine with her head against Florence, she went to sleep. When she opened her eyes, the shadows of the crags stretched from the west, and between them streamed a red gold light. It was hazy, smoky sunshine losing its fire. The afternoon had far advanced. Madeline sat up. Florence was lazily reading. The two Mexican women were at work under the fly where the big stone fireplace had been erected. No one else was in sight. Florence, upon being questioned, informed Madeline that incident about camp had been delightfully absent. Castleton had returned and was profoundly sleeping with the other men. Presently, a chorus of merry calls attracted Madeline's attention, and she turned to see Helen limping along with Dorothy and Mrs. Beck and Edith supporting each other. They were all rested but lame, delighted with the place, and as hungry as bears awakened from a winter sleep. Madeline forthwith escorted them round the camp and through the many aisles between the trees and to the mossy pine-matted nooks under the crags. Then they had dinner, sitting on the ground, after the manner of Indians, and it was a dinner that lacked merriment only because everybody was too busily appeasing appetite. Later, Stuart led them across a neck of the park, up a rather steep climb between towering crags, to take them out upon a grassy promontory that faced the great open west, a vast ridge, streaked and reddened sweep of earth rolling down, as it seemed, to the golden sunset end of the world. Castleton said it was a jolly fine view. Dorothy voiced her usual languid enthusiasm. Helen was on fire with pleasure and wonder. Mrs. Beck appealed to Bobby to see how he liked it before she ventured, and she then reiterated his praise. And Edith Wayne, like Madeline and Florence, was silent. Boyd was politely interested. He was the kind of man who appeared to care for things as other people cared for them. Madeline watched the slow transformation of the changing west, with its haze of desert dust through which mountain and cloud and sun slowly darkened. She watched until her eyes ached and scarcely had a thought of what she was watching. When her eyes shifted to encounter the tall form of Stuart standing motionless on the rim, her mind became active again. As usual, he stood apart from the others, and now he seemed aloof and unconscious. He made a dark, powerful figure, and he fitted that wild promontory. She experienced a strange, annoying surprise when she discovered both Helen and Dorothy watching Stuart with peculiar interest. Edith, too, was alive to the splendid picture the cowboy made. But when Edith smiled and whispered in her ear, "It's so good to look at a man like that," Madeline again felt the surprise. Only this time the accompaniment was a vague pleasure rather than annoyance. Helen and Dorothy were flirts, one deliberate and skilled, the other unconscious and natural. Edith Wayne, occasionally, and Madeline reflected that the occasions were infrequent, admired a man sincerely. Just here, Madeline might have fallen into a somewhat revealing state of mind if it had not been for the fact that she believed Stuart was only an object of deep interest to her, not as a man, but as part of this wild and wonderful West which was claiming her. So she did not inquire of herself why Helen's coquetry and Dorothy's languishing allurement annoyed her, or why Edith's eloquent smile and words had pleased her. She got as far, however, as to think scornfully how Helen and Dorothy would welcome and meet a flirtation with this cowboy, and then go back home and forget him as utterly as if he had never existed. She wondered, too, with a curious twist of feeling that was almost eagerness, how the cowboy would meet their advances. Obviously, the situation was unfair to him, and if by some strange accident he escaped unscathed by Dorothy's beautiful eyes, he would never be able to withstand Helen's subtle and fascinating imperious personality. They returned to camp in the cool of the evening and made merry round a blazing campfire. But Madeline's guests soon succumbed to the persistent and irresistible desire to sleep. Then Madeline went to bed with Florence under the pine tree. Russ lay upon one side and Tartar upon the other. The cool night breeze swept over her, fanning her face, waving her hair. It was not strong enough to make any sound through the branches, but it stirred a faint silken rustle in the long grass. The coyotes began their weird bark and howl. Russ raised his head to growl at their impudence. Madeline faced upward, and it seemed to her that under these wonderful stars she would never be able to go to sleep. They blinked down through the black, barred, delicate crisscross of pine foliage, and they looked so big and so close. Then she gazed away to open space, where an expanse of sky glittered with stars, and the longer she gazed, the larger they grew and the more she saw. It was her belief that she had come to love all the physical things from which sensations of beauty and mystery and strength poured into her responsive mind. But best of all, she loved these western stars, for they were to have something to do with her life, or somehow to influence her destiny. For a few days, the prevailing features of camp life for Madeline's guests were sleep and rest. Dorothy Coombs slept through 24 hours, and then was so difficult to waken that for a while her friends were alarmed. Helen almost fell asleep while eating and talking. The men were more visibly affected by the mountain air than the women. Castleton, however, would not succumb to the strange drowsiness while he had a chance to prowl around with a gun. This languorous spell disappeared presently, and then the days were full of life and action. Mrs. Beck and Bobby and Boyd, however, did not go in for anything very strenuous. Edith Wayne, too, preferred to walk through the groves or sit upon the grassy promontory. It was Helen and Dorothy who wanted to explore the crags and canyons, and when they could not get the others to accompany them, they went alone, giving the cowboy guides many a long climb. Necessarily, of course, Madeline and her guests were now thrown much in company with the cowboys, and the party grew to be like one big family. Her friends not only adapted themselves admirably to the situation, but came to revel in it. As for Madeline, she saw that outside of a certain proclivity of the cowboys to be gallant and on dress parade, and alive to possibilities of fun and excitement, they were not greatly different from what they were at all times. If there were a leveling process here, it was made by our friends coming down to meet the Westerners. Besides, any class of people would tend to grow natural in such circumstances and environment. Madeline found the situation one of keen and double interest for her. If before she had cared to study her cowboys, particularly Stuart, now with the contrast afforded by her guests, she felt by turns she was amused and mystified and perplexed and saddened, and then again subtly pleased. Monty, once he had overcome his shyness, became a source of delight to Madeline, and for that matter, to everybody. Monty had suddenly discovered that he was a success among the ladies. Either he was exalted to heroic heights by his knowledge, or he made it appear so. Dorothy had been his undoing, and in justice to her, Madeline believed her innocent. Dorothy thought Monty hideous to look at, and, accordingly, if he had been a hero 100 times and had saved 100 poor little babies' lives, he could not have interested her. Monty followed her around, reminding her, she told Madeline, of a little adoring dog one moment, and the next of a huge devouring gorilla. Nels and Nick stalked at Helen's heels like grenadiers on duty, and if she as much as dropped her glove, they almost came to blows to see who should pick it up. In a way, Castleton was the best feature of the camping party. He was such an absurd-looking little man, and his abilities were at such tremendous odds with what might have been expected of him from his looks. He could ride, tramp, climb, shoot. He liked to help around the camp, and the cowboys could not keep him from it. He had an insatiable desire to do things that were new to him. The cowboys played innumerable tricks upon him, not one of which he ever discovered. He was serious, slow in speech and action, and absolutely imperturbable. If imperturbability could ever be good humor, then he was always good-humored. Presently the cowboys began to understand him, and then to like him. When they liked a man, it meant something. Madeline had been sorry more than once to see how little the cowboys chose to speak to Boyd Harvey. With Castleton, however, they actually became friends. They did not know it, and certainly such a thing never occurred to him. All the same, it was a fact, and it grew solely out of the truth that the Englishman was manly in the only way cowboys could have interpreted manliness. When, after innumerable attempts, he succeeded in throwing the diamond hitch on a pack horse, that cowboys began to respect him. Castleton needed only one more accomplishment to claim their hearts, and he kept trying that, to ride a bucking bronco. One of the cowboys had a bronco that they called Devil. Every day for a week, Devil threw the Englishman all over the park, ruined his clothes, bruised him, and finally kicked him. Then the cowboys solicitously tried to make Castleton give up, and this was remarkable enough, for the spectacle of an English lord on a bucking bronco was one that any Westerner would have ridden 1,000 miles to see. Whenever Devil threw Castleton, the boys went into spasms. But Castleton did not know the meaning of the word fail, and there came a day when Devil could not throw him. Then it was a singular sight to see the men line up to shake hands with the cool Englishman. Even Stuart, who had watched from the background, came forward with a warm and pleasant smile on his dark face. When Castleton went to the tent, There was much characteristic cowboy talk, and this time vastly different from the former persiflage. "By God!" ejected Monty Price, who seemed to be the most amazed and elated of them all. "That's the fust Englishman I ever seen. He's arful deceivin' to look at, but I know why England rules the world. Just take a peek at that bronco. His spirit is broke. Rid by a leetle English duke, no bigger'n a grasshopper. Fellers, if it ain't dawned on you yet, let Monty Price give you a hunch. There's no flies on Castleton, and I'll bet $1,000,000 steers to a rawhide rope that next he'll be throwin' a gun as good as nails." It was distinct pleasure for Madeline to realize that she liked Castleton all the better for the traits brought out so forcibly by this association with the cowboys. On the other hand, she liked the cowboys better for something in them that contact with Easterners brought out. This was especially true in Stuart's case. She had been wholly wrong when she had imagined he would fall an easy victim to Dorothy's eyes and Helen's lures. He was kind, helpful, courteous, and watchful, but he had no sentiment. He did not see Dorothy's charms or feel Helen's fascination, and their efforts to captivate him were now so obvious that Mrs. Beck taunted them, and Edith smiled knowingly, and Bobby and Boyd made playful remarks, all of which cut Helen's pride and hurt Dorothy's vanity. They essayed open conquest of Stuart. So it came about that Madeline unconsciously admitted the cowboy to a place in her mind never occupied by any other. The instant it occurred to her why he was proof against the wiles of the other women, she drove that amazing and strange disturbing thought from her. Nevertheless, as she was human, she could not help thinking and being pleased and enjoying a little the discomfiture of the two coquettes. Moreover, from this thought of Stuart, and the watchfulness growing out of it, she discovered more about him. He was not happy. He often paced up and down the grove at night. He absented himself from camp sometimes during the afternoon when Nels and Nick and Monty were there. He was always watching the trails as if he expected to see someone come riding up. He alone of the cowboys did not indulge in the fun and talk around the campfire. He remained preoccupied and sad, and was always looking away into distance. Madeline had a strange sense of his guardianship over her, and, remembering Don Carlos, she imagined he worried a good deal over his charge, and indeed over the safety of all the party. But if he did worry about possible visits from wandering guerrillas, why did he absent himself from camp? Suddenly into Madeline's inquisitive mind flashed a remembrance of the dark-eyed Mexican girl, Bonita, who had never been heard of since that night she rode Stuart's big horse out of El Cajon. The remembrance of her brought an idea. Perhaps Stuart had a rendezvous in the mountains, and these lonely trips of his were to meet Bonita. With the idea, hot blood flamed into Madeline's cheek. Then she was amazed at her own feelings. Amazed because her swiftest succeeding thought was to deny the idea. Amazed that its conception had fired her cheek with shame. Then her old self, the one aloof from this red-blooded new self, gained control over her emotions. But Madeline found that new-born self a creature of strange power to return and govern at any moment. She found it fighting loyalty for what intelligence and wisdom told her was only her romantic conception of a cowboy. She reasoned. If Stuart were the kind of man her feminine skepticism wanted to make him, he would not have been so blind to the coquettish advances of Helen and Dorothy. He had once been, she did not want to recall what he had once been, but he had been uplifted. Madeline Hammond declared that. She was swayed by a strong, beating pride, and her instinctive woman's faith told her that he could not stoop to such dishonor. She reproached herself for having momentarily thought of it. One afternoon, a huge storm cloud swooped out of the sky and enveloped the crags. It obscured the westering sun and laid a mantle of darkness over the park. Madeline was uneasy because several of her party, including Helen and Dorothy, had ridden off with the cowboys that afternoon and had not returned. Florence assured her that even if they did not get back before the storm broke, there was no reason for apprehension. Nevertheless, Madeline sent for Stuart and asked him to go or send someone in search of them. Perhaps half an hour later, Madeline heard the welcome pattering of hoofs on the trail. The tent was brightly lighted by several lanterns. Edith and Florence were with her. It was so black outside that Madeline could not see a rod before her face. The wind was moaning in the trees, and big drops of rain were pelting upon the canvas. Presently, just outside the door, the horses halted, and there was a sharp bustle of sound, such as would naturally result from a hurried dismounting and confusion in the dark. Mrs. Beck came running into the tent, out of breath, and radiant because they had beaten the storm. Helen entered next, and a little later came Dorothy, but long enough to make her entrance more noticeable. The instant Madeline saw Dorothy's blazing eyes, she knew something unusual had happened. Whatever it was might have escaped comment, had not Helen caught sight of Dorothy. "Heavens, Dot, but you're handsome occasionally," remarked Helen, "when you get some life in your face and eyes." Dorothy turned her face away from the others, and perhaps it was only accident that she looked into a mirror hanging on the tent wall. Swiftly she put her hand up to a wide red welt on her cheek. Dorothy had been assiduously careful of her soft white skin, and here was an ugly mark marring its beauty. "Look at that!" she cried in distress. "My complexion's ruined." "How did you get such a splotch?" inquired Helen, going closer. "I've been kissed!" exclaimed Dorothy dramatically. "What?" queried Helen, more curiously, while the others laughed. "I've been kissed, hugged and kissed, by one of those shameless cowboys. It was so pitch dark outside I couldn't see a thing, and so noisy I couldn't hear. But somebody was trying to help me off my horse. My foot caught in the stirrup, and away I went, right into somebody's arms. Then he did it, the wretch. He hugged and kissed me in a most awful bearish manner. I couldn't budge a finger. I'm simply boiling with rage." When the outburst of mirth subsided, Dorothy turned her big, dilated eyes upon Florence. "Do these cowboys really take advantage of a girl when she's helpless and in the dark?" "Of course they do," replied Florence, with her frank smile. "Dot, what in the world could you expect?" asked Helen. "Haven't you been dying to be kissed?" "No." "Well, you acted like it then. I never saw you in a rage over being kissed. I wouldn't care so much if the brute hadn't scoured the skin off my face. He had whiskers as sharp and stiff as sandpaper, and when I jerked away, he rubbed my cheek with them." The revelation as to the cause of her outraged dignity almost prostrated her friends with glee. "Dot, I agree with you. It's one thing to be kissed, and quite another to have your beauty spoiled," replied Helen presently. "Who was this particular savage?" "I don't know," burst out Dorothy. "If I did, I'd—" Her eyes expressed the direful punishment. She could not speak. "Honestly now, Dot, haven't you the least idea who did it?" questioned Helen. I think it was Stuart," replied Dorothy. "Ah, Dot, your hope is father to the thought. My dear, I'm sorry to riddle your little romance. Stuart did not, could not have been the offender or hero." "How do you know he couldn't?" demanded Dorothy, flushing. "Because he was clean-shaven today at noon, before we rode out. I remember perfectly how nice and smooth and brown his face looked." "Oh, you do? Well, if your memory for faces is so good, maybe you can tell me which one of these cowboys wasn't clean-shaven." "Merely a matter of elimination," replied Helen merrily. "It was not Nick. It was not Nels. It was not Frankie. There was only one other cowboy with us, and he had a short, stubby growth of black beard, much like that cactus we passed on the trail." "Oh, I was afraid of it," moaned Dorothy. "I knew he was going to do it, that horrible little smiling demon. Monty Price." A favorite lounging spot of Madeline's was a shaded niche under a lee of crags facing the east. Here the outlook was entirely different from that on the western side. It was not red and white and glaring, nor so changeable that it taxed attention. This eastern view was one of the mountains and valleys, where, to be sure, there were arid patches, but the restful green of pine and fir was there, and the cool gray of crags. Bold and rugged indeed were these mountain features, yet they were companionably close, not immensely distant and unattainable like the desert. Here in the shade of afternoon, Madeline and Edith would often lounge under a low branched tree. Seldom they talked much, for it was afternoon and dreamy with the strange spell of this mountain fastness. There was smoky haze in the valleys, a fleecy cloud resting over the peaks, a sailing eagle in the blue sky, silence that was the unbroken silence of the wild heights, and a soft wind laden with incense of pine. One afternoon, however, Edith appeared prone to talk seriously. "Madeline, I must go home soon. I cannot stay out here forever. Are you going back with me?" "Well, maybe," replied Madeline thoughtfully. "I have considered it. I shall have to visit home sometime, but this summer Mother and Father are going to Europe." "See here, Majesty Hammond, do you intend to spend the rest of your life in this wilderness?" asked Edith bluntly. Madeline was silent. "Oh, it is glorious. Don't misunderstand me, dear," went on Edith earnestly, as she laid her hand on Madeline's. "This trip has been a revelation to me. I did not tell you, Majesty, that I was ill when I arrived. Now I'm well, so well. Look at Helen, too. Why, she was a ghost when we got here. Now she is brown and strong and beautiful. If it were for nothing else than this wonderful gift of health, I would love the West. But I have come to love it for other things, even spiritual things. Majesty, I have been studying you. I see and feel what this life has made of you. When I came, I wondered at your strength, your virility, your serenity, your happiness. And I was stunned. I wondered at the cause of your change. Now I know. You are sick of idleness, sick of uselessness, if not of society, sick of the horrible noises and smells and contacts one can no longer escape in the cities. I am sick of all that too, and I could tell you many women of our kind who suffer in a like manner. You have done what many of us want to do, but have not the courage. You have left it. I am not blind to the splendid difference you have made in your life. I think I would have discovered, even if your brother had not told me, what good you have done to the Mexicans and cattlemen of your range. Then you have work to do. That is much the secret of your happiness, is it not? Tell me something of what it means to you." "Work, of course, has much to do with anyone's happiness," replied Madeline. "No one can be happy who has no work. As regards myself, for the rest I can hardly tell you. I have never tried to put it in words. Frankly, I believe if I had not had money that I could not have found such contentment here. That is not in any sense a judgment against the West. But if I had been poor, I could not have bought and maintained my ranch. Stillwell tells me there are many larger ranches than mine, but none just like it. Then I am almost paying my expenses out of my business. Think of that! My income, instead of being wasted, is mostly saved. I hope I am useful. I have been of some little good to the Mexicans, eased the hardship of a few cowboys. For the rest, I think my life is kind of a dream. Of course my ranch and range are real. My cowboys are typical. If I were to tell you how I feel about them, it would simply be a story of how Madeline Hammond sees the West. They are true to the West. It is I who am strange, and what I feel for them may be strange too. Edith, hold to your own impressions." "But, Majesty, my impressions have changed. At first I did not like the wind, the dust, the sun, the endless open stretches, but now I do like them. Where once I saw only terrible wastes of barren ground, now I see beauty and something noble. Then at first your cowboy struck me as dirty, rough, loud, crude, savage, all that was primitive. I did not want them near me. I imagined them callous, hard men, their only joy a carouse with their kind. But I was wrong. I have changed. The dirt was only dust, and this desert dust is clean. They are still rough, loud, crude, and savage in my eyes, but with a difference. They are natural men. They are little children. Monty Price is one of nature's noblemen. The hard thing is to discover it. All his hideous person, all his actions and speech, are masks of his real nature. Nels is a joy. A simple, sweet, kind, quiet man whom some woman should have loved. What would love have meant to him? He told me that no woman ever loved him except his mother, and he lost her when he was 10. Every man ought to be loved, especially such a man as Nels. Somehow his gun record does not impress me. I never could believe he killed a man. Then take your foreman, Stewart. He is a cowboy, his work and life the same as the others, but he has education, and most of the graces we are in the habit of saying make a gentleman. Stewart is a strange fellow, just like this strange country. He's a man, Majesty, and I admire him. So you see, my impressions are developing with my stay out here. Edith, I am so glad you told me that, replied Madeline warmly. I like the country, and I like the men, went on Edith. One reason I want to go home soon is because I am discontented enough at home now without falling in love with the West. For of course, Majesty, I would. I could not live out here, and that brings me to my point. Admitting all the beauty and charm and wholesomeness and good of this wonderful country, still it is no place for you, Madeline Hammond. You have your position, your wealth, your name, your family. You must marry. You must have children. You must not give up all that for a quixotic life in the wilderness. I am convinced, Edith, that I shall live here all the rest of my life. Oh, Majesty, I hate to preach this way, but I promised your mother I would talk to you. And the truth is, I hate what I'm saying. I envy you your courage and wisdom. I know you have refused to marry Boyd Harvey. I could see that in his face. I believe you will refuse Castleton. Whom will you marry? What chance is there for a woman of your position to marry out here? What in the world will become of you? Quien sabe? Replied Madeline, with a smile that was almost sad. Not so many hours after this conversation with Edith, Madeline sat with Boyd Harvey upon the grassy promontory overlooking the west, and she listened once again to his suave courtship. Suddenly she turned to him and said, Boyd, if I married you, would you be willing, glad to spend the rest of your life here in the West? Majesty! He exclaimed. There was amaze in the voice, usually so even and well modulated, amaze in the handsome face, usually so indifferent. Her question had startled him. She saw him look down the iron-gray cliffs, over the barren slopes and cedared ridges, beyond the cactus-covered foothills to the grim and ghastly desert. Just then, its red devils of sunlit clouds, its illimitable waste of ruin and upheaved earth. It was a sinister spectacle. No, he replied, with a tinge of shame in his cheek. Madeline said no more, nor did he speak. She was spared the pain of refusing him, and she imagined he would never ask her again. There was both relief and regret in the conviction. Humiliated lovers seldom made good friends. It was impossible not to like Boyd Harvey. The thought of that, and why she could not marry him, concentrated her never-satisfied mind upon the man. She looked at him, and she thought of him. He was handsome, young, rich, well-born, pleasant, cultivated. He was all that made a gentleman of his class. If he had any vices, she had not heard of them. She knew he had no thirst for drink or craze for gambling. he was considered a very desirable and eligible young man. Madeline admitted all this. Then she thought of things that were perhaps exclusively her own strange ideas. Boyd Harvey's white skin did not tan, even in this southwestern sun and wind. His hands were whiter than her own, and as soft. They were really beautiful, and she remembered what care he took of them. They were a proof that he never worked. His frame was tall, graceful, elegant. It did not bear evidence of ruggedness. He had never indulged in a sport more strenuous than yachting. He hated effort and activity. He rode horseback very little, disliked any but moderate motoring, spent much time in Newport and Europe, never walked when he could help it, and had no ambition unless it were to pass the days pleasantly. If he ever had any sons, they would be like him, only a generation more toward the inevitable extinction of his race. Madeline returned to camp in just the mood to make a sharp, deciding contrast. It happened, fatefully perhaps, that the first man she saw was Stewart. He had just ridden into camp, and as she came up, he explained that he had gone down to the ranch for the important mail about which she had expressed anxiety. "Down and back in one day?" she exclaimed. "Yes," he replied. "It wasn't so bad." "But why did you not send one of the boys, and let him make the regular 2-day trip?" "You were worried about your mail," he answered briefly, as he delivered it. Then he bent to examine the fetlocks of his weary horse. It was midsummer now, Madeline reflected, and exceedingly hot and dusty on the lower trail. Stewart had ridden down the mountain and back again in 12 hours. Perhaps no horse in the outfit, except his big black, or Majesty, could have stood that trip. And his horse showed the efforts of a grueling day. He was caked with dust, and lame and weary. Stewart looked as if he had spared the horse his weight on many a mile of that rough ascent. His boots were evidence of it. His heavy flannel shirt, wet through with perspiration, adhered closely to his shoulders and arms, so that every ripple of muscle plainly showed. His face was black, except round the temples and forehead, where it was bright red. Drops of sweat, running off his blackened hands, dripped to the ground. He got up from examining the lame foot, and then threw off the saddle. The black horse snorted and lunged for the watering pool. Stewart let him drink a little, then with iron arms dragged him away. In this action the man's lithe, powerful form impressed Madeline with a wonderful sense of muscular force. His brawny wrist was bare, and his big, strong hand, first clutching the horse's mane, then patting his neck, had a bruised knuckle, and one finger was bound up. That hand expressed as much gentleness and thoughtfulness for the horse as it had the strength to drag him back from too much drinking at a dangerous moment. Stewart was a combination of fire, strength, and action. These attributes seemed to cling about him. There was something vital and compelling in his presence. Worn and spent, and drawn as he was from the long ride, he thrilled Madeline with his potential youth and unused vitality and promise of things to be, red-blooded deeds, both of flesh and spirit. In him she saw the strength of his forefathers unimpaired. The life in him was marvelously significant. The dust, the dirt, the sweat, the soiled clothes, the bruised and bandaged hand, the brawn and bone, these had not been despised by the knights of ancient days, nor by modern women whose eyes shed soft light upon coarse and bloody toilers. Madeline Hammond compared the man of the East with the man of the West, and that comparison was the last parting regret for her old standards. Chapter 17. The Lost Mine of the Padres. In the cool, starry evenings, the campers sat around the blazing fire and told and listened to stories thrillingly fitted to the dark crags and the wild solitude. Monty Price had come to shine brilliantly as a storyteller. He was an atrocious liar, but this fact would not have been evident to his enthralled listeners if his cowboy comrades in base jealousy had not betrayed him. The truth about his remarkable fabrications, however, had not become known to Castleton, solely because of the Englishman's obtuseness. And there was another thing much stranger than this, and quite as amusing. Dorothy Coombs knew Monty was a liar, but she was so fascinated by the glittering basilisk eyes he riveted upon her, so taken in by his horrible tales of blood, that despite her knowledge she could not help believing them. Manifestly, Monty was very proud of his sudden acquired gift. Formerly, he had hardly been known to open his lips in the presence of strangers. Monty had developed more than one singular and hitherto unknown trait since his supremacy at golf had revealed his possibilities. He was as sober and vain and pompous about his capacity for lying as about anything else. Some of the cowboys were jealous of him because he held the attention and apparently the admiration of the ladies. And Nels was jealous, not because Monty made himself out to be a wonderful gunman, but because Monty could tell a story. Nels really had been the hero of 100 fights. He had never been known to talk about them. But Dorothy's eyes and Helen's smile had somehow upset his modesty. Whenever Monty would begin to talk, Nels would growl and knock his pipe on a log, and make it appear he could not stay and listen, though he never really left the charmed circle of the campfire. Wild horses could not have dragged him away. One evening at twilight, as Madeline was leaving her tent, she encountered Monty. Evidently, he had waylaid her. With the most mysterious of signs and whispers, he led her a little aside. "Miss Hammond, I'm making bold to ask a favor of you," he said. Madeline smiled her willingness. "Tonight, when they've all shot off their chins and it's quiet like, I want you to ask me just this way. Monty, seeing as you've had more adventures than all them cow-punchers put together, tell us about the most terrible time you ever had." "Will you ask me, Miss Hammond? Just kind of sincere like?" "Certainly I will, Monty," she replied. His dark, seared face had no more warmth than a piece of cold volcanic rock, which it resembled. Madeline appreciated how monstrous Dorothy found this burned and distorted visage, how deformed the little man looked to a woman of refined sensibilities. It was difficult for Madeline to look into his face, but she saw behind the blackened mask, and now she saw in Monty's deep eyes a spirit of pure fun. So, true to her word, Madeline remembered at an opportune moment, when conversation had hushed and only the long, dismal wail of coyotes broke the silence, to turn toward the little cowboy. "Monty," she said, and paused for effect. "Monty, seeing that you have had more adventures than all the cowboys together, tell us about the most terrible time you ever had." Monty appeared startled at the question that fastened all eyes upon him. He waved a deprecatory hand. "Aw, Miss Hammond, thanking you all modest-like for the compliment, I'll have to refuse," replied Monty, laboring in distress. "It's too harrowing for tender-hearted girls to listen to." "Go on," cried everybody except the cowboys. Nels began to nod his head as if he, as well as Monty, understood human nature. Dorothy hugged her knees with a kind of shudder. Monty had fastened the hypnotic eyes upon her. Castleton ceased smoking, adjusted his eyeglass, and prepared to listen in great earnestness. Monty changed his seat to one where the light from the blazing logs fell upon his face, and he appeared plunged into melancholy and profound thought. "Now, I tax myself, I can't just decide which was the orfullest time I ever had," he said, reflectively. Here Nels blew forth an immense cloud of smoke, as if he desired to hide himself from sight. Monty pondered, and then when the smoke rolled away, he turned to Nels. "See here, old pard, me and you seen something of each other in the Panhandle. More'n 30 years ago. Which we didn't, interrupted Nels bluntly. Sure you can't make me out an old man. Maybe it wasn't so darn long ago. Anyhow, Nels, you recollect them 3 hoss thieves I hung all in one cottonwood tree, and likewise that beautiful blonde girl I rescued from a band of cutthroats who murdered her pa, old Bill Warren, the buffalo hunter? Now, which of them 2 scraps was the turriblest, in your idea? Monty, my memory's sure bad, replied the unimpeachable Nels. Tell us about the beautiful blonde, cried at least 3 of the ladies. Dorothy, who had suffered from nightmare because of a former story of hanging men on trees, had voicelessly appealed to Monty to spare her more of that. All right, we'll have the blonde girl, said Monty, settling back. Though I ain't thinking her story is the most terrible of the 2, and it'll rake over tender affections, long slumbering in my breast. As he paused, there came a sharp rapping sound. This appeared to be Nels knocking the ashes out of his pipe on a stump, a true indication of the passing of content from that jealous cowboy. It was down in the panhandle, way over in the west end of that Comanche hunting ground, and all the redskins and outlaws in that country were hiding in the river bottoms and chasing some of the last buffalo herds that had wintered in there. I was a young buck them days, and pretty much of a desperado, I'm thinking, though of all the 17 notches on my gun, and each notch meant a man killed face to face, there was only one that I was ashamed of. That one was for an express messenger who I hit on the head, most unprofessional-like, just because he wouldn't hand over a leetle package. I had the kind of reputation that made all the fellers in saloons smile and buy drinks. Well, I dropped into a place named Taylor's Bend and was peaceful standing to the bar when 3 cowpunchers come in, and me being with my back turned, they didn't recognize me and got playful. I didn't stop drinking, and I didn't turn square around, but when I stopped shooting under my arm, the saloon keeper had to go over to the sawmill and fetch a heap of sawdust to cover up what was left of them 3 cowpunchers after they was hauled out. You see, I was rough them days, and would shoot ears off and noses off and hands off, when in later days I'd just kill a man quick, same as Wild Bill. News drifts into town that night that a gang of cutthroats had murdered old Bill Warren and carried off his girl. I gathers up a few good gunmen, and we rid out and down the river bottom to an old log cabin where the outlaws had a rendezvous. We rid up bold-like and made a hell of a racket. Then the gang began to throw lead from the cabin, and we all hunted cover. Fighting went on all night. In the morning, all my outfit was killed but 2, and they was shot up bad. We fought all day without eating or drinking, except some whiskey I had, and at night I was on the job by my lonesome. Being bunged up some myself, I laid off and went down to the river to wash the blood off, tie up my wounds, and drink a little. While I was down there, along comes one of the cutthroats with a bucket. Instead of getting water, he got lead, and as he was about to croak, he tells me a whole bunch of outlaws was heading in there due tomorrow. And if I wanted to rescue the girl, I had to be hurrying. There was 5 fellers left in the cabin. I went back to the thicket where I'd left my hoss, and loaded up 2 more guns and another belt, and busted a fresh box of shells. If I recollect proper, I got some cigarettes, too. Well, I moseyed back to the cabin. It was a beautiful moonshiny night, and I wondered if old Bill's gun was as purty as I'd heard. The grass growed long round the cabin, and I crawled up to the door without starting anything. Then I figured. There was only one door in that cabin, and it was black dark inside. I just grabbed open the door and slipped in quick. It worked all right. They heard me, but hadn't been quick enough to catch me in the light of the door. Of course there was some shots, but I ducked too quick and changed my position. Ladies and gentlemen, that there was some duel by night, and I wasn't often in the place where they shot. I was most wonderful patient, and just waited until one of them darned ruffians would get so nervous he'd have to hunt me up. When morning come, they was all piled up on the floor, all shot to pieces. I found the girl. Purty. Say, she was beautiful. We went down to the river, where she began to bathe my wounds. I'd collected a dozen more or so, and the sight of tears in her lovely eyes, and my blood a-staining her little hands, just naturally wakened a trembly spell in my heart. I seen she was took the same way, and that settled it. We was comin' up from the river, and I had just straddled my hoss with the girl behind, when we run right into that cutthroat gang that was due about then. Being some handicapped, I couldn't drop more'n one gun round of them, and then I had to slope. The whole gang follered me, and some miles out chased me over a ridge right into a big herd of buffalo. Before I knowed what was what, that herd broke into a stampede with me in the middle. Pretty soon the buffalo closed in tight. I knowed I was in some peril then, but the girl trusted me something pitiful. I seen again that she had fell in love with me. I could tell from the way she hugged me and yelled. Before long, I was some put to it to keep my hoss on his feet. Far as I could see was dusty, black, bobbing, shaggy humps. A huge cloud of dust went along over our heads. The roaring of trampling hoofs was terrible. My hoss weakened, went down, and was carried along a little, while I slipped off with the girl onto the backs of the buffalo. Ladies, I ain't denying then that Monty Price was some scared. First time of my life. But the trusting face of that beautiful girl, as she lay in my arms and hugged me and yelled, made my spirit leap like a shooting star. I just began to jump from buffalo to buffalo. I must have jumped a mile on them bobbing backs before I come to open places. And here's where I performed the greatest stunts of my life. I had on my big spurs, and I just sit down and rid and spurred till that particular buffalo I was on got near another, and then I'd flop over. Thusly I got to the edge of the herd, tumbled off on the last one, and rescued the girl. Well, as my memory takes me back, that was a most affectin' walk home to the little town where she lived. But she wa'n't true to me, and married another feller. I was too much a sport to kill him, but that low-down trick rankled in my breast. Girls is strange. I never stopped wondering how any girl who had been hugged and kissed by one man could marry another. But mature experience teaches me that such is the case. The cowboys roared. Helen and Mrs. Beck and Edith laughed till they cried. Madeline found repression absolutely impossible. Dorothy sat hugging her knees, her horror at the story no greater than at Monty's unmistakable reference to her and to the fickleness of women, and Castleton for the first time appeared to be moved out of his imperturbability, though not in any sense of humor. Indeed, when he came to notice it, he was dumbfounded by the mirth. "By Jove, you Americans are an extraordinary people," he said. "I don't see anything blooming funny about Mr. Price's story of his adventure. By Jove, that was a bally warm occasion. Mr. Price, when you speak of being frightened for the only time in your life, I appreciate what you mean. I've experienced that. I was frightened once." "Duke, I wouldn't have thought it of you," replied Monty. "I'm sure tolerable curious to hear about it." Madeline and her friends dared not break the spell, for fear that the Englishman might hold to his usual modest reticence. He had explored in Brazil, seen service in the Boer War, hunted in India and Africa, matters of experience of which he never spoke. Upon this occasion, however, evidently taking Monty's recital word for word as literal truth, and excited by it into Homeric mood, he might tell a story. The cowboys almost fell upon their knees in their importunity. There was a suppressed eagerness in their solicitations, a hint of something that meant more than desire, great as it was, to hear a story told by an English lord. Madeline divined instantly that the cowboys had suddenly fancied that Castleton was not the dense and easily fooled person they had made such a game of, that he had played his part well, that he was having fun at their expense, that he meant to tell a story, a lie which would simply dwarf Monty's. Nell's keen, bright expectation suggested how he would welcome the joke turned upon Monty. The slow closing of Monty's cavernous smile, the gradual sinking of his proud bearing, the doubt with which he began to regard Castleton, these were proofs of his fears. "I have faced charging tigers and elephants in India, and charging rhinos and lions in Africa," began Castleton, his quick and fluent speech so different from the drawl of his ordinary conversation, "but I never was frightened but once. You will not do to hunt those wild beasts if you are easily balled up. This adventure I have in mind happened in British East Africa, in Uganda. I was out with safari, and we were in a native district much infested by man-eating lions. Perhaps I may as well state that man-eaters are very different from ordinary lions. They are always matured beasts, and sometimes, indeed mostly, are old. They become man-eaters most likely by accident or necessity. When old, they find it more difficult to make a kill, being slower probably, and with poor teeth. Driven by hunger, they stalk and kill a native, and once having tasted human blood, they want no other. They become absolutely fearless and terrible in their attacks. The natives of this village, know where we camped, were in a terrorized state, owing to depredations of 2 or more man-eaters. The night of our arrival, a lion leaped a stockade fence, seized a young native from among others sitting round a fire, and leaped out again, carrying the screaming fellow away into the darkness. I determined to kill these lions, and made a permanent camp in the village for that purpose. By day I sent beaters into the bush and rocks of the river valley, and by night I watched. Every night the lion visited us, but I did not see one. I discovered that when they roared around the camp, they were not so liable to attack as when they were silent. It was indeed remarkable how silently they could stalk a man. They could creep through a thicket so dense you would not believe a rabbit could get through, and do it without the slightest sound. Then, when ready to charge, they did so with terrible onslaught and roar. They leaped right into a circle of fires, tore down huts, even dragged natives from the low trees. There was no way to tell at which point they would make an attack. After 10 days or more of this, I was worn out by loss of sleep, and one night, when tired out from watching, I fell asleep. My gun-bearer was alone in the tent with me. A terrible roar awakened me, then an unearthly scream pierced right into my ears. I always slept with my rifle in my hands, and grasping it, I tried to rise, but I could not, for the reason that a lion was standing over me. Then I lay still. The screams of my gun-bearer told me that the lion had him. I was fond of this fellow and wanted to save him. I thought it best, however, not to move while the lion stood over me. Suddenly he stopped, and I felt poor Lukey's feet dragging across me. He screamed, "Save me, master!" and instinctively I grasped at him and caught his foot. The lion walked out of the tent, dragging me as I held to Lukey's foot. The night was bright moonlight. I could see the lion distinctly. He was a huge, black-maned brute, and he held Lukey by the shoulder. The poor lad kept screaming frightfully. The man-eater must have dragged me 40 yards before he became aware of a double encumbrance to his progress. Then he halted and turned. By Jove, he made a devilish fierce object with his shaggy massive head, his green fire eyes, and his huge jaws holding Lukey. I let go of Lukey's foot and bethought myself of the gun, but as I lay there on my side, before attempting to rise, I made a horrible discovery. I did not have a rifle at all. I had Lukey's iron spear, which he always had near him. My rifle had slipped out of the hollow of my arm, and when the lion awakened me, in my confusion, I picked up Lukey's spear instead. The bloody brute dropped Lukey and uttered a roar that shook the ground. It was then I felt frightened. For an instant I was almost paralyzed. The lion meant to charge, and in one spring he could reach me. Under circumstances like those, a man can think many things in little time. I knew to try to run would be fatal. I remembered how strangely lions had been known to act upon occasion. One had been frightened by an umbrella. One had been frightened by a blast from a cow horn. Another had been frightened by a native who was running from one lion, ran right into the other which he had not seen. Accordingly, I wondered if I could frighten the lion that meant to leap at me. Acting upon wild impulse, I prodded him in the hind quarters with the spear. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a blooming idiot if that lion did not cower like a whipped dog, put his tail down, and began to slink away. Quick to see my chance, I jumped up yelling and made after him, prodding him again. He let out such a bellow as you would imagine would come from an outraged king of beasts. I prodded again, and then he loped off. I found Lukey not badly hurt. In fact, he got well. But I've never forgotten that scare. When Castleton finished his narrative, there was a trenchant silence. All eyes were upon Monty. He looked beaten, disgraced, a disgusted man. Yet there shone from his face a wonderful admiration for Castleton. "Duke, you win," he said, and dropping his head, he left the campfire circle with the manner of a deposed emperor. Then the cowboys exploded. The quiet, serene, low-voiced Nels yelled like a madman, and he stood upon his head. All the other cowboys went through marvelous contortions. Mere noise was insufficient to relieve their joy at what they considered the fall and humiliation of the tyrant Monty. The Englishmen stood there and watched them in amused consternation. They baffled his understanding. Plain it was to Madeline and her friends that Castleton had told the simple truth. But never on the earth or anywhere else could Nels and his comrades have been persuaded that Castleton had not lied deliberately to humble their great exponent of Ananias. Everybody seemed reluctant to break the campfire spell. The logs had burned out to a great heap of opal and gold and red coals, in the heart of which quivered a glow alluring to the spirit of dreams. As the blaze subsided, the shadows of the pines encroached darker and darker upon the circle of fading light. A cool wind fanned the embers, whipped up flakes of white ashes, and moaned through the trees. The wild yelps of coyotes were dying in the distance, and the sky was a wonderful dark blue dome spangled with white stars. "What a perfect night," said Madeline. "This is a night to understand the dream, the mystery, the wonder of the Southwest. Florence, for long you have promised to tell us the story of the lost mines of the Padres. It will give us all pleasure, make us understand something of the thrall in which this land held the Spaniards, who discovered it so many years ago. It will be especially interesting now, because this mountain hides somewhere under its crags the treasures of the lost mine of the Padres." "In the 16th century," Florence began, in her soft, slow voice so suited to the nature of the legend, "a poor young padre of New Spain was shepherding his goats upon a hill When the Virgin appeared before him, he prostrated himself at her feet, and when he looked up, she was gone. But upon the maguey plant near where she had stood, there were golden ashes of a strange and wonderful substance. He took the incident as a good omen, and went again to the hilltop. Under the maguey had sprung up slender stalks of white, bearing delicate gold flowers, and as these flowers waved in the wind, a fine gold dust, as fine as powdered ashes, blew away toward the north. Padre Juan was mystified, but believed that great fortune attended upon him and his poor people. So he went again and again to the hilltop in hope that the Virgin would appear to him. One morning, as the sun rose gloriously, he looked across the windy hill toward the waving grass and golden flowers under the maguey, and he saw the Virgin beckoning to him. Again he fell upon his knees, but she lifted him and gave him the golden flowers, and bade him leave his home and people to follow where these blowing golden ashes led. There he would find gold, pure gold, wonderful fortune to bring back to his poor people to build a church for them and a city. Padre Juan took the flowers and left his home, promising to return, and he traveled northward over the hot and dusty desert, through the mountain passes, to the new country where fierce and warlike Indians menaced his life. He was gentle and good, and of a persuasive speech. Moreover, he was young and handsome of person. The Indians were Apaches, and among them he became a missionary, while always he was searching for the flowers of gold. He heard of gold lying in pebbles upon the mountain slopes, but he never found any. A few of the Apaches he converted. The most of them, however, were prone to be hostile to him and his religion. But Padre Juan prayed and worked on. There came a time when the old Apache chief, imagining the Padre had designs upon his influence with the tribe, sought to put him to death by fire. The chief's daughter, a beautiful dark-eyed maiden, secretly loved Juan and believed in his mission, and she interceded for his life and saved him. Juan fell in love with her. One day she came to him wearing golden flowers in her dark hair, and as the wind blew the flowers, a golden dust blew upon it. Juan asked her where to find such flowers, and she told him that upon a certain day she would take him to the mountain to look for them. And upon the day she led up to the mountain top, from which they could see beautiful valleys and great trees and cool waters. There at the top of a wonderful slope that looked down upon the world, she showed Juan the flowers, and Juan found gold in such abundance that he thought he would go out of his mind. Dust of gold, grains of gold, pebbles of gold, rocks of gold. He was rich beyond all dreams. He remembered the Virgin and her words. He must return to his people and build their church and the great city that would bear his name. But Juan tarried. Always he was going manana. He loved the dark-eyed Apache girl so well that he could not leave her. He hated himself for his infidelity to his Virgin, to his people. He was weak and false, a sinner. But he could not go, and he gave himself up to love of the Indian maiden. The old Apache chief discovered the secret love of his daughter and the Padre, and, fierce in his anger, he took her up into the mountains and burned her alive and cast her ashes upon the wind. He did not kill Padre Juan. He was too wise and perhaps too cruel, for he saw the strength of Juan's love. Besides, many of his tribe had learned much from the Spaniard. Padre Juan fell into despair. He had no desire to live. He faded and wasted away. But before he died, he went to the old Indians who had burned the maiden, and he begged them, when he was dead, to burn his body and to cast his ashes to the wind from that wonderful slope, where they would blow away to mingle forever with those of his Indian sweetheart. The Indians promised, and when Padre Juan died, they burned his body and took his ashes to the mountain heights and cast them to the wind, where they drifted and fell to mix with the ashes of the Indian girl he had loved. Years passed. More padres traveled around the desert to the home of the Apaches, and they heard the story of Juan. Among their numbers was a padre who in his youth had been one of Juan's people. He set forth to find Juan's grave, where he believed he would also find the gold. And he came back with pebbles of gold and flowers that shed a golden dust, and he told a wonderful story. He had climbed and climbed into the mountains, and he had come to a wonderful slope under the crags. That slope was yellow with golden flowers. When he touched them, golden ashes drifted from them and blew down among the rocks. There the padre found dust of gold, grains of gold, pebbles of gold, rocks of gold. Then all the padres went into the mountains, but the discoverer of the mine lost his way. They searched and searched until they were old and gray, but they never found the wonderful slope and flowers that marked the grave and the mine of Padre Juan. In the succeeding years, the story was handed down from father to son, but of the many who hunted for the lost mine of the padres, there was never a Mexican or an Apache. For the Apache, the mountain slopes were haunted by the spirit of an Indian maiden who had been false to her tribe and forever accursed. For the Mexican, the mountain slopes were haunted by the spirit of the false padre who rolled stones upon the heads of those adventurers who sought to find his grave and his accursed gold. Chapter 18. Bonita. Florence's story of the lost mine fired Madeline's guests with a fever for gold hunting. But after they had tried it a few times, and the glamour of the thing wore off, they gave up and remained in camp. Having exhausted all the resources of the mountain, such that had interest for them, they settled quietly down for a rest, which Madeline knew would soon end in a desire for civilized comforts. They were almost tired of roughing it. Helen's discontent manifested itself in her remark, "I guess nothing is going to happen after all." Madeline awaited their pleasure in regard to the breaking of camp, and meanwhile, as none of them cared for more exertion, she took her walks without them, sometimes accompanied by one of the cowboys, always by the staghounds. These walks furnished her exceeding pleasure, and now that the cowboys would talk to her without reserve, she grew fonder of listening to their simple stories. The more she knew of them, the more she doubted the wisdom of shut-in lives. Companionship with Nels and most of the cowboys was in its effect like that of the rugged pines and crags and the untainted wind. Humor, their predominant trait when a person grew to know them, saved Madeline from finding their hardness trying. They were dreamers, as all men who lived lonely lives in the wilds were dreamers. The cowboys all had secrets. Madeline learned some of them. She marveled most at the strange way in which they hid emotions, except of violence of mirth and temper so easily aroused. It was all the more remarkable in view of the fact that they felt immensely over little things to which men of the world were blind and dead. Madeline had to believe that a hard and perilous life in a barren and wild country developed great principles in men. Living close to earth, under the cold, bleak peaks, on the dust-veiled desert, men grew like the nature that developed them, hard, fierce, terrible perhaps, but big with elemental force. But one day, while out walking alone, before she realized it, she had gone a long way down a dim trail winding among the rocks. It was the middle of a summer afternoon, and all about her were shadows of the crags crossing the sunlit patches. The quiet was undisturbed. She went on and on, not blind to the fact that she was perhaps going too far from camp, but risking it because she was sure of her way back and enjoying the wild, craggy recesses that were new to her. Finally she came out upon a bank that broke abruptly into a beautiful little glade. Here she sat down to rest before undertaking the return trip. Suddenly Russ, the keener of the stag hounds, raised his head and growled. Madeline feared he might have scented a mountain lion or wildcat. She quieted him and carefully looked around. To each side was an irregular line of massive blocks of stone that had weathered from the crags. The little glade was open and grassy, and here a pine tree, there a boulder. The outlet seemed to go down into a wilderness of canyons and ridges. Looking in this direction, Madeline saw the slight, dark figure of a woman coming stealthily along under the pines. Madeline was amazed, then a little frightened, for that stealthy walk from tree to tree was suggestive of secrecy, if nothing else. Presently the woman was joined by a tall man who carried a package, which he gave to her. They came up on the glade and appeared to be talking earnestly. In another moment Madeline recognized Stuart. She had no greater feeling of surprise than had at first been hers. But for the next moment she scarcely thought at all, merely watched the couple approaching. In a flash came back her former curiosity as to Stuart's strange absences from camp, and then, with a return of her doubt of him, the recognition of the woman. The small dark head, the brown face, the big eyes, Madeline now saw distinctly belonged to the Mexican girl Bonita. Stuart had met her there. This was the secret of his lonely trips, taken ever since he had come to work for Madeline. This secluded glade was a rendezvous. He had her hidden there. Quietly, Madeline arose with a gesture to the dogs and went back along the trail toward camp. Succeeding her surprise was a feeling of sorrow that Stuart's regeneration had not been complete. Sorrow gave place to insufferable distrust that while she had been romancing about this cowboy, dreaming of her good influence over him, he had been merely base. Somehow it stung her. Stuart had been nothing to her, she thought, yet she had been proud of him. She tried to revolve the thing, to be fair to him, when every instinctive tendency was to expel him and all pertaining to him from her thoughts, and her effort at sympathy, at extenuation, failed utterly before her pride. Exerting her willpower, she dismissed Stuart from her mind. Madeline did not think of him again till late that afternoon, when, as she was leaving her tent to join several of her guests, Stuart appeared suddenly in her path. "Miss Hammond, I saw your tracks down the trail," he began, eagerly, but his tone was easy and natural. "I'm thinking, well, maybe you sure got the idea—" "I do not wish for an explanation," interrupted Madeline. Stuart gave a slight start. His manner had a semblance of the old, cool audacity. As he looked down at her, it subtly changed. What effrontery, Madeline thought, to face her before her guests with an explanation of his conduct. Suddenly she felt an inward flash of fire that was pain, so strange, so incomprehensible that her mind whirled. Then anger possessed her, not at Stuart, but at herself, that anything could rouse in her a raw emotion. She stood there, outwardly cold, serene, with level, haughty eyes upon Stuart, but inwardly she was burning with rage and shame. "I'm sure not going to have you think," he began passionately, but he broke off, and a slow, dull crimson blotted over the healthy red-brown of his neck and cheeks. "What you do or think, Stuart, is no concern of mine." Miss Hammond, you don't believe—" faltered Stuart. The crimson receded from his face, leaving it pale. His eyes were appealing. They had a kind of timid look that struck Madeline even in her anger. There was something boyish about him then. He took a step forward and reached out with his hand, open-palmed, in a gesture that was humble, yet held a certain dignity. "But listen, never mind what you think about me. There's a good reason—" "I have no wish to hear your reason." But you ought to, he persisted. Sir. Stuart underwent another swift change. He started violently. A dark tide shadowed his face, and a glitter leaped into his eyes. He took 2 long strides, loomed over her. I'm not thinking about myself, he thundered. Will you listen? No, she replied, and there was freezing hauteur in her voice. With a slight gesture of dismissal, unmistakable in its finality, she turned her back upon him. Then she joined her guests. Stuart stood perfectly motionless. Then slowly he began to lift his right hand in which he held his sombrero. He swept it up and up, high over his head. His tall form towered. With fierce suddenness he flung his sombrero down. He leaped at his black horse and dragged him to where his saddle lay. With one pitch he tossed the saddle upon the horse's back. His strong hands flashed at girths and straps. Every action was swift, decisive, fierce. Bounding for his bridle, which hung over a bush, he ran against a cowboy who awkwardly tried to avoid the onslaught. Get out of my way, he yelled. Then with the same savage haste he adjusted the bridle on his horse. Maybe you better hold on a minute, Gene, old feller, said Monty Price. Monty, do you want me to brain you? Said Stuart, with a short, hard ring in his voice. Now, considerin' the high class of my brains, I oughter be real careful to keep 'em, replied Monty. You can bet your life, Gene, I ain't goin' to get in front of you. But I just says, listen. Stuart raised his dark face. Everybody listened, and everybody heard the rapid beat of a horse's hoofs. The sun had set, but the park was light. Nils appeared down the trail, and his horse was running. In another moment he was in the circle, pulling his bay back to a sliding halt. He leaped off abreast of Stuart. Madeline saw and felt a difference in Nell's presence. What's up, Gene? He queried sharply. I'm leaving camp, replied Stuart thickly. His black horse began to stamp as Stuart grasped bridle and mane and kicked the stirrup round. Nell's long arm shot out, and his hand fell upon Stuart, holding him down. Sure, I'm sorry, said Nell slowly. Then you was going to hit the trail? I am going to. Let's go, Nels. Sure, you ain't going, Gene? Let go, damn you, cried Stuart as he wrestled free. What's wrong? Asked Nels, lifting his hand again. Man, don't touch me. Nels stepped back instantly. He seemed to become aware of Stuart's white, wild passion. Again, Stuart moved to mount. Nels, don't make me forget we've been friends, he said. Sure, I ain't forgettin', replied Nels, and I resign my job right here and now. His strange speech checked the mounting cowboy. Stuart stepped down from the stirrup. Then their hard faces were still and cold, while their eyes locked glances. Madeline was as much startled by Nell's speech as Stuart. Quick to note a change in these men, she now sensed one that was unfathomable. Resign? Questioned Stuart. Sure, what'd you think I'd do under circumstances such as come up? But see here, Nels, I won't stand for it. You're not my boss no more, and I ain't beholden to Miss Hammond either. I'm my own boss, and I'll do as I please. Sabe, senor? Nell's words were at variance with the meaning in his face. Gene, you sent me on a little scout down to the mountains, didn't you? He continued. Yes, I did, replied Stuart, with a new sharpness in his voice. Well, sure you was so good and right in your figuring, as opposed to mine, that I'm sick with admiring of you. If you hadn't sent me, well, I'm reckoning something might have happened. As it is, we're shore up against a hell of a proposition. How significant was the effect of his words upon all the cowboys! Stuart made a fierce and violent motion, terrible where his other motions had been but passionate. Monty leaped straight into the air in a singular action as suggestive of surprise as it was of wild acceptance of menace. Like a stalking giant, Nick Steele strode over to Nels and Stuart. The other cowboys rose silently, without a word. Madeline and her guests, in a little group, watched and listened, unable to divine what all this strange talk and action meant. "Hold on, Nels. They don't need to hear it," said Stuart hoarsely as he waved a hand toward Madeline's silent group. "Well, I'm sorry, but I reckon they'd as well know fust as last. Maybe that yearnin' wish of Miss Helen's for something to happen will come true. Sure, cut out the joshin'," rang out Monty's strident voice. It had as decided an effect as any preceding words or action. Perhaps it was the last thing needed to transform these men, doing unaccustomed duty as escorts of beautiful women, as to their natural state as men of the wild. "Tell us what's what," said Stuart, cool and grim. "Don Carlos and his guerrillas are camping on the trails that lead up here. They've got them trails blocked. By tomorrow they'd had us corralled. Maybe they meant to surprise us. He's got a lot of greasers and outlaws. They're well armed. Now, what do they mean? You can all figure it out to suit yourselves. Maybe Don wants to pay a sociable call on our ladies. Maybe his gang is some hungry as usual. Maybe they want to steal a few horses, or anything they can lay their hands on. Maybe they mean wuss, too. Now, my idea is this, and maybe I'm wrong. I long since separated from love with greasers. That black-faced Don Carlos has got a deep game. That two-bit of a revolution is having hard times. The rebels want American intervention. They'd stretch any point to make trouble. We're only 10 miles from the border. Suppose them guerrillas got our crowd across that border. The U.S. cavalry would foller, and you all know what that'd mean. Maybe Don Carlos' mind works that way. Maybe it don't. I reckon we'll know soon. And now, Stuart, whatever the Don's game is, sure you're the man to outfigure him. Maybe it's just as well you're good and mad about something, and I resign my job because I want to feel unbeholden to anybody. Sure, it had struck me long since that the old days had come back for a little spell, and there I was, trailing a promise not to hurt any greaser. Chapter 19. Don Carlos. Stuart took Nels, Monty, and Nick Steele aside, out of earshot, and they evidently entered upon an earnest colloquy. Presently, the other cowboys were called. They all talked, more or less, but the deep voice of Stuart predominated over the others. Then the consultation broke up, and the cowboys scattered. "Rustle, you Indians," ordered Stuart. The ensuing scene of action was not reassuring to Madeline and her friends. They were quiet, awaiting someone to tell them what to do. At the offset, the cowboys appeared to have forgotten Madeline. Some of them ran off into the woods, others into the open, grassy places, where they rounded up the horses and burros. Several cowboys spread tarpaulins upon the ground and began to select and roll small packs, evidently for hurried travel. Nels mounted his horse to ride down the trail. Monty and Nick Steele went off into the grove, leading their horses. Stuart climbed up a steep jumble of stone between two sections of low, cracked cliff back of the camp. Castleton offered to help the packers and was curtly told he would be in the way. Madeline's friends all importuned her. Was there real danger? Were the guerrillas coming? Would a start be made at once for the ranch? Why had the cowboys suddenly become so different? Madeline answered as best she could, but her replies were only conjecture and modified to allay the fears of her guests. Helen was in a white glow of excitement. Soon cowboys appeared riding barebacked horses, driving in others and the burros. Some of these horses were taken away and evidently hidden in deep recesses between the crags. The string of burros were packed and sent off down the trail in charge of a cowboy. Nick Steele and Monty returned. Then Stuart appeared, clambering down the break between the cliffs. His next move was to order all the baggage belonging to Madeline and her guests taken up the cliff. This was strenuous toil, requiring the need of lassos to haul up the effects. "Get ready to climb," said Stuart, turning to Madeline's party. "Where?" asked Helen. He waved his hand at the ascent to be made. Exclamations of dismay followed his gesture. "Mr. Stuart, is there danger?" asked Dorothy, and her voice trembled. This was the question Madeline had upon her lips to ask Stuart, but she could not speak it. "No, there's no danger," replied Stuart, "but we're taking precautions we all agreed on as best." Dorothy whispered that she believed Stuart lied. Castleton asked another question, and then Harvey followed suit. Mrs. Beck made a timid query. "Please keep quiet and do as you're told," said Stuart bluntly. At this juncture, when the last of the baggage was being hauled up the cliff, Monty approached Madeline and removed his sombrero. His black face seemed the same, yet this was a vastly changed Monty. "Miss Ammon, I'm giving notice I resign my job," he said. "Monty, what do you mean? What does Nels mean now, when danger threatens?" "We just quit, that's all," replied Monty tersely. He was stern and sober. He could not stand still. His eyes roved everywhere. Castleton jumped up from the log where he had been sitting, and his face was very red. "Mr. Price, does all this blooming fuss mean we are going to be robbed or attacked or abducted by a lot of ragamuffin gorillas?" "You've called the bet." Dorothy turned a very pale face toward Monty. "Mr. Price, you couldn't desert us now? You and Mr. Nels?" "Desert you?" asked Monty blankly. "Yes, desert us. Leave us when we may need you so much, with something dreadful coming." Monty uttered a short, hard laugh as he bent a strange look upon the girl. "Me and Nels is pretty much scared, and we're going to slope. Miss Dorothy, being as we've been rustled round so much, it sort of hurts us to see nice girls dragged off by the hair." Dorothy uttered a little cry and then became hysterical. Castleton, for once, was fully aroused. "By gad, you and your partner are a couple of blooming cowards. Where, now, is that courage you boasted of?" Monty's dark face expressed extreme sarcasm. "Duke, in my time I've seen some right fellers, but you take the cake. It's most marvelous how bright you are. Figuring me and Nell so correct. Say, Duke, if you don't get rustled off to Mexico and roped to a cactus bush, you'll have a swell story for your English chums. By Jove, you'll tell 'em how you seen two old-time gunmen run like scared jackrabbits from a lot of greasers. Like hell you will, unless you lie like the time you told about prodding the lion. That there story allus—" "Monty, shut up!" yelled Stuart as he came hurriedly up. Then Monty slouched away, cursing to himself. Madeline and Helen, assisted by Castleton, worked over Dorothy and with some difficulty quieted her. Stuart passed several times without noticing them, and Monty, who had been so ridiculously eager to pay every little attention to Dorothy, did not see her at all. Rude, it seemed, in Monty's ease more than that. Madeline hardly knew what to make of it. Stuart directed cowboys to go to the head of the open place in the cliff and let down lassos. Then, with little waste of words, he urged the women toward this rough ladder of stones. "We want to hide you," he said, when they demurred. "If the guerrillas come, we'll tell them you've all gone down to the ranch. If we have to fight, you'll be safe up there." Helen stepped boldly forward and let Stuart put the loop of a lasso round her and tighten it. He waved his hand to the cowboys above. "Just walk up now," he directed Helen. It proved to the watcher to be an easy, safe, and rapid means of scaling the steep passage. The men climbed up without assistance. Mrs. Beck, as usual, had hysteria. She half walked and was half dragged up. Stuart supported Dorothy with one arm, while with the other he held to the lasso. Ambrose had to carry Christine. The Mexican women required no assistance. Edith Wayne and Madeline climbed last. and once up, Madeline saw a narrow bench, thick with shrubs and overshadowed by huge leaning crags. There were holes in the rock and dark fissures leading back. It was a rough, wild place. Tarpaulins and bedding were then hauled up, and food and water. The cowboys spread comfortable beds in several of the caves and told Madeline and her friends to be as quiet as possible, not to make a light, and to sleep dressed, ready for travel at a moment's notice. After the boys had gone down, it was not a cheerful group left there in the darkening twilight. Castleton prevailed upon them to eat. "This is simply great," whispered Helen. "Oh, it's awful," moaned Dorothy. "It's your fault, Helen. You prayed for something to happen." "I believe it's a horrid trick those cowboys are playing," said Mrs. Beck. Madeline assured her friends that no trick was being played upon them, and that she deplored the discomfort and distress, but felt no real alarm. She was more inclined to evasive kindness here than to sincerity, for she had a decided uneasiness. The swift change in the manner and looks of her cowboys had been a shock to her. The last glance she had of Stuart's face, then stern, almost sad and haggard with worry, remained to augment her foreboding. Darkness appeared to drop swiftly down. The coyotes began their haunting, mournful howls. The stars showed and grew brighter. The wind moaned through the tips of the pines. Castleton was restless. He walked to and fro before the overhanging shelf of rock, where his companions sat lamenting, and presently he went out to the ledge of the bench. The cowboys below had built a fire, and the light from it rose in a huge, fan-shaped glow. Castleton's little figure stood out black against this light. Curious and anxious also, Madeline joined him and peered down from the cliff. The distance was short, and occasionally she could distinguish a word spoken by the cowboys. They were unconcernedly cooking and eating. She marked the absence of Stuart and mentioned it to Castleton. Silently, Castleton pointed almost straight down, and there in the gloom stood Stuart, with the 2 stag-hounds at his feet. Presently, Nick Steele silenced the campfire circle by raising a warning hand. The cowboys bent their heads, listening. Madeline listened with all her might. She heard one of the hounds whine, then the faint beat of horses' hoofs. Nick spoke again and turned to his supper, and the other men seemed to slacken inattention. The beat of hoofs grew louder, entered the grove, then the circle of light. The rider was Nels. He dismounted, and the sound of his low voice just reached Madeline. "Jean, it's Nels. Something doing." Madeline heard one of the cowboys call softly. "Send him over," replied Stuart. Nels walked away from the fire. "See here, Nels, the boys are all right, but I don't want them to know everything about this mix-up," said Stuart, as Nels came up. "Did you find the girl?" Madeline guessed that Stuart referred to the Mexican girl, Bonita. "No, but I met." Madeline did not catch the name. "And he was wild. He was with a forest ranger, and they said Pat Haw had trailed her and was taking her down under arrest." Stuart muttered deep under his breath, evidently cursing. "Wonder why he didn't come on up here?" he queried presently. "He can see a trail." "Well, Jean, Pat knowed you was here all right, for that ranger said Pat had wind of the guerrillas, and Pat said if Don Carlos didn't kill you, which he hoped he'd do, then it'd be time to put you in jail when you come down. He's dead set to arrest me, Nels. And he'll do it, like the old lady who kept tavern out west. Jean, the reason that red-faced coyote didn't trail you up here is because he's scared. He allus was scared of you, but I reckon he's sure scared to death of me and Monty." "Well, we'll take Pat in his turn. The thing now is, when will that greaser stalk us, and what'll we do when he comes?" "My boy, there's only one way to handle a greaser. I sure told you that. He means rough toward us, he'll come smilin' up, all sociable like, insinuatin' and sweeter 'n a woman. But he's treacherous. He's wuss than an Indian. And, Gene, we know for a positive fact how his gang have been operatin' between these hills and Agua Prieta. They're no nervy gang of outlaws like we used to have, but they're plumb bad. They've raided and murdered through the San Luis Pass and Guadalupe Canyon. They've murdered women, and worse than that, both north and south of Agua Prieta. Maybe the U.S. cavalry don't know it, and the good old states, but we, you and me and Monty and Nick, we know it. We know just about what that rebel war down there amounts to. It's guerrilla war, and sure some harvest time for a lot of cheap thieves and outcasts. Oh, you're right, Nels. I'm not disputing that, replied Stewart. If it wasn't for Miss Hammond and the other women, I'd rather enjoy seeing you and Monty open up on that bunch. I'm thinking I'd be glad to meet Don Carlos. But Miss Hammond, why, Nels, such a woman as she is would never recover from the sight of real gunplay, let alone any stunts with a rope. These Eastern women are different. I'm not belittling our Western women. It's in the blood. Miss Hammond is... Sure she is, interrupted Nels. But she's got a damn sight more spunk than you think she has, Gene Stewart. I'm no thick-skulled cow. I'd hate something powerful to have Miss Hammond see any rough work, let alone me and Monty startin' something. And me and Monty stick to you, Gene, as long as same's reasonable. Mind, old feller, beggin' your pardon, you're sure stuck on Miss Hammond, and over-tender not to hurt her feelin's or make her sick by lettin' some blood. We're in bad here, and maybe we'll have to fight. Sabe, senor? Well, you can just gamble that Miss Hammond'll be game, and I'll bet you $1,000,000 that if you got goin' onct, and she's seen you as I've seen you, well, I know what she'd think of you. This old world ain't changed much. Some women may be white-skinned and soft-eyed and sweet-voiced and high-souled, but they all like to see a man. Gene, here's your game. Let Don Carlos come along. Be civil. If he and his gang are hungry, feed 'em. Take even a little overbearing greaser talk. Be blind if he wants his gang to steal something. Let him think the women have moseyed down to the ranch. But if he says you're lying, if he as much as looks round to see the women, just jump him, same as you jumped Pat Hall. Me and Monty'll hang back for that, and if your strong bluff don't go through, if the Don's gang even thinks of flashing guns, then we'll open up. And all I got to say is if them greasers stand for real gunplay, they'll be the fust I ever seen. Nels, there are white men in that gang, said Stewart. Sure, but me and Monty'll be thinking of that. When they start anything, it'll have to be shore quick. All right, Nels, old friend, and thanks, replied Stewart. Nels returned to the campfire, and Stewart resumed his silent guard. Madeline led Castleton away from the brink of the wall. By Jove, cowboys are bloomin' strange folk, he exclaimed. They are not what they pretend to be. Indeed, you are right, replied Madeline. I cannot understand them. Come, let us tell the others that Nels and Monty were only talking and do not intend to leave us. Dorothy, at least, will be less frightened if she knows. Dorothy was somewhat comforted. The others, however, complained of the cowboy's singular behavior. More than once the idea was advanced that an elaborate trick had been concocted. Upon general discussion, this idea gained ground. Madeline did not combat it because she saw it tended to a less perturbed condition of mind among her guests. Castleton for once proved that he was not absolutely obtuse and helped along the idea. They sat talking in low voices until a late hour. The incident now began to take on the nature of Helen's long-yearned-for adventure. Some of the party even grew merry in a subdued way. Then gradually, one by one, they tired and went to bed. Helen vowed she could not sleep in a place where there were bats and crawling things. Madeline fancied, however, that they all went to sleep while she lay wide-eyed, staring up at the black bulge of overhanging rock and beyond the starry sky. To keep from thinking of Stuart and the burning anger he had caused her to feel for herself, Madeline tried to keep her mind on other things, but thought of him recurred, and each time there was a hot commotion in her breast hard to stifle. Intelligent reasoning seemed out of her power. In the daylight it had been possible for her to be oblivious to Stuart's deceit after the moment of its realization. At night, however, in the strange silence and hovering shadows of gloom, with the speaking stars seeming to call to her, with the moan of the wind in the pines and the melancholy mourn of coyotes in the distance, she was not able to govern her thought and emotion. The day was practical, cold. The night was strange and tense. In the darkness, she had fancies wholly unknown to her in the bright light of the sun. She battled with a haunting thought. She had inadvertently heard Nell's conversation with Stuart. She had listened, hoping to hear some good news or to hear the worst. She had learned both, and moreover, enlightenment on one point of Stuart's complex motives. He had wished to spare her any sight that might offend, frighten, or disgust her. Yet this Stuart, who showed a fineness of feeling that might have been wanting even in Boyd Harvey, maintained a secret rendezvous with that pretty, abandoned Bonita. Here always the hot shame, like a live, stinging internal fire, abruptly ended Madeline's thought. It was intolerable, and it was the more so because she could neither control nor understand it. The hours wore on, and at length, as the stars began to pale and there was no sound whatever, she fell asleep. She was called out of her slumber. Day had broken, bright and cool. The sun was still below the eastern crags. Ambrose, with several other cowboys, had brought up buckets of spring water and hot coffee and cakes. Madeline's party appeared to be none the worse for the night's experience. Indeed, the meager breakfast might have been as merrily partaken of as it was hungrily, had not Ambrose enjoined silence. "They're expecting company down below," he said. This information, and the summary manner in which the cowboys soon led the party higher up among the ruined shelves of rock, caused a recurrence of anxiety. Madeline insisted on not going beyond a projection of cliff from which she could see directly down into the camp. As the vantage point was one affording concealment, Ambrose consented, but he placed the frightened Christine near Madeline and remained there himself. "Ambrose, do you really think the guerrillas will come?" asked Madeline. "Sure, we know. Nels just rode in and said they were on their way up. Miss Hammond, can I trust you? You won't let out a squeal if there's a fight down there? Stuart told me to hide you out of sight or keep you from looking." "I promise not to make any noise," replied Madeline. Madeline arranged her coat so that she could lie upon it and settled down to wait developments. There came a slight rattling of stones in the rear. She turned to see Helen sliding down a bank with a perplexed and troubled cowboy. Helen came stooping low to where Madeline lay and said, "I am going to see what happens if I die in the attempt. I can stand it if you can." She was pale and big-eyed. Ambrose promptly swore at the cowboy who had let her get away from him. "Take a half-hitch on her yourself, and see where you end up," replied the fellow, and disappeared in the jumble of rocks. Ambrose, finding words useless, sternly and heroically prepared to carry Helen back to the others. He laid hold of her. In a fury, with eyes blazing, Helen whispered, "Let go of me! Majesty, what does this fool mean?" Madeline laughed. She knew Helen, and had marked the whisper, when ordinarily Helen would have spoken imperiously and not low. Madeline explained to her the exigency of the situation. "I might run, but I'll never scream," said Helen. With that, Ambrose had to be content to let her stay. However, he found her a place somewhat farther back from Madeline's position, where he said there was less danger of her being seen. Then he sternly bound her to silence, tarried a moment to comfort Christine, and returned to where Madeline lay concealed. He had been there scarcely a moment when he whispered, "I hear horses. The guerrillas are coming." Madeline's hiding place was well protected from possible discovery from below. She could peep over a kind of parapet through an opening in the tips of the pines that reached up to the cliff, and obtain a commanding view of the camp circle and its immediate surroundings. She could not, however, see farther to right or left of the camp, owing to the obstructing foliage. Presently, the sound of horses' hoofs quickened the beat of her pulse and caused her to turn keener gaze upon the cowboys below. Although she had some inkling of the course Stuart and his men were to pursue, she was not by any means prepared for the indifference she saw. Frank was asleep, or pretended to be. 3 cowboys were lazily and unconcernedly attending to campfire duties, such as baking biscuits, watching the ovens, and washing tins and pots. The elaborate set of aluminum plates, cups, etc., together with the camp fixtures that had done service for Madeline's party, had disappeared. Nick Steele sat with his back to a log, smoking his pipe. Another cowboy had just brought the horses closer into camp, where they stood waiting to be saddled. Nels appeared to be fussing over a pack. Stuart was rolling a cigarette. Monty had apparently nothing to do for the present except whistle, which he was doing much more loudly than melodiously. The whole ensemble gave an impression of careless indifference. The sound of horses' hoofs grew louder and slowed its beat. One of the cowboys pointed down the trail, toward which several of his comrades turned their heads for a moment, then went on with their occupations. Presently, a shaggy, dusty horse, bearing a lean, ragged, dark rider, rode into camp and halted. Another followed, and another. Horses with Mexican riders came in single file and stopped behind the leader. The cowboys looked up, and the guerrillas looked down. "Buenos dias, señor," ceremoniously said the foremost guerrilla. By straining her ears, Madeline heard that voice, and she recognized it as belonging to Don Carlos. His graceful bow to Stuart was also familiar. Otherwise, she never would have recognized the former elegant vaquero in this uncouth, roughly dressed Mexican. Stuart answered the greeting in Spanish, and waving his hand toward the campfire, added in English, "Get down and eat." The guerrillas were anything but slow in complying. They crowded to the fire, then spread in a little circle and squatted upon the ground, laying their weapons beside them. In appearance, they tallied with the band of guerrillas that had carried Madeline up into the foothills. Only this band was larger and better armed. The men, moreover, were just as hungry and as wild and beggarly. The cowboys were not cordial in their reception of this visit, but they were hospitable. The law of the desert had always been to give food and drink to wayfaring men, whether lost or hunted or hunting. "There's 23 in that outfit," whispered Ambrose, "including 4 white men. Pretty rummy outfit." "They appear to be friendly enough," whispered Madeline. "Things down there ain't what they seem," replied Ambrose. "Ambrose, tell me, explain to me. This is my opportunity. As long as you will let me watch them, please let me know the real thing." "Sure. But recollect, Miss Hammond, that Gene'll give it to me good if he ever knows I let you look and told you what's what." "Well, decent like Gene is seeing them poor devils get a square meal. They're only a lot of calf thieves in this country. Across the border, they're bandits, some of them. The others just riff-raff outlaws. That rebel bluff doesn't go down with us. I'd have to see first before I'd believe them greasers would fight. They're a lot of hard-riding thieves, and they'd steal a fellow's blanket or tobacco. Gene thinks they're after you ladies, to carry you off. But Gene's some highfalutin in his ideas lately. Most of us boys think the guerrillas are out to rob. That's all." Whatever might have been the secret motive of Don Carlos and his men, they did not allow it to interfere with the hearty appreciation of a generous amount of food. Plainly, each individual ate all that he was able to eat at the time. They jabbered like a flock of parrots. Some were even merry, in a kind of wild way. Then, as each and every one began to roll and smoke the inevitable cigarette of the Mexican, there was a subtle change in manner. They smoked and looked about the camp, off into the woods, up at the crags, and back at the leisurely cowboys. They had the air of men waiting for something. "Señor," began Don Carlos, addressing Stuart. As he spoke, he swept his sombrero to indicate the camp circle. Madeline could not distinguish his words, but his gesture plainly indicated a question in regard to the rest of the camping party. Stuart's reply, and the wave of his hand down the trail, meant that his party had gone home. Stuart turned to some task, and the guerrilla leader quietly smoked. He looked cunning and thoughtful. His men gradually began to manifest a restlessness, noticeable in the absence of former languor and slow puffing of cigarette smoke. Presently a big boned man with a bullet head and a blistered red face of evil coarseness got up and threw away his cigarette. He was an American. "Hey, Cole," he called in a loud voice, "ain't you going to cough up a drink?" "My boys don't carry liquor on the trail," replied Stuart. He turned now to face the guerrillas. "Ha, ha! I heard over in Rodeo that you was gettin' to be shore for some temperance," said the fellow. "I hate to drink water, but I guess I've gotter do it." He went to the spring, sprawled down to drink, and all of a sudden he thrust his arm down in the water to bring forth a basket. The cowboys, in a hurry of packing, had neglected to remove this basket, and it contained bottles of wine and liquors for Madeline's guests. They had been submerged in the spring to keep them cold. The guerrilla fumbled with the lid, opened it, and then got up, uttering a loud roar of delight. Stuart made an almost imperceptible motion, as if to leap forward, but he checked the impulse, and after a quick glance at Nels, he said to the guerrilla, "Guess my party forgot that. You're welcome to it." Like bees, the guerrillas swarmed around the lucky finder of the bottles. There was a babel of voices. The drink did not last long, and it served only to liberate the spirit of recklessness. The several white outlaws began to prowl around the camp. Some of the Mexicans did likewise. Others waited, showing by their ill-conceived expectancy the nature of their thoughts. It was the demeanor of Stuart and his comrades that puzzled Madeline. Apparently they felt no anxiety or even particular interest. Don Carlos, who had been covertly watching them, now made his scrutiny open, even aggressive. He looked from Stuart to Nels and Monty, and then to the other cowboys. While some of his men prowled around, the others watched him, and the waiting attitude had taken on something sinister. The guerrilla leader seemed undecided, but not in any sense puzzled. When he turned his cunning face upon Nels and Monty, he had the manner of a man in whom decision was lacking. In her growing excitement, Madeline had not clearly heard Ambrose's low whispers, and she made an effort to distract some of her attention from those below to the cowboy crouching beside her. The quality, the note of Ambrose's whisper had changed. It had a slight sibilant sound. "Don't be mad if sudden like I clap my hands over your eyes, Miss Hammond," he was saying. "Something's brewing below. I never seen Gene so cool. That's a dangerous sign in him. And look, see how the boys are working together? Oh, it's slow and accident-like, but I know it's sure not accident. That foxy greaser knows too, but maybe his men don't. If they are wise, they haven't sense enough to care. The Don, though, he's worried. He's not paying so much attention to Gene, either. It's Nels and Monty he's watching, and well he need do it. There, Nick and Frank have settled down on that log with Booley. They don't seem to be packing guns, but look how heavy their vests hang. A gun in each side. Those boys can pull a gun and flop over that log quicker than you can think. Do you notice how Nels and Monty and Gene are square between them gorillas and the trail up here? It doesn't seem on purpose, but it is. Look at Nels and Monty, how quiet they are confabbing together, paying no attention to the gorillas. I see Monty look at Gene, then I see Nels look at Gene. Well, it's up to Gene, and they're going to back him. I reckon, Miss Hammond, there'd be dead greasers around that camp long ago if Nels and Monty were foot loose. They're beholden to Gene, that's plain. And Lord, how it tickles me to watch them, both packing 245s, butts swinging clear. There's 24 shots in them 4 guns, and there's 23 gorillas. If Nels and Monty ever throw guns at that close range, why, before you'd know what was up, there'd be a pile of greasers. There, Stewart said something to the Dawn. I wonder what. I'll gamble it was something to get the Dawn's outfit all close together. Sure, greasers have no sense, but them white gorillas, they're looking some dubious. Whatever's coming off will come soon, you can bet. I wish I was down there, but maybe it won't come to a scrap. Stewart's set on avoiding that. He's a wonderful chap to get his way. Lord, though, I'd like to see him go after that overbearing greaser. See, the Dawn can't stand prosperity. All this strange behavior of cowboys is beyond his pulque-soaked brains. Then he's a greaser. If Gene doesn't knock him on the head presently, he'll begin to get over his scare, even of Nels and Monty. But Gene'll pick out the right time. And I'm getting nervous. I want something to start. Never saw Nels in but one fight. Then he just shot a greaser's arm off for trying to draw on him. But I've heard all about him. And Monty's the real old-fashioned gunman. Why, none of them stories, them lies he told to entertain the Englishmen, was a marker to what Monty has done. What I don't understand is how Monty keeps so quiet and easy and peaceful like. That's not his way, with such an outfit looking for trouble. Oh, ha! Now for the grand bluff. Looks like no fight at all. The guerrilla leader had ceased his restless steps and glances, and turned to Stewart with something of bold resolution in his aspect. Gracias, senor, he said. Adios. He swept his sombrero in the direction of the trail leading down the mountain to the ranch, and as he completed the gesture, a smile, crafty and jeering, crossed his swarthy face. Ambrose whispered so low that Madeline scarcely heard him. If the greaser goes that way, he'll find our horses and get wise to the trick. Oh, he's wise now, but I'll gamble he never even starts on that trail. Neither hurriedly nor guardedly, Stewart rose out of his leaning posture and took a couple of long strides toward Don Carlos. Go back the way you came, he fairly yelled, and his voice had the ring of a bugle. Ambrose nudged Madeline. His whisper was tense and rapid. Don't miss nothing. Gene's called him. Whatever's coming off will be here quick as lightning. See? I guess maybe that greaser don't savvy good U.S. lingo. Look at that dirty yeller face turn green. Put one eye on Nels and Monty. That's great, just to see 'em, just as quiet and easy. But oh, the difference! Bent and stiff. That means every muscle is like a rawhide riata. They're watching with eyes that can see the workings of them greasers' minds. Now there ain't a hoss hair between them greasers and hell. Don Carlos gave Stewart one long malignant stare. Then he threw back his head, swept up his sombrero, and his evil smile showed gleaming teeth. Senor, he began. With magnificent bound, Stewart was upon him. The gorilla's cry was throttled in his throat. A fierce wrestling ensued, too swift to see clearly, then heavy sodden blows, and Don Carlos was beaten to the ground. Stuart leaped back. Then, crouching with his hands on the butts of guns at his hips, he yelled, he thundered at the guerrillas. He had been quicker than a panther, and now his voice was so terrible that it curdled Madeline's blood, and the menace of deadly violence in his crouching position made her shut her eyes. But she had to open them. In that single instant, Nels and Monty had leaped to Stuart's side. Both were bent down, with hands on the butts of guns at their hips. Nels' piercing yell seemed to divide Monty's roar of rage. Then they ceased, and echoes clapped from the crags. The silence of those three men, crouching like tigers, about to leap, was more menacing than the nerve-racking yells. Then the guerrillas wavered and broke and ran for their horses. Don Carlos rolled over, rose, and staggered away to be helped upon his mount. He looked back, his pale and bloody face that of a thwarted demon. The whole band got into action and were gone in a moment. "I knew it," declared Ambrose. "Never seen a greaser who could face gunplay. That was some warm, and Monty Price never flashed a gun. He'll never get over that. I reckon, Miss Hammond, we're some lucky to avoid trouble. Gene had his way, as you've seen. We'll be making tracks for the ranch in about 2 shakes." "Why?" whispered Madeline breathlessly. She became conscious that she was weak and shaken. "Because the guerrillas will sure get their nerve back and come sneaking on our trail or try to head us off by ambushing," replied Ambrose. "That's their way. Otherwise, 3 cowboys couldn't bluff a whole gang like that. Gene knows the nature of greasers. They're white-livered. But I reckon we're in more danger now than before, unless we get a good start down the mountain. There, Gene's calling. Come, hurry." Helen had slipped down from her vantage point, and therefore had not seen the last act in that little campfire drama. It seemed, however, that her desire for excitement was satisfied, for her face was pale, and she trembled when she asked if the guerrillas were gone. "I didn't see the finish, but those horrible yells were enough for me." Ambrose hurried the 3 women over the rough rocks down the cliff. The cowboys below were saddling horses in haste. Evidently, all the horses had been brought out of hiding. Swiftly, with regard only for life and limb, Madeline, Helen, and Christine were lowered by lassos and half carried down to the level. By the time they were safely down, the other members of the party appeared on the cliff above. They were in excellent spirits, appearing to treat the matter as a huge joke. Ambrose put Christine on a horse and rode away through the pines. Frankie Slade did likewise with Helen. Stuart led Madeline's horse up to her, helped her to mount, and spoke one stern word: "Wait." Then, as fast as one of the women reached the level, she was put upon a horse and taken away by a cowboy escort. Few words were spoken. Haste seemed to be the great essential. The horses were urged, and once upon the trail, spurred and led into a swift trot. One cowboy drove up 4 pack horses, and these were hurriedly loaded with the party's baggage. Castleton and his companions mounted, and galloped off to catch the others in the lead. This left Madeline behind with Stuart and Nels and Monty. "They're going to switch off at the holler that heads near the trail a few miles down," Nels was saying, as he tightened his saddle girth. "That holler leads into a big canyon. Once in that, it'll be every man for hisself. I reckon there won't be anything wuss than a rough ride." Nels smiled reassuringly at Madeline, but he did not speak to her. Monty took her canteen and filled it at the spring and hung it over the pommel of her saddle. He put a couple of biscuits in the saddlebag. "Don't forget to take a drink and a bite as you're riding along," he said. "And don't worry, Miss Majesty. Stuart'll be with you, and me and Nels hanging on the back trail." His somber and sullen face did not change in its strange intensity, but the look in his eyes Madeline felt she would never forget. Left alone with these three men, now stripped of all pretense, she realized how fortune had favored her, and what peril still hung in the balance. Stuart swung astride his big black, spurred him, and whistled. At the whistle, Majesty jumped, and with swift canter followed Stuart. Madeline looked back to see Nels already up and Monty handing him a rifle. Then the pines hid her view. Once in the trail, Stuart's horse broke into a gallop. Majesty changed his gait and kept at the black's heels. Stuart called back a warning. The low, wide-spreading branches of trees might brush Madeline out of the saddle. Fast riding through the forest along a crooked, obstructed trail called forth all her alertness. Likewise, the stirring of her blood, always susceptible to the spirit and motion of a ride, let alone one of peril, now began to throb and burn away the worry, the dread, the coldness that weighed her down. Before long, Stuart wheeled at right angles off the trail and entered a hollow between two low bluffs. Madeline saw tracks in the open patches of ground. Here, Stuart's horse took to a brisk walk. The hollow deepened, narrowed, became rocky, full of logs and brush. Madeline exerted all her keenness, and needed it, to keep close to Stuart. She did not think of him, nor her own safety, but of keeping Majesty close in the tracks of the black, of eluding the sharp spikes of the deadly brush, of avoiding the treacherous, loose stones. At last, Madeline was brought to a dead halt by Stuart and his horse blocking the trail. Looking up, she saw they were at the head of a canyon that yawned beneath and widened its gray-walled, green-patched slopes down to a black forest of fir. The drab monotony of the foothills made contrast below the forest, and away in the distance, rosy and smoky, lay the desert. Retracting her gaze, Madeline saw pack horses cross an open space a mile below, and she thought she saw the staghounds. Stuart's dark eyes searched the slopes high up along the craggy escarpments. Then he put the black to the descent. If there had been a trail left by the leading cowboys, Stuart did not follow it. He led off to the right, zigzagging an intricate course through the roughest ground Madeline had ever ridden over. He crashed through cedars, threaded a tortuous way among boulders, made his horse slide down slanting banks of soft earth, picked a slow and cautious progress across the weathered slopes of loose rock. Madeline followed, finding in this ride a tax on strength and judgment. On an ordinary horse, she never could have kept in Stuart's trail. It was dust and heat, a parching throat that caused Madeline to think of time, and she was amazed to see the sun sloping to the west. Stuart never stopped. He never looked back. He never spoke. He must have heard the horse close behind him. Madeline remembered Monty's advice about drinking and eating as she rode along. The worst of that rough travel came at the bottom of the canyon. Dead cedars and brush and logs were easy to pass compared with the miles, it seemed, of loose boulders. The horses slipped and stumbled. Stuart proceeded here with exceeding care. At last, when the canyon opened to a level forest of firs, the sun was setting red in the west. Stuart quickened the gait of his horse. After a mile or so of easy travel, the ground again began to fall decidedly, sloping in numerous ridges with draws between. Soon night shadowed the deeper gullies. Madeline was refreshed by the cooling of the air. Stuart traveled slowly now. The barks of coyotes seemed to startle him. Often he stopped to listen, and during one of those intervals the silence was broken by sharp rifle shots. Madeline could not tell whether they were near or far, to right or left, behind or before. Evidently Stuart was both alarmed and baffled. He dismounted. He went cautiously forward to listen. Madeline fancied she heard a cry, low and far away. It was only that of a coyote, she convinced herself, yet it was so wailing, so human, that she shuddered. Stuart came back. He slipped the bridle of both horses, and he led them. Every few paces he stopped to listen. He changed his direction several times, and the last time he got among the rough, rocky ridges. The iron shoes of the horses cracked on the rocks. That sound must have penetrated far into the forest. It perturbed Stuart, for he searched for softer ground. Meanwhile, the shadows merged into darkness. The stars shone, the wind rose. Madeline believed hours passed. Stuart halted again. In the gloom, Madeline discerned a log cabin, and beyond it, pear-pointed dark trees piercing the skyline. She could just make out Stuart's tall form as he leaned against his horse. Either he was listening or debating what to do. Perhaps both. Presently he went inside the cabin. Madeline heard the scratching of a match, then she saw a faint light. The cabin appeared to be deserted. Probably it was one of the many habitations belonging to prospectors and foresters who lived in the mountains. Stuart came out again. He walked around the horses, out into the gloom, then back to Madeline. For a long moment he stood as still as a statue and listened. Then she heard him mutter, "If we have to start quick, I can ride bareback." With that, he took the saddle and blanket off his horse and carried them into the cabin. "Get off," he said in a low voice as he stepped out of the door. He helped her down and led her inside, where again he struck a match. Madeline caught a glimpse of a rude fireplace and rough-hewn logs. Stuart's blanket and saddle lay on the hard, packed earthen floor. "Rest a little," he said. "I'm going into the woods a piece to listen. Gone only a minute or so." Madeline had to feel round in the dark to locate the saddle and blanket. When she lay down, it was with a grateful sense of ease and relief. As her body rested, however, her mind became the old thronging maze for sensation and thought. All day she had attended to the alert business of helping her horse. Now, what had already happened, the night, the silence, the proximity of Stuart in his strange, stern caution, the possible happenings to her friends, all claimed their due share of her feeling. She went over them all with lightning swiftness of thought. She believed, and she was sure Stuart believed, that her friends, owing to their quicker start down the mountain, had not been headed off in their travel by any of the things which had delayed Stuart. This conviction lifted the sudden returning dread from her breast, and as for herself, somehow she had no fear. But she could not sleep. She did not try to. Stuart's soft steps sounded outside. His dark form loomed in the door. As he sat down, Madeline heard the thump of a gun that he laid down beside him on the sill. Then the thump of another as he put that down too. The sounds thrilled her. Stuart's wide shoulders filled the door. His finely shaped head and strong, stern profile showed clearly in outline against the sky. The wind waved his hair. He turned his ear to that wind and listened. Motionless, he sat for what to her seemed hours. Then the stirring memory of the day's adventure, the feeling of the beauty of the night, and a strange, deep-seated, sweet, vague consciousness of happiness portending, were all burned out in hot, pressing pain at the remembrance of Stuart's disgrace in her eyes. Something had changed within her, so that what had been anger at herself was sorrow for him. He was such a splendid man. She could not feel the same. She knew her debt to him, yet she could not thank him, could not speak to him. She fought an unintelligible bitterness. Then she rested with closed eyes, and time seemed neither short nor long. When Stuart called to her, she opened her eyes to see the gray of dawn. She rose and stepped outside. The horses whinnied. In a moment she was in the saddle, aware of cramped muscles and a weariness of limbs. Stuart led off at a sharp trot into the fir forest. They came to a trail into which he turned. The horses traveled steadily. The descent grew less steep. The firs thinned out. The gray gloom brightened. When Madeline rode out of the firs, the sun had risen, and the foothills rolled beneath her, and at their edge, where the gray of valley began, she saw a dark patch that she knew was the ranch house. Chapter 20. The Sheriff of El Cajon. About the middle of the forenoon of that day, Madeline reached the ranch. Her guests had all arrived there late the night before, and wanted only her presence and the assurance of her well-being to consider the last of the camping trip a rare adventure. Likewise, they voted it the cowboy's masterpiece of a trick. Madeline's delay, they averred, had been only a clever coup to give a final effect. She did not correct their impression, nor think it needful to state that she had been escorted home by only one cowboy. Her guests reported an arduous ride down the mountain, with only one incident to lend excitement. On the descent, they had fallen in with Sheriff Haw and several of his deputies, who were considerably under the influence of drink, and very greatly enraged by the escape of the Mexican girl Bonita. Haw had used insulting language to the ladies, and, according to Ambrose, would have inconvenienced the party on some pretext or other if he had not been sharply silenced by the cowboys. Madeline's guests were 2 days in recovering from the hard ride. On the 3rd day, they leisurely began to prepare for departure. This period was doubly trying for Madeline. She had her own physical need of rest, and moreover had to face a mental conflict that could scarcely be postponed further. Her sister and friends were kindly and earnestly persistent in their entreaties that she go back east with them. She desired to go. It was not going that mattered. It was how and when and under what circumstances she was to return that roused in her disturbing emotion. Before she went east, she wanted to have fixed in her mind her future relation to the ranch and the West. When the crucial hour arrived, she found that the West had not claimed her yet. These old friends had warmed cold ties. It turned out, however, that there need be no hurry about making the decision. Madeline would have welcomed any excuse to procrastinate, but, as it happened, a letter from Alfred made her departure out of the question for the present. He wrote that his trip to California had been very profitable, that he had a proposition for Madeline from a large cattle company, and particularly that he wanted to marry Florence soon after his arrival home, and would bring a minister from Douglas for that purpose. Madeline went so far, however, as to promise Helen and her friends that she would go east soon, at the very latest by Thanksgiving. With that promise, they were reluctantly content to say goodbye to the ranch and to her. At the last moment there seemed a great likelihood of a hitch in plans for the first stage of that homeward journey. All of Madeline's guests held up their hands, Western fashion, when Link Stevens appeared with the big white car. Link protested innocently, solemnly, that he would drive slowly and safely, but it was necessary for Madeline to guarantee Link's word and to accompany them before they would enter the car. At the station, goodbyes were spoken and repeated, and Madeline's promise was exacted for the 100th time. Dorothy Coombs' last words were, "Give my love to Monty Price. Tell him I'm glad he kissed me." Helen's eyes were a sweet, grave, yet mocking light as she said, "Majesty, bring Stuart with you when you come. He'll be the rage." Madeline treated the remark with the same merry lightness with which it was received by the others. But after the train had pulled out, and she was on her way home, she remembered Helen's words and looks with something almost amounting to a shock. Any mention of Stuart, any thought of him, displeased her. What did Helen mean? Mused Madeline, and she pondered. That mocking light in Helen's eyes had been simply an ironical glint, a cynical gleam from that worldly experience so suspicious and tolerant in its wisdom. The sweet gravity of Helen's look had been a deeper and more subtle thing. Madeline wanted to understand it, to divine in it a new relation between Helen and herself, something fine and sisterly that might lead to love. The thought, however, revolving around a strange suggestion of Stuart, was poisoned at its inception, and she dismissed it. Upon the drive into the ranch, as she was passing the lower lake, she saw Stuart walking listlessly along the shore. When he became aware of the approach of the car, he suddenly awakened from his aimless sauntering and disappeared quickly in the shade of the shrubbery. This was not by any means the first time Madeline had seen him avoid a possible meeting with her. Somehow the act had pained her, though affording her a relief. She did not want to meet him face to face. It was annoying for her to guess that Stillwell had something to say in Stuart's defense. The old cattleman was evidently distressed. Several times he had tried to open a conversation with Madeline relating to Stuart. She had evaded him until the last time, when his persistence had brought a cold and final refusal to hear another word about the foreman. Stillwell had been crushed. As days passed, Stuart remained at the ranch without his old faithfulness to his work. Madeline was not moved to a kinder frame of mind to see him wandering dejectedly around. It hurt her, and because it hurt her, she grew all the harder. Then she could not help hearing snatches of conversation, which strengthened her suspicions that Stuart was losing his grip on himself, that he would soon take the downward course again. Verification of her own suspicion made it a belief, and belief brought about a sharp conflict between her generosity and some feeling that she could not name. It was not a question of justice or mercy or sympathy. If a single word could have saved Stuart from sinking his splendid manhood into the brute she had recoiled from at Chiricahua, she would not have spoken it. She could not restore him to his former place in her regard. She really did not want him at the ranch at all. Once, considering in wonder her knowledge of men, she interrogated herself to see just why she could not overlook Stuart's transgression. She never wanted to speak to him again, or see him, or think of him. In some way, through her interest in Stuart, she had come to feel for herself an inexplicable thing close to scorn. A telegram from Douglas, heralding the coming of Alfred and a minister, put an end to Madeline's brooding, and she shared something of Florence Kingsley's excitement. The cowboys were as eager and gossipy as girls. It was arranged to have the wedding ceremony performed in Madeline's great hall chamber, and the dinner in the cool, flower-scented patio. Alfred and his minister arrived at the ranch in the big white car. They appeared considerably windblown. In fact, the minister was breathless, almost sightless, and certainly hatless. Alfred, used as he was to wind and speed, remarked that he did not wonder at Nell's aversion to riding a fleeting cannonball. The imperturbable Link took off his cap and goggles, and consulting his watch, made his usual apologetic report to Madeline, deploring the fact that a teamster and a few stray cattle on the road had held him down to the manana time of only a mile a minute. Arrangements for the wedding brought Alfred's delighted approval. When he had learned all Florence and Madeline could tell him, he expressed a desire to have the cowboys attend, and then he went on to talk about California, where he was going to take Florence on a short trip. He was curiously interested to find out all about Madeline's guests and what had happened to them. His keen glance at Madeline grew softer as she talked. "I breathe again," he said, and laughed. "I was afraid. Well, I must have missed some sport. I can just fancy what Monty and Nels did to that Englishman." "So you went up to the crags? That's a wild place. I'm not surprised at guerrillas falling in with you up there. The crags were a famous rendezvous for Apaches. It's near the border, almost inaccessible, good water and grass. I wonder what the U.S. cavalry would think if they knew those guerrillas crossed the border right under their noses. Well, it's practically impossible to patrol some of that border line. It's desert, mountain, canyon, exceedingly wild and broken. I'm sorry to say that there seems to be more trouble in sight with these guerrillas than at any time heretofore. Orozco, the rebel leader, has failed to withstand Madero's army. The Federals are occupying Chihuahua now and are driving the rebels north. Orozco has broken up his army into guerrilla bands. They are moving north and west, intending to carry on guerrilla warfare in Sonora. I can't say just how this will affect us here, but we're too close to the border for comfort. These guerrillas are night-riding hawks. They can cross the border, raid us here, and get back the same night. Fighting, I imagine, will not be restricted to northern Mexico. With the revolution a failure, the guerrillas will be more numerous, bolder, and hungrier. Unfortunately, we happen to be favorably situated for them down here in this wilderness corner of the state. On the following day, Alfred and Florence were married. Florence's sister and several friends from El Cajon were present, besides Madeline, Stillwell, and his men. It was Alfred's express wish that Stuart attend the ceremony. Madeline was amused when she noticed the painfully suppressed excitement of the cowboys. For them, a wedding must have been an unusual and impressive event. She began to have a better understanding of the nature of it when they cast off restraint and pressed forward to kiss the bride. In all her life, Madeline had never seen a bride kiss so much and so heartily, nor one so flushed and disheveled and happy. This indeed was a joyful occasion. There was nothing of the effete East about Alfred Hammond. He might have been a Westerner all his days. When Madeline managed to get through the press of cowboys to offer her congratulations, Alfred gave her a bear hug and a kiss. This appeared to fascinate the cowboys. With shining eyes and faces aglow, with smiling boyish boldness, they made a rush for Madeline. For one instant her heart leaped to her throat. They looked as if they could most shamelessly kiss and maul her. That little ugly-faced, soft-eyed, rude, tender-hearted ruffian, Monty Price, was in the lead. He resembled a dragon actuated by sentiment. All at once, Madeline's instinctive antagonism to being touched by strange hands or lips battled with a real, warm, and fun-loving desire to let the cowboys work their will with her. But she saw Stuart hanging at the back of the crowd, and some fierce, dark expression of pain amazed her, while it froze her desire to be kind. Then she did not know what change must have come to her face and bearing, but she saw Monty fall back sheepishly and the other cowboys draw aside to let her lead the way into the patio. The dinner began quietly enough, with the cowboys divided between embarrassment and voracious appetites that they evidently feared to indulge. Wine, however, loosened their tongues, and when Stillwell got up to make the speech everybody seemed to expect of him, they greeted him with a roar. Stillwell was now one huge, mountainous smile. He was so happy that he appeared on the verge of tears. He rambled on ecstatically till he came to raise his glass. "And now, girls and boys, let's all drink to the bride and groom, to their sincere and lasting love, to their happiness and prosperity, to their good health and long life. Let's drink to the uniting of the East with the West. No man full of red blood and the real breath of life could resist a Western girl and a good hoss and God's free hand, that open country out there. So we claim Al Hammond, and may we be true to him. And friends, I think it fitting that we drink to his sister and to our hopes. Here's to the lady we hope to make our majesty. Here's to the man who will come riding out of the West, a fine, big-hearted man with a fast hoss and a strong rope, and may he win and hold her. Come on, friends, drink." A heavy pound of horses' hoofs and a yell outside arrested Stillwell's voice and halted his hand in midair. The patio became as silent as an unoccupied room. Through the open doors and windows of Madeline's chamber burst the sounds of horses stamping to a halt, then harsh speech of men and a low cry of a woman in pain. Rapid steps crossed the porch, entered Madeline's room. Nels appeared in the doorway. Madeline was surprised to see that he had not been at the dinner table. She was disturbed at sight of his face. "Stewart, you're wanted outdoors," called Nels bluntly. "Monty, you slope out here with me. You, Nick and Stillwell, I reckon the rest of you had better shut the doors and stay inside." Nels disappeared. Quick as a cat, Monty glided out. Madeline heard his soft, swift steps pass from her room into her office. He had left his guns there. Madeline trembled. She saw Stewart get up quietly and without any change of expression on his dark, sad face leave the patio. Nick Steele followed him. Stillwell dropped his wine-glass. As it broke, shivering the silence, his huge smile vanished. His face set into the old cragginess, and the red slowly thickened into black. Stillwell went out and closed the door behind him. Then there was a blank silence. The enjoyment of the moment had been rudely disrupted. Madeline glanced down the lines of brown faces to see the pleasure fade into the old familiar hardness. "What's wrong?" asked Alfred, rather stupidly. The change of mood had been too rapid for him. Suddenly he awakened, thoroughly aroused at the interruption. "I'm going to see who's butted in here to spoil our dinner," he said, and strode out. He returned before anyone at the table had spoken or moved, and now the dull red of anger mottled his forehead. "It's the sheriff of El Cajon," he exclaimed contemptuously. "Pat Haw, with some of his tough deputies, come to arrest Gene Stewart. They've got that poor little Mexican girl out there tied on a horse. Confound that sheriff!" Madeline calmly rose from the table, eluding Florence's entreating hand, and started for the door. The cowboys jumped up. Alfred barred her progress. "Alfred, I am going out," she said. "No, I guess not," he replied. "That's no place for you." "I am going." She looked straight at him. "Madeline, what is it? You look—" "Dear, there's pretty sure to be trouble outside." "Maybe there'll be a fight. You can do nothing. You must not go." "Perhaps I can prevent trouble," she replied. As she left the patio, she was aware that Alfred, with Florence at his side and the cowboys behind, were starting to follow her. When she got out of her room upon the porch, she heard several men in loud, angry discussion. Then, at sight of Bonita helplessly and cruelly bound upon a horse, pale and disheveled and suffering, Madeline experienced the thrill that sight or mention of this girl always gave her. It yielded to a hot pang in her breast, that live pain which so shamed her. But almost instantly, as a second glance showed an agony in Bonita's face, her bruised arms where the rope bit deep into the flesh, her little brown hands stained with blood, Madeline was overcome by pity for the unfortunate girl and a woman's righteous passion at such barbarous treatment of one of her own sex. The man holding the bridle of the horse on which Bonita had been bound was at once recognized by Madeline as the big-bodied, bullet-headed gorilla who had found the basket of wine in the spring at camp. Redder of face, blacker of beard, coarser of aspect, evidently under the influence of liquor, he was as fierce-looking as a gorilla and as repulsive. Besides him, there were 3 other men present, all mounted on weary horses. The one in the foreground, gaunt, sharp-featured, red-eyed, with a pointed beard, she recognized as the sheriff of El Cajon. Madeline hesitated, then stopped in the middle of the porch. Alfred, Florence, and several others followed her out. The rest of the cowboys and guests crowded the windows and doors. Stillwell saw Madeline, and, throwing up his hands, roared to be heard. This quieted the gesticulating, quarreling men. "Well, now, Pat Haw, what's driving you like a locoed steer on the rampage?" demanded Stillwell. "Keep in the traces, Bill," replied Haw. "You savvy what I come fur. I've been biding my time, but I'm ready now." I'm here to arrest a criminal." The huge frame of the old cattleman jerked as if he had been stabbed. His face turned purple. "What criminal?" he shouted hoarsely. The sheriff flicked his quirt against his dirty boot, and he twisted his thin lips into a leer. The situation was agreeable to him. "Why, Bill, I knowed you had a no-good outfit riding this range, but I wasn't wise that you had more'n one criminal. Cut that talk. Which cowboy are you wanting to arrest?" Haw's manner altered. "Gene Stewart," he replied curtly. "On what charge?" "For killing a greaser one night last fall." "So you're still harping on that? Pat, you're on the wrong trail. You can't lay that killing on to Stewart. The thing's ancient by now. But if you insist on bringing him to court, let the arrest go today. We're having some fiesta here, and I'll fetch Gene into El Cajon." "Nope, I reckon I'll take him when I got the chance, before he slopes." "I'm giving you my word," thundered Stillwell. "I reckon I don't have to take your word, Bill, or anybody else's." Stillwell's great bulk quivered with his rage, yet he made a successful effort to control it. "See here, Pat Haw, I know what's reasonable. Law is law, but in this country there always has been and is now a safe and sane way to proceed with the law. Maybe you've forgot that. The law as invested in one man in a wild country is liable, owing to that man's weakness and unlimited authority, to be disputed, even by a decent old cattleman like myself. I'm a-going to give you a hunch, Pat. You're not overliked in these parts. You've rid too much with a high hand. Some of your deals have been shady, and don't you overlook what I'm saying. But you're the sheriff, and I'm respecting your office. I'm respecting it this much. If the milk of human decency is so soured in your breast that you can't have a kind feeling, then try to avoid the unpleasantness that'll result from a contrary move on your part today. Do you get that hunch?" "Stillwell, you're threatening an officer," replied Haw angrily. "Will you hit the trail quick out of here?" queried Stillwell in strained voice. "I guarantee Stewart's appearance in El Cajon any day you say." "No, I come to arrest him, and I'm going to." "So that's your game," shouted Stillwell. "We all are glad to get you straight, Pat. Now listen, you cheap, red-eyed coyote of a sheriff. You don't care how many enemies you make. You know you'll never get office again in this county. What do you care now? It's amazing strange how earnest you are to hunt down a man who killed that particular greaser. I reckon there's been some dozen or more killings of greasers in the last year. Why don't you take to trailing some of them killings? I'll tell you why. You're afraid to go near the border, and your hate of Gene Stewart makes you want to hound him and put him where he's never been yet, in jail. You want to spite his friends. Well, listen, you lean-jawed, skunk-bitten coyote, go ahead and try to arrest him." Stillwell took one mighty stride off the porch. His last words had been cold. His rage appeared to have been transferred to Haw. The sheriff had begun to stutter and shake a lanky red hand at the cattleman when Stewart stepped out. "Here, you fellas, give me a chance to say a word." As Stewart appeared, the Mexican girl suddenly seemed vitalized out of her stupor. She strained at her bonds, as if to lift her hands beseechingly. A flush animated her haggard face, and her big dark eyes lighted. "Senor Gene," she moaned, "help me. I'm so sick. They beat me, rope me, most kill me. Oh, help me, Senor Gene." "Shut up, or I'll gag you," said the man who held Bonita's horse. "Muzzle her, Sneed, if she blabs again," called Haw. Madeline felt something tense and strained working in the short silence. Was it only a phase of her thrilling excitement? Her swift glance showed the faces of Nels and Monty and Nick to be brooding, cold, watchful. She wondered why Stuart did not look toward Bonita. He, too, was now dark-faced, cool, quiet, with something ominous about him. I'll submit to arrest without any fuss," he said slowly, "if you'll take the ropes off that girl." "Nope," replied the sheriff. "She got away from me onct. She's hog-tied now, and she'll stay hog-tied." Madeline thought she saw Stuart give a slight start, but an unaccountable dimness came over her eyes, at brief intervals obscuring her keen sight. Vaguely she was conscious of a clogged and beating tumult in her breast. "All right, let's hurry out of here," said Stuart. "You've made annoyance enough. Ride down to the corral with me. I'll get my horse and go with you." "Hold on," yelled Ha, as Stuart turned away. "Not so fast. Who's doing this? You don't come no El Capitan stunts on me. You'll ride one of my pack horses, and you'll go in irons." "You want to handcuff me?" queried Stuart, with sudden swift start of passion. "Want to? Ha ha! No, Stuart, that's just my way with horse thieves, raiders, greasers, murderers, and such. See here, you, Sneed, get off and put the irons on this man." The gorilla called Sneed slid off his horse and began to fumble in his saddlebags. "You see, Bill," went on Ha, "I swore in the new deputy for this particular job. Sneed is some handy. He rounded up that little Mexican cat for me." Stillwell did not hear the sheriff. He was gazing at Stuart in a kind of imploring amaze. "Jane, you ain't going to stand for them handcuffs," he pleaded. "Yes," replied the cowboy. "Bill, old friend, I'm an outsider here. There's no call for Miss Hammond and her brother and Florence to be worried further about me. Their happy day has already been spoiled on my account. I want to get out quick." "Well, you might be too damn considerate of Miss Hammond's sensitive feelings." There was now no trace of the courteous, kindly old rancher. He looked harder than stone. "How about my feelings? I want to know if you're going to let this sneaking coyote, this last gasp of the old rum-guzzling frontier sheriffs, put you in irons and hog-tie you and drive you off to jail." "Yes," replied Stuart steadily. "Well, by God! You, Gene Stuart, what's come over you? Why, man, go in the house and I'll tend to this feller. Then tomorrow you can ride in and give yourself up like a gentleman." "No, I'll go. Thanks, Bill, for the way you and the boys would stick to me. Hurry, Ha, before my mind changes." His voice broke at the last, betraying the wonderful control he had kept over his passions. As he ceased speaking, he seemed suddenly to become spiritless. He dropped his head. Madeline saw in him then a semblance to the hopeless, shamed Stuart of earlier days. The vague riot in her breast leaped into conscious fury, a woman's passionate repudiation of Stuart's broken spirit. It was not that she would have him be a lawbreaker. It was that she could not bear to see him deny his manhood. Once she had entreated him to become her kind of cowboy, a man in whom reason tempered passion. She had let him see how painful and shocking any violence was to her, and the idea had obsessed him, softened him, had grown like a stultifying lichen upon his will, had shorn him of a wild, bold spirit she now strangely longed to see him feel. When the man Sneed came forward, jingling the iron fetters, Madeline's blood turned to fire. She would have forgiven Stuart then for lapsing into the kind of cowboy it had been her blind and sickly sentiment to abhor. This was a man's West, a man's game. What right had a woman reared in a softer mold to use her beauty and her influence to change a man who was bold and free and strong? At that moment, with her blood hot and racing, she would have gloried in the violence which she had so deplored. She would have welcomed the action that had characterized Stuart's treatment of Don Carlos. She had in her the sudden dawning temper of a woman who had been assimilating the life and nature around her, and who would not have turned her eyes away from a harsh and bloody deed. But Stuart held forth his hands to be manacled. Then Madeline heard her own voice bursting out in a ringing, imperious, "Wait!" In the time it took her to take the few steps to the edge of the porch, facing the men, she not only felt her anger and justice and pride summoning forces to her command, but there was something else calling, a deep, passionate, mysterious thing not born of the moment. Sneed dropped the manacles. Stuart's face took on a chalky whiteness. Haw, in a slow, stupid embarrassment beyond his control, removed his sombrero in a respect that seemed wrenched from him. "Mr. Haw, I can prove to you that Stuart was not concerned in any way whatever with the crime for which you want to arrest him." The sheriff's stare underwent a blinking change. He coughed, stammered, and tried to speak. Manifestly, he had been thrown completely off his balance. Astonishment slowly merged into discomfiture. "It was absolutely impossible for Stuart to have been connected with that assault," went on Madeline swiftly, "for he was with me in the waiting room of the station at the moment the assault was made outside. I assure you I have a distinct and vivid recollection. The door was open. I heard the voices of quarreling men. They grew louder. The language was Spanish. Evidently, these men had left the dance hall opposite and were approaching the station. I heard a woman's voice mingling with the others. It, too, was Spanish, and I could not understand. But the tone was beseeching. Then I heard footsteps on the gravel. I knew Stuart heard them. I could see from his face that something dreadful was about to happen. Just outside the door, then, there were hoarse, furious voices, a scuffle, a muffled shot, a woman's cry, the thud of a falling body, and rapid footsteps of a man running away. Next, the girl Bonita staggered to the door. She was white, trembling, terror-stricken. She recognized Stuart, appealed to him. Stuart supported her and endeavored to calm her. He was excited. He asked her if Danny Maines had been shot, or if he had done the shooting. The girl said no. She told Stuart that she had danced a little, flirted a little with vaqueros, and they had quarreled over her. Then Stuart took her outside and put her on his horse. I saw the girl ride that horse down the street to disappear in the darkness. When Madeline spoke, another change appeared to be working in the man Haw. He was not long disconcerted, but his discomfiture wore into a sullen fury, and his sharp features fixed in an expression of craft. "That's mighty interestin', Miss Hammond, most as interestin' as a storybook," he said. "Now, since you're so obligin' a witness, I'd sure like to put a question or two. What time did you arrive at El Cajon that night?" "It was after 11 o'clock," replied Madeline. "Nobody there to meet you?" "No." "The station agent and operator both gone?" "Yes." "Well, how soon did this feller Stuart show up?" Haw continued, with a wry smile. "Very soon after my arrival. I think perhaps 15 minutes, possibly a little more." "Some dark and lonesome round that station, wasn't it?" "Indeed, yes." "And what time was the greaser shot?" queried Haw, with his little eyes gleaming like coals. "Probably close to 1:30. It was 2 o'clock when I looked at my watch at Florence Kingsley's house. Directly after Stuart sent Bonita away, he took me to Miss Kingsley's. So, allowing for the walk and a few minutes' conversation with her, I can pretty definitely say the shooting took place at about 1:30. Stillwell heaved his big frame a step closer to the sheriff. "What are you driving at?" he roared, his face black again. "Evidence!" snapped Haw. Madeline marveled at this interruption, and as Stuart irresistibly drew her glance, she saw him grave-faced as ashes, shaking, utterly unnerved. "I thank you, Miss Hammond," he said huskily, "but you needn't answer any more of Haw's questions. It's not necessary. I'll go with him now, under arrest. Bonita will corroborate your testimony in court, and that will save me from this man's spite." Madeline, Looking at Stuart, seeing a humility she at first took for cowardice, suddenly divined that it was not fear for himself which made him dread further disclosures of that night, but fear for her, fear of shame she might suffer through him. Pat Haw cocked his head to one side like a vulture about to strike with his beak, and cunningly eyed Madeline. "Considered as testimony, what you've said is sure important and conclusive, but I'm calculating that the court will want to have explained why you stayed from 11:30 till 1:30 in that waiting room alone with Stuart." His deliberate speech met with what Madeline imagined a remarkable reception from Stuart, who gave a tigerish start, from Stillwell, whose big hands tore at the neck of his shirt as if he was choking, from Alfred, who now strode hotly forward to be stopped by the cold and silent Nels, from Monty Price, who uttered a violent "ah," which was both a hiss and a roar. In the rush of her thought, Madeline could not interpret the meaning of these things which seemed so strange at that moment, but they were portentous. Even as she was forming a reply to Haw's speech, she felt a chill creep over her. "Stuart detained me in the waiting room," she said, clear-voiced as a bell, "but we were not alone all the time." For a moment the only sound following her words was a gasp from Stuart. Haw's face became transformed with a hideous amaze and joy. "Detained?" he whispered, craning his lean and corded neck. "How's that?" "Stuart was drunk. He—" With sudden passionate gesture of despair, Stuart appealed to her. "Oh, Miss Hammond, don't! Don't! Don't!" Then he seemed to sink down, head lowered upon his breast, in utter shame. Stillwell's great hand swept to the bowed shoulder, and he turned to Madeline. "Miss Majesty, I reckon you'd be wise to tell all," said the old cattleman, gravely. "There ain't one of us who could misunderstand any motive or act of yours. Maybe a stroke of lightning might clear this murky air. Whatever Gene Stuart did that unlucky night, you tell it." Madeline's dignity and self-possession had been disturbed by Stuart's importunity. She broke into swift, disconnected speech. "He came into the station a few minutes after I got there. I asked to be shown to a hotel. He said there wasn't any that would accommodate married women. He grasped my hand, looked for a wedding ring. Then I saw he was intoxicated. He told me he would go for a hotel porter, but he came back with a Padre Marcos. The poor priest was terribly frightened. So was I. Stuart had turned into a devil. He fired his gun at the Padre's feet. He pushed me into a bench. Again he shot right before my face. I nearly fainted. But I heard him cursing the Padre, heard the Padre praying or chanting, I don't know what. Stuart tried to make me say things in Spanish. All at once he asked my name. I told him. He jerked at my veil. I took it off, and then he threw his gun down, pushed the Padre out of the door. That was just before the vaqueros approached with Bonita. Padre Marco must have seen them, must have heard them. After that, Stuart grew quickly sober. He was mortified, distressed, stricken with shame. He told me he had been drinking at a wedding. I remember it was Ed Linton's wedding. Then he explained the boys were always gambling. He wagered he would marry the first girl who arrived at El Cajon. I happened to be the first one. He tried to force me to marry him. The rest, relating to the assault on the vaquero, I've already told you." Madeline ended, out of breath and panting, with her hands pressed upon her heaving bosom. Revelation of that secret liberated emotion. Those hurried, outspoken words had made her throb and tremble and burn. Strangely, then, she thought of Alfred and his wrath, but he stood motionless, as if dazed. Stillwell was trying to holster up the crushed Stuart. Haw rolled his red eyes and threw back his head. "Ho, ho, 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 ho. Say, Sneed, you didn't miss any of it, did ya?" "Ha, ha!" Best I ever heard in all my born days. Ho, ho. Then he ceased laughing, and with glinting gaze upon Madeline, insolent and vicious and savage, he began to drawl. Well, now, my lady, I reckon your story, if it tallies with Bonita's and Padre Marcos, will clear Jean Stewart in the eyes of the court. And here he grew slower, more biting, sharper and harder of face. But you needn't expect Pat Haw or the court to swaller that part of your story about being detained unwilling. Madeline had not time to grasp the sense of his last words. Stewart had convulsively sprung up, white as chalk. As he leaped at Haw, Stillwell interposed his huge bulk and wrapped his arms around Stewart. There was a brief, whirling, wrestling struggle. Stewart appeared to be besting the old cattleman. "Help, boys, help!" yelled Stillwell. "I can't hold him. Hurry, or there's going to be blood spilled." Nick Steele and several cowboys leaped to Stillwell's assistance. Stewart, getting free, tossed one aside and then another. They closed in on him. For an instant, a furious straining wrestle of powerful bodies made rasp and shock and blow. Once Stewart heaved them from him, but they plunged back upon him, conquered him. "Jean, why, Jean," panted the old cattleman. "Sure you're locoed to act this way. Cool down, cool down. Why, boy, it's all right. Just stand still. Give us a chance to talk to you. It's only old Bill, you know, your old pal who's tried to be a daddy to you. He's only wanting you to have sense, to be cool, to wait." "Let me go! Let me go!" cried Stewart, and the poignancy of that cry pierced Madeline's heart. "Let me go, Bill, if you're my friend. I saved your life once, over in the desert. You swore you'd never forget. Boys, make him let me go. Oh, I don't care what Haw said or done to me. It was that about her. Are you all a lot of greasers? How can you stand it? Damn you for a lot of cowards. There's a limit, I tell you." Then his voice broke, fell to a whisper. "Bill, dear Bill, let me go. I'll kill him. You know I'll kill him." "Jean, I know you'd kill him if you had an even break," replied Stillwell soothingly. "But, Jean, why, you ain't even packing a gun. And there's Pat looking nasty with his hand nervous like. He's seen you had no gun. He'd jump at a chance to plug you now, and then holler about opposition to the law. Cool down, son. It'll all come right." Suddenly, Madeline was transfixed by a terrible sound. Her startled glance shifted from the anxious group round Stewart to see that Monty Price had leaped off the porch. He crouched down with his hands below his hips, where the big gun swung. From his distorted lips issued that which was combined roar and bellow, an Indian war whoop, and more than all, a horrible warning cry. He resembled a hunchback about to make the leap of a demon. He was quivering, vibrating. His eyes, black and hot, were fastened with most piercing intentness upon Haw and Sneed. "Get back, Bill! Get back!" he roared. "Get 'em back!" With one lunge, Stillwell shoved Stewart and Nick and the other cowboys up on the porch. Then he crowded Madeline and Alfred and Florence to the wall, tried to force them farther. His motions were rapid and stern. But failing to get them through door and windows, he planted his wide person between the women and danger. Madeline grasped his arm, held on, and peered fearfully from behind his broad shoulder. "You, Haw! You, Sneed!" called Monty, in that same wild voice. "Don't you move a finger or an eyelash." Madeline's faculties nerved to keen, thrilling divination. She grasped the relation between Monty's terrible cry and the strange, hunched posture he had assumed. Stillwell's haste and silence, too, were pregnant of catastrophe. "Nails, get in this!" yelled Monty, and all the time he never shifted his intent gaze as much as a hair's breadth from Haw and his deputy. "Nails, chase away them two fellers hanging back there. Chase 'em quick!" These men, the two deputies who had remained in the background with the pack-horses, did not wait for Nels. They spurred their mounts, wheeled, and galloped away. "Now, Nels, cut the girl loose," ordered Monty. Nels ran forward, jerked the halter out of Sneed's hand, and pulled Bonita's horse in close to the porch. As he slit the rope which bound her, she fell into his arms. "Haw! Get down!" went on Monty. "Face front and stiff." The sheriff swung his leg, and, never moving his hands, with his face now a deathly, sickening white, he slid to the ground. "Line up there, beside your gorilla pard. There, you two make a damn fine picture. A damn fine team of pison coyote and a cross between a wild mule and a greaser. Now listen." Monty made a long pause in which his breathing was plainly audible. Madeline's eyes were riveted upon Monty. Her mind, swift as lightning, had gathered the subtleties in action and word succeeding his domination of the men. Violence, terrible violence, the thing she had felt, the thing she had feared, the thing she had sought to eliminate from among her cowboys, was, after many months, about to be enacted before her eyes. It had come at last. She had softened Stillwell, she had influenced Nels, she had changed Stewart. But this little black-eyed, terrible Monty Price now rose, as it were, out of his past wild years, and no power on earth or in heaven could stay his hand. It was the hard life of a wild man in a wild country that was about to strike this blow at her. She did not shudder. She did not wish to blot out from sight this little man, terrible in his mood of wild justice. She suffered a flash of horror that Monty, blind and dead to her authority, cold as steel toward her presence, understood the deeps of a woman's soul. For in this moment of strife, of insult to her, of torture to the man she had uplifted and then broken, the passion of her reached deep toward primitive hate. With eyes slowly hazing red, she watched Monty Price. She listened with thrumming ears. She waited, slowly sagging, against Stillwell. "Haw, if you and your dirty pard have loved the sound of human voice, then listen, and listen hard," said Monty. "For I've been going contrary to my old style just to have a talk with you. You all but got away on your nerve, didn't you? 'Cause why? You roll in here like a mad steer, and flash your badge and talk mean, then almost bluff away with it. You all heard about Miss Hammond's cowboy outfit stoppin' drinkin' and cussin' and packin' guns. They've took on religion and decent livin', and sure, they'll be easy to hobble and drive to jail. Haw, listen, there was a good, noble, and beautiful woman come out of the East somewheres, and she brought a lot of sunshine and happiness and new ideas into the tough lives of cowboys. I reckon it's beyond you to know what she come to mean to them. Well, I'll tell you, they all went clean out of their heads. They all got soft and easy and sweet-tempered. They got so they couldn't kill a coyote, a crippled calf in a mud hole. They went to books, and writing home to mother and sister, and to saving money, and to getting married. Once they was only a lot of poor cowboys, and then sudden like they was human beings, living in a big world that had something sweet even for them, even for me, an old worn-out, hobble-legged, burned-up cowman like me. Do you get that? And you, Mr. Haw, you come along, not satisfied with roping and beating, and God knows what else, of that friendless little Bonita. You come along and face the lady we fellers honor and love and reverence, and you, hell's fire!" With whistling breath, foaming at the mouth, Monty Price crouched lower, hands at his hips, and he edged, inch by inch, farther out on the porch, closer to Haw and Sneed. Madeline saw them in only the blurred fringe of her sight. They resembled specters. She heard the shrill whistle of a horse and recognized Majesty calling her from the corral. "That's all," roared Monty, in a voice now strangling. Lower and lower he bent, a terrible figure of ferocity. "Now, you armed ossifers of the law, come on, flash your guns, throw 'em, and be quick. Monty Price is done. There'll be daylight through both of you before you fan a hammer, but I'm giving you a chance to sting me. You holler law, and my way is the old law." His breath came quicker, his voice grew hoarser, and he crouched lower. All his body, except his rigid arms, quivered with a wonderful muscular convulsion. "Dogs, skunks, buzzards, flash them guns, or I'll flash mine. Aha!" To Madeline, it seemed the three stiff, crouching men leaped into instant and united action. She saw streaks of fire, streaks of smoke. Then a crashing volley deafened her. It ceased as quickly. Smoke veiled the scene. Slowly it drifted away to disclose three fallen men, one of whom, Monty, leaned on his left hand, a smoking gun in his right. He watched for a movement from the other two. It did not come. Then, with a terrible smile, he slid back and stretched out. Chapter 21. Unbridled. In waking and sleeping hours, Madeline Hammond could not release herself from the thralling memory of that tragedy. She was haunted by Monty Price's terrible smile. Only in action of some kind could she escape, and to that end she worked, she walked, and rode. She even overcame a strong feeling, which she feared was unreasonable disgust for the Mexican girl Bonita, who lay ill at the ranch, bruised and feverish, in need of skillful nursing. Madeline felt there was something inscrutable changing her soul. That strife, the struggle to decide her destiny for East or West, held still further aloof. She was never spiritually alone. There was a step on her trail. Indoors, she was oppressed. She required the open, the light and wind, the sight of endless slope, the sounds of corral and pond and field, physical things, natural things. One afternoon she rode down to the alfalfa fields, round them, and back up to the spillway of the lower lake, where a group of mesquite trees, owing to the water that seeped through the sand to their roots, had taken on bloom and beauty of renewed life. Under these trees there was shade enough to make a pleasant place to linger. Madeline dismounted, desiring to rest a little. She liked this quiet, lonely spot. It was really the only secluded nook near the house. If she rode down into the valley, or out into the mesa, or up on the foothills, she could not go alone. Probably now, Stillwell or Nels knew her whereabouts. But as she was comparatively hidden here, she imagined a solitude that was not actually hers. Her horse, Majesty, tossed his head and flung his mane and switched his tail at the flies. He would rather have been cutting the wind down the valley slope. Madeline sat with her back against a tree and took off her sombrero. The soft breeze, fanning her hot face, blowing strands of her hair, was refreshingly cool. She heard the slow tramp of cattle going in to drink. That sound ceased, and the grove of mesquites appeared to be lifeless, except for her and her horse. It was, however, only after moments of attention that she found the place was far from being dead. Keen eyes and ears brought reward. Desert quail, as gray as the bare earth, were dusting themselves in a shady spot. A bee, swift as light, hummed by. She saw a horned toad, the color of stone, squatting low, hiding fearfully in the sand within reach of her whip. She extended the point of the whip, and the toad quivered and swelled and hissed. It was instinct with fight. The wind faintly stirred the thin foliage of the mesquites, making a mournful sigh. From far up in the foothills, barely distinguishable, came the scream of an eagle. The bray of a burro brought a brief, discordant break. Then a brown bird darted down from an unseen perch and made a swift, irregular flight after a fluttering winged insect. Madeline heard the sharp snapping of a merciless beak. Indeed, there was more than life in the shade of the mesquites. Suddenly, Majesty picked up his long ears and snorted. Then Madeline heard a slow pad of hoofs. A horse was approaching from the direction of the lake. Madeline had learned to be wary, and, mounting Majesty, she turned him toward the open. A moment later she felt glad of her caution, for looking back between the trees, she saw Stuart leading a horse into the grove. She would as lief have met a gorilla as this cowboy. Majesty had broken into a trot when a shrill whistle rent the air. The horse leaped, and wheeling so swiftly that he nearly unseated Madeline, he charged back straight for the mesquites. Madeline spoke to him, cried angrily at him, pulled with all her strength upon the bridle, but was helplessly unable to stop him. He whistled a piercing blast. Madeline realized then that Stuart, his old master, had called him, and that nothing could turn him. She gave up trying, and attended to the urgent need of intercepting mesquite boughs that Majesty thrashed into motion. The horse thumped into an aisle between the trees, and stopping before Stuart, whinnied eagerly. Madeline, not knowing what to expect, had not time for any feeling but amaze. A quick glance showed her Stuart in rough garb, dressed for the trail, and leading a wiry horse, saddled and packed. When Stuart, without looking at her, put his arm around Majesty's neck and laid his face against the flowing mane, Madeline's heart suddenly began to beat with unwonted quickness. Stuart seemed oblivious to her presence. His eyes were closed. His dark face softened, lost its hardness and fierceness and sadness, and for an instant became beautiful. Madeline instantly divined what his action meant. He was leaving the ranch. This was his goodbye to his horse. How strange, sad, fine was this love between man and beast. A dimness confused Madeline's eyes. She hurriedly brushed it away, and it came back wet and blurring. She averted her face, ashamed of the tears Stuart might see. She was sorry for him. He was going away, and this time, judging from the nature of his farewell to his horse, it was to be forever. Like a stab from a cold blade, a pain shot through Madeline's heart. The wonder of it, the incomprehensibility of it, the utter newness and strangeness of this sharp pain that now left behind a dull pang, made her forget Stuart, her surroundings, everything except to search her heart. Maybe here was a secret that had eluded her. She trembled on the brink of something unknown. In some strange way, the emotion brought back her girlhood. Her mind revolved swift queries and replies. She was living, feeling, learning. Happiness mocked at her from behind a barred door, and the bar of that door seemed to be an inexplicable pain. Then, like lightning strokes, shot the questions. Why should pain hide her happiness? What was her happiness? What relation had it to this man? Why should she feel strangely about his departure? And the voices within her were silenced, stunned, unanswered. "I want to talk to you," said Stuart. Madeline started, turned to him, and now she saw the earlier Stuart, the man who reminded her of their first meeting at El Cajon, of that memorable meeting at Chiricahua. "I want to ask you something," he went on. "I've been wanting to know something. That's why I've hung on here. You never spoke to me, never noticed me, never gave me a chance to ask you. But now I'm going over the border, and I want to know. Why did you refuse to listen to me?" At his last words, that hot shame, tenfold more stifling than when it had before humiliated Madeline, rushed over her, sending the scarlet in a wave to her temples. It seemed that his words made her realize she was actually face to face with him, that somehow a shame she would rather have died than revealed was being liberated. Biting her lips to hold back speech, she jerked on Majesty's bridle, struck him with her whip, spurred him. Stuart's iron arm held the horse. Then Madeline, in a flash of passion, struck at Stuart's face, missed it, struck again, and hit. With one pull, almost drawing her from the saddle, he tore the whip from her hands. It was not that action on his part, or the sudden strong masterfulness of his look, so much as the livid mark on his face where the whip had lashed, that quieted, if did not check, her fury. "That's nothing," he said, with something of his old audacity. "That's nothing to how you've hurt me." Madeline battled with herself for control. This man would not be denied. Never before had the hardness of his face, the flinty hardness of these desert-bred men, so struck her with its revelation of the unbridled spirit. He looked stern, haggard, bitter. The dark shade was changing to gray, the gray to ash color of passion. About him now there was only the ghost of that finer, gentler man she had helped to bring into being. The piercing dark eyes he bent upon her burned her, went through her as if he were looking into her soul. Then Madeline's quick sight caught a fleeting doubt, a wistfulness, a surprised and saddened certainty in his eyes, saw it shade and pass away. Her woman's intuition, as keen as her sight, told her Stuart in that moment had sustained a shock of bitter, final truth. For the third time he repeated his question to her. Madeline did not answer. She could not speak. "You don't know I love you, do you?" he continued passionately. "That ever since you stood before me in that hole at Chiricahua, I've loved you? You can't see I've been another man, loving you, working for you, living for you? You won't believe I've turned my back on the old wild life, that I've been decent and honorable and happy and useful, your kind of cowboy. You couldn't tell, though I loved you, that I never wanted you to know it, that I never dared to think of you except as my angel, my holy virgin? What do you know of a man's heart and soul? How could you tell of the love, the salvation of a man who's lived his life in silence and loneliness? Who could teach you the actual truth, that a wild cowboy, faithless to mother and sister, except in memory, riding a hard, drunken trail straight to hell, had looked into the face, the eyes of a beautiful woman infinitely beyond him, above him, and had so loved her that he was saved, that he became faithful again, that he saw her face in every flower, and her eyes in the blue heaven? Who could tell you, when at night I stood alone under these western stars, how deep in my soul I was glad just to be alive, to be able to do something for you, to be near you, to stand between you and worry, trouble, danger, to feel somehow that I was a part, just a little part of the West you had come to love?" Madeline was mute. She heard her heart thundering in her ears. Stuart leaped at her. His powerful hand closed on her arm. She trembled. His action presaged the old instinctive violence. "No, but you think I kept Bonita up in the mountains, that I went secretly to meet her, that all the while I served you I was... Oh, I know what you think. I know now. I never knew till I made you look at me. Now, say it! Speak!" White-hot, blinded, utterly in the fiery grasp of passion, powerless to stem the rush of a word both shameful and revealing and fatal, Madeline cried, "Yes!" He had wrenched that word from her, but he was not subtle enough, not versed in the mystery of woman's motive enough, to divine the deep significance of her reply. For him, the word had only literal meaning, confirming the dishonor in which she held him. Dropping her arm, he shrank back, a strange action for the savage and crude man she judged him to be. "But that day at Chiricahua, you spoke of faith," he burst out. "You said the greatest thing in the world was faith in human nature. You said the finest men had been those who had fallen low and had risen. You said you had faith in me. You made me have faith in myself." His reproach, without bitterness or scorn, was a lash to her old egoistic belief in her fairness. She had preached a beautiful principle that she had failed to live up to. She understood his rebuke. She wondered and wavered, but the affront to her pride had been too great. The tumult within her breast had been too startlingly fierce. She could not speak. The moment passed, and with it his brief, rugged splendor of simplicity. "You think I am vile," he said. "You think that about Bonita. And all the time I've been... I could make you ashamed. I could tell you..." His passionate utterance ceased with a snap of his teeth. His lips set in a thin, bitter line. The agitation of his face preceded a convulsive wrestling of his shoulders. All this swift action denoted an inner combat, and it nearly overwhelmed him. "No, no," he panted. Was it his answer to some mighty temptation? Then, like a bent sapling released, he sprang erect. "But I'll be the man, the dog you think me." He laid hold of her arm with rude, powerful clutch. One pull drew her sliding half out of the saddle into his arms. She fell with her breast against his, not wholly free of stirrups or horse, and there she hung, utterly powerless. Maddened, writhing, she tore to release herself. All she could accomplish was to twist herself, raise herself high enough to see his face. That almost paralyzed her. Did he mean to kill her? Then he wrapped his arms around her and crushed her tighter, closer to him. She felt the pound of his heart. Her own seemed to have frozen. Then he pressed his burning lips to hers. It was a long, terrible kiss. She felt him shake. "Oh, Stuart, I implore you, let me go," she whispered. His white face loomed over hers. She closed her eyes. He rained kisses upon her face, but no more upon her mouth. On her closed eyes, her hair, her cheeks, her neck, he pressed swift lips, lips that lost their fire and grew cold. Then he released her, and lifting and riding her in the saddle, he still held her arm to keep her from falling. For a moment, Madeline sat on her horse with shut eyes. She dreaded the light. "Now you can't say you've never been kissed," Stuart said. His voice seemed a long way off. "But that was coming to you, so be game. Here." She felt something hard and cold and metallic thrust into her hand. She made her fingers close over it, hold it. The feel of the thing revived her. She opened her eyes. Stuart had given her his gun. He stood with his broad breast against her knee, and she looked up to see that old mocking smile on his face. "Go ahead. Throw my gun on me. Be a thoroughbred." Madeline did not yet grasp his meaning. "You can put me down in that quiet place on the hill, beside Monty Price." Madeline dropped the gun with a shuddering cry of horror. The sense of his words, the memory of Monty, the certainty that she would kill Stuart if she held the gun an instant longer, tortured the self-accusing cry from her. Stuart stooped to pick up the weapon. "You might have saved me a hell of a lot of trouble," he said, with another flash of the mocking smile. "You're beautiful and sweet and proud, but you're no thoroughbred. Majesty Hammond, adios." Stuart leaped for the saddle of his horse, and with the flying mount crashed through the mesquites to disappear. Chapter 22. The Secret Told. In the shaded seclusion of her room, buried face down deep among the soft cushions on her couch, Madeline Hammond lay prostrate and quivering under the outrage she had suffered. The afternoon wore away. Twilight fell. Night came, and then Madeline rose to sit by the window to let the cool wind blow across her hot face. She passed through hours of unintelligible shame and impotent rage and futile striving to reason away her defilement. The train of brightening stars seemed to mock her with their unattainable, passionless serenity. She had loved them, and now she imagined she hated them and everything connected with this wild, fateful, and abrupt West. She would go home. Edith Wayne had been right. The West was no place for Madeline Hammond. The decision to go home came easily, naturally, she thought, as the result of events. It caused her no mental strife. Indeed, she fancied she felt relief. The great stars, blinking white and cold over the dark crags, looked down upon her, and as always, after she had watched them for a while, they enthralled her. Under western stars, she mused, thinking a little scornfully of the romantic destiny they had blazed for her idle sentiment. But they were beautiful. They were speaking. They were mocking. They drew her. Ah, she sighed, it will not be so very easy to leave them, after all. Madeline closed and darkened the window. She struck a light. It was necessary to tell the anxious servants who knocked that she was well and required nothing. A soft step on the walk outside arrested her. Who was there? Nels or Nick Steele or Stillwell? Who shared the guardianship over her, now that Monty Price was dead and that other, that savage? It was monstrous and unfathomable that she regretted him. The light annoyed her. Complete darkness fitted her strange mood. She retired and tried to compose herself to sleep. Sleep for her was not a matter of will. Her cheeks burned so hotly that she rose to bathe them. Cold water could not alleviate this burn, and then, despairing of forgetfulness, she lay down again with a shameful gratitude for the cloak of night. Stuart's kisses were there, scorching her lips, her closed eyes, her swelling neck. They penetrated deeper and deeper into her blood, into her heart, into her soul. The terrible farewell kisses of a passionate, hardened man. Despite his baseness, he had loved her. Late in the night, Madeline fell asleep. In the morning, she was pale and languid, but in a mental condition that promised composure. It was considerably after her regular hour that Madeline repaired to her office. The door was open, and just outside, tipped back in a chair, sat Stillwell. "Mornin', Miss Majesty," he said, as he rose to greet her with his usual courtesy. There were signs of trouble in his lined face. Madeline shrank inwardly, fearing his old lamentations about Stuart. Then she saw a dusty, ragged pony in the yard, and a little burro drooping under a heavy pack. Both animals bore evidence of long, arduous travel. "To whom do they belong?" asked Madeline. "Them critters? Why, Danny Main's," replied Stillwell, with a cough that betrayed embarrassment. "Danny Main's?" echoed Madeline, wonderingly. "Well, I said so." Stillwell was indeed not himself. "Is Danny Main's here?" she asked, in sudden curiosity. The old cattleman nodded gloomily. "Yep, he's here all right. Sloped in from the hills, and he hollered to see Bonita. He's locoed, too, about that little black-eyed hussy. Why, he hardly said, 'Howdy, Bill,' before he began to ask wild and eager questions. I took him in to see Bonita. He's been there more'n a half hour now." Evidently, Stillwell's sensitive feelings had been ruffled. Madeline's curiosity changed to blank astonishment, which left her with a thrilling premonition. She caught her breath. 1,000 thoughts seemed thronging for clear conception in her mind. Rapid footsteps, with an accompaniment of clinking spurs, sounded in the hallway. Then a young man ran out upon the porch. He resembled a cowboy in his lithe build, his garb and action, in the way he wore his gun. But his face, instead of being red, was clear brown tan. His eyes were blue. His hair was light and curly. He was a handsome, frank-faced boy. At sight of Madeline, he slammed down his sombrero, and leaping at her, he possessed himself of her hands. His swift violence not only alarmed her, but painfully reminded her of something she wished to forget. This cowboy bent his head and kissed her hands and wrung them, and when he straightened up, he was crying. "Miss Hammond, she's safe and almost well, and what I feared most ain't so, thank God," he cried. "Sure, I'll never be able to pay you for all you've done for her. She's told me how she was dragged down here, how Gene tried to save her, how you spoke up for Gene and her, too, how Monty at the last throwed his guns. Poor Monty. We were good friends, Monty and I. But it wasn't friendship for me that made Monty stand in there. He would have saved her anyway. Monty Price was the whitest man I ever knew. There's Nels and Nick, and Gene, he's been some friend to me. But Monty Price he was grand. He never knew, any more than you or Bill here, or the boys, what Bonita was to me." Stillwell's kind and heavy hand fell upon the cowboy's shoulder. "Danny, what's all this queer gab?" he asked. "And you're taking some liberty with Miss Hammond, who never seen you before. Sure, I'm making allowance for amazin' strange talk. I see you're not drinking. Maybe you're plumb locoed. Come, ease up now, and talk sense." The cowboy's fine, frank face broke into a smile. He dashed the tears from his eyes, then he laughed. His laugh had a pleasant, boyish ring, a happy ring. "Bill, old pal, stand bridle down a minute, will you?" Then he bowed to Madeline. "I beg your pardon, Miss Hammond, for seeming rudeness. I'm Danny Maines, and Bonita is my wife. I'm so crazy glad she's safe and unharmed, so grateful to you that, why, sure, it's a wonder I didn't kiss you outright." "Bonita's your wife?" ejaculated Stillwell. "Sure, we've been married for months," replied Danny, happily. "Gene Stewart did it. Good old Gene, he's hell on marrying. I guess maybe I haven't come to pay him up for all he's done for me. You see, I've been in love with Bonita for 2 years. And Gene, you know, Bill, what a way Gene has with girls. He was trying to get Bonita to have me." Madeline's quick, varying emotions were swallowed up in a boundless gladness. Something dark, deep, heavy, and somber was flooded from her heart. She had a sudden rich sense of gratitude toward this smiling, clean-faced cowboy whose blue eyes flashed through tears. "Danny Maines," she said, tremulously and smilingly, "if you are as glad as your news has made me, if you really think I merit such a reward, you may kiss me outright." With a bashful wonder, but with a right hearty will, Danny Maines availed himself of this gracious privilege. Stillwell snorted. The signs of his phenomenal smile were manifest. Otherwise, Madeline would have thought that snort an indication of furious disapproval. "Bill, straddle a chair," said Danny. "You've gone back a heap these last few months, fretting over your bad boys, Danny and Gene. You'll need support under you while I'm throwing my yarn. Story of my life, Bill." He placed a chair for Madeline. "Miss Hammond, begging your pardon again, I want you to listen also. You've the face and eyes of a woman who loves to hear of other people's happiness. Besides, somehow, it's easy for me to talk, looking at you." His manner subtly changed then. Possibly it took on a little swagger. Certainly he lost the dignity that he had shown under stress of feeling. He was now more like a cowboy about to boast or effect some stunning maneuver. Walking off the porch, he stood before the weary horse and burro. "Played out!" he exclaimed. Then, with the swift violence so characteristic of men of his class, he slipped the pack from the burro and threw saddle and bridle from the horse. "There, see 'em? Take a look at that last doggone weight you ever packed. You've been some faithful to Danny Maines, and Danny Maines pays. Never a saddle again, or a strap, or a halter, or a hobble, so long as you live. So long as you live, nothing but grass and clover and cool water in shady places and dusty swales to roll in, and rest and sleep." Then he untied the pack, and taking a small, heavy sack from it, he came back upon the porch. Deliberately he dumped the contents of the sack at Stillwell's feet. Piece after piece of rock thumped upon the floor. The pieces were sharp, ragged, evidently broken from a ledge. The body of them was white in color, with yellow veins and bars and streaks. Stillwell grasped up one rock after another, stared and stuttered, put the rocks to his lips, dug into them with his shaking fingers. Then he lay back in his chair, head against the wall, and as he gaped at Danny, the old smile began to transform his face. "Lord, Danny, if you haven't been and gone and struck it rich!" Danny regarded Stillwell with lofty condescension. "Some rich," he said. "Now, Bill, what have we got here, say, offhand?" "Oh, Lord, Danny, I'm afraid to say. Look, Miss Majesty, just look at the gold. I've lived among prospectors and gold mines for 30 years, and I never seen the beat of this." "The lost mine of the Padres," cried Danny, in stentorian voice, "and it belongs to me." Stillwell made some incoherent sound as he sat up, fascinated, quite beside himself. "Bill, it was some long time ago since you saw me," said Danny. "Fact is, I know how you felt, because Gene kept me posted. I happened to run across Bonita, and I wasn't going to let her ride away alone when she told me she was in trouble. We hit the trail for the Palencios. Bonita had Gene's horse, and she was to meet him up on the trail. We got to the mountains all right, and nearly starved for a few days till Gene found us. He had got in trouble himself, and couldn't fetch much with him. We made for the crags and built a cabin. I come down that day. Gene sent his horse Majesty to you. Never saw Gene so broken-hearted. Well, after he sloped for the border, Bonita and I were hard put to it to keep alive, but we got along, and I think it was then she began to care a little for me. Because I was decent. I killed cougars and went down to Rodeo to get bounties for the skins, and bought grub and supplies I needed. Once I went to El Cajon and ran plumb into Gene. He was back from the Revolution and cutting up some, but I got away from him after doing all I could to drag him out of town. A long time after that, Gene trailed up to the crags and found us. Gene had stopped drinking. He'd changed wonderful, was fine and dandy. It was then he began to pester the life out of me to make me marry Bonita. I was so happy, so was she, and I was some scared of spoiling it. Bonita had been a little flirt, and I was afraid she'd get shy out of a halter, so I bucked against Gene. but I was all locoed, as it turned out. Gene would come up occasionally, packing supplies for us, and always he'd get me to do the right thing by Bonita. Gene's so doggone hard to buck against. I had to give in, and I asked Bonita to marry me. Well, she wouldn't at first. Said she wasn't good enough for me. But I saw the marriage idea was working deep, and I just kept on being as decent as I knew how. So it was my wanting to marry Bonita, my being glad to marry her, that made her grow soft and sweet and pretty as a mountain quail. Gene fetched up Padre Marcos, and he married us. Danny paused in his narrative, breathing hard as if the memory of the incident described had stirred strong and thrilling feeling in him. Stillwell's smile was rapturous. Madeline leaned toward Danny with her eyes shining. Miss Hammond, and you, Bill Stillwell, now listen, for this is strange I've got to tell you. The afternoon Bonita and I were married, when Gene and the Padre had gone, I was happy one minute and low-hearted the next. I was miserable because I had a bad name. I couldn't buy even a decent dress for my pretty wife. Bonita heard me, and she was some mysterious. She told me the story of the lost mine of the Padres, and she kissed me and made joyful over me in the strangest way. I knew marriage went to women's heads, and I thought even Bonita had a spell. Well, she left me for a little, and when she came back she wore some pretty yellow flowers in her hair. Her eyes were big and black and beautiful. She said some queer things about spirits rolling rocks down the canyon. Then she said she wanted to show me where she always sat and waited and watched for me when I was away. She led me around under the crags to a long slope. It was some pretty there, clear and open, with a long sweep and the desert yawning deep and red. There were yellow flowers on that slope, the same kind she had in her hair, the same kind that Apache girl wore hundreds of years ago when she led the Padre to the gold mine. When I thought of that, and saw Bonita's eyes, and then heard the strange crack of rolling rocks, heard them rattle down and roll and grow faint, I was some out of my head. But not for long. Them rocks were rolling all right, only it was the weathering of the cliffs. And there under the crags was a gold pocket. Then I was worse than locoed. I went gold crazy. I worked like 17 burros. Bill, I dug a lot of gold-bearing quartz. Bonita watched the trails for me, brought me water. That was how she come to get caught by Pat Haw and his guerrillas. Sure, Pat Haw was so set on doing Gene dirt that he mixed up with Don Carlos. Bonita will tell you some staggering news about that outfit. Just now my story is all gold. Danny Baines got up and kicked back his chair. Blue lightning gleamed from his eyes as he thrust a hand toward Stillwell. "Bill, old pal, put her there. Give me your hand," he said. "You were always my friend. You had faith in me. Well, Danny Baines owes you, and he owes Gene Stewart a good deal, and Danny Baines pays. I want 2 partners to help me work my gold mine. You and Gene. If there's any ranch hereabouts that takes your fancy, I'll buy it. If Miss Hammond ever gets tired of her range and stock and home, I'll buy them for Gene. If there's any railroad or town round here that she likes, I'll buy it. If I see anything myself that I like, I'll buy it. Go out, find Gene for me. I'm aching to see him, to tell him. Go fetch him, and right here in this house, with my wife and Miss Hammond as witness, we'll draw up a partnership. Go find him, Bill. I want to show him this gold, show him how Danny Baines pays. And the only bitter drop in my cup today is that I can't ever pay Monty Price." Madeline's lips tremblingly formed to tell Danny Maines and Stillwell that the cowboy they wanted so much had left the ranch. But the flame of fine loyalty that burned in Danny's eyes, the happiness that made the old cattleman's face at once amazing and beautiful, stiffened her lips. She watched the huge Stillwell and the little cowboy both talking wildly as they walked off arm in arm to find Stewart. She imagined something of what Danny's disappointment would be, of the elder man's consternation and grief when he learned Stewart had left for the border. At this juncture she looked up to see a strange yet familiar figure approaching. Padre Marcos! Certain it was that Madeline felt herself trembling. What did his presence mean on this day? He had always avoided meeting her whenever possible. He had been exceedingly grateful for all she had done for his people, his church, and himself, but he had never thanked her in person. Perhaps he had come for that purpose now. But Madeline did not believe so. Mention of Padre Marcos, sight of him, had always occasioned Madeline a little indefinable shock, and now, as he stepped to the porch, a shrunken, stooped, and sad-faced man, she was startled. The Padre bowed low to her. "Signora, will you grant me audience?" he asked, in perfect English, and his voice was low-toned and grave. "Certainly, Padre Marcos," replied Madeline, and she led him into her office. "May I beg to close the doors?" he asked. "It is a matter of great moment, which you may not care to have anyone hear." Wonderingly, Madeline inclined her head. The Padre gently closed one door and then the others. "Signora, I have come to disclose a secret, my own sinfulness in keeping it, and to implore your pardon. Do you remember that night Signor Stewart dragged me before you in the waiting-room at El Cajon?" "Yes," replied Madeline. "Signora, since that night you have been Signor Stewart's wife." Madeline became as motionless as stone. She seemed to feel nothing, only to hear. "You are Signor Stewart's wife. I have kept the secret under fear of death, but I could keep it no longer. Signor Stewart may kill me now. Ah, Signora, it is very strange to you. You were so frightened that night. You knew not what happened. Signor Stewart threatened me. He forced you. He made me speak the service. He made you speak the Spanish, yes. And I, Signora, knowing the deeds of these sinful cowboys, fearing worse than disgrace to one so beautiful and so good as you, I could not do less than marry you truly. At least you should be his wife. So I married you truly in the service of my church." "My God!" cried Madeline, rising. "Hear me, I implore you, Signora, hear me out. Do not leave me. Do not look so. Ah, Signora, let me speak a word for Signor Stewart. He was drunk that night. He did not know what he was about. In the morning he came to me, made me swear by my cross that I would not reveal the disgrace he had put upon you. If I did, he would kill me. Life is nothing to the American vaquero, Signora. I promised to respect his command, but I did not tell him you were his wife. He did not dream I had truly married you. He went to fight for the freedom of my country. Signora, he is one splendid soldier, and I brooded over the sin of my secret. If he were killed, I need never tell you, but if he lived, I knew that I must some day. Strange indeed that Signor Stewart and Padre Marcos should both come to this ranch together. The great change your goodness brought in my beloved people was no greater than the change in Signor Stewart. Signora, I feared you would go away one day, go back to your Eastern home, ignorant of the truth. The time came when I confessed to Stuart, said I must tell you. Signora, the man went mad with joy. I have never seen so supreme a joy. He threatened no more to kill me. That strong, cruel vaquero begged me not to tell the secret, never to reveal it. He confessed his love for you, a love something like the desert storm. He swore by all that was once sacred to him, and by my cross and my church, that he would be a good man, that he would be worthy to have you secretly his wife for the little time life left him to worship at your shrine. You needed never to know. So I held my tongue, half pitying him, half fearing him, and praying for some God-sent light. Signora, it was a fool's paradise that Stuart lived in. I saw him often, when he took me up into the mountains to have me marry that wayward Bonita and her lover. I came to have respect for a man whose ideas about nature and life and God were at variance with mine. But the man is a worshipper of God in all material things. He is a part of the wind and sun and desert and mountain that have made him. I have never heard more beautiful words than those in which he persuaded Bonita to accept Signor Maines, to forget her old lovers, and henceforth to be happy. He is their friend. I wish I could tell you what that means. It sounds so simple. It is really simple. All great things are so. For Signor Stuart, it was natural to be loyal to his friend, to have a fine sense of the honor due to a woman who had loved and given, to bring about their marriage, to succor them in their need and loneliness. It was natural for him never to speak of them. It would have been natural for him to give his life in their defense if peril menaced them. Signora, I want you to understand that to me the man has the same stability, the same strength, the same elements which I am in the habit of attributing to the physical life around me in this wild and rugged desert. Madeline listened as one under a spell. It was not only that this soft-voiced, eloquent priest knew how to move the heart, stir the soul, but his defense, his praise of Stuart, if they had been couched in the crude speech of cowboys, would have been a glory to her. Signora, I pray you, do not misunderstand my mission. Beyond my confession to you, I have only a duty to tell you of the man whose wife you are. But I am a priest, and I can read the soul. The ways of God are inscrutable. I am only a humble instrument. You are a noble woman, and Signor Stuart is a man of desert iron forged anew in the crucible of love. Quien sabe? Signor Stuart swore he would kill me if I betrayed him. But he will not lift his hand against me, for the man bears you a very great and pure love, and it has changed him. I no longer fear his threat, but I do fear his anger, should he ever know I spoke of his love, of his fool's paradise. I have watched his dark face turn to the sun setting over the desert. I have watched him lifted to the light of the stars. Think, my gracious and noble lady, think, what is his paradise? To love you above the spirit of the flesh, to know you are his wife, his, never to be another's except by his sacrifice, to watch you with a secret glory of joy and pride, to stand, while he might, between you and evil, to find his happiness in service, to wait, with never to dream of telling you, for the hour to come when to leave you free he must go out and get himself shot. Signora, that is beautiful, it is sublime, it is terrible. It has brought me to you with my confession. I repeat, Signora, the ways of God are inscrutable. what is the meaning of your influence upon Signor Stuart? Once he was merely an animal, brutal, unquickened. Now he is a man. I have not seen his like. So I beseech you in my humble office as priest, as a lover of mankind, before you send Stuart to his death, to be sure there is here no mysterious dispensation of God. Love, that mighty and blessed and unknown thing, might be at work. Signora, I have heard that somewhere in the rich Eastern cities you are a very great lady. I know you are good and noble. That is all I want to know. To me, you are only a woman, the same as Signor Stuart is only a man. So I pray you, Signora, before you let Stuart give you freedom at such cost, be sure you do not want his love, lest you cast away something sweet and ennobling which you yourself have created. Chapter 23. The Light of Western Stars. Blinded like a wild creature, Madeline Hammond ran to her room. She felt as if a stroke of lightning had shattered the shadowy substance of the dream she had made of real life. The wonder of Danny Maine's story, the strange regret with which she had realized her injustice to Stuart, the astounding secret as revealed by Padre Marcos. These were forgotten in the sudden consciousness of her own love. Madeline fled as if pursued. With trembling hands she locked the doors, drew the blinds of the windows that opened on the porch, pushed chairs aside so that she could pace the length of her room. She was now alone, and she walked with soft, hurried, uneven steps. She could be herself here. She needed no mask. The long habit of serenely hiding the truth from the world and from herself could be broken. The seclusion of her darkened chamber made possible that betrayal of herself to which she was impelled. She paused in her swift pacing to and fro. She liberated the thought that knocked at the gates of her mind. With quivering lips she whispered it. Then she spoke aloud. I will say it. Hear it. I love him. I love him. She repeated the astounding truth, but she doubted her identity. Am I still Madeline Hammond? What has happened? Who am I? She stood where the light from one unclosed window fell upon her image in the mirror. Who is this woman? She expected to see a familiar, dignified person, a quiet, unruffled figure, a tranquil face with dark, proud eyes and calm, proud lips. No, she did not see Madeline Hammond. She did not see anyone she knew. Were her eyes, like her heart, playing her false? The figure before her was instinct with pulsing life. The hands she saw, clasped together, pressed deep into a swelling bosom that heaved with each panting breath. The face she saw, white, rapt, strangely glowing, with parted, quivering lips, with great, staring, tragic eyes. This could not be Madeline Hammond's face. Yet as she looked, she knew no fancy could really deceive her, that she was only Madeline Hammond, come at last to the end of brooding dreams. She swiftly realized the change in her, divined its cause and meaning, accepted it as inevitable, and straightway fell back again into the mood of bewildering amaze. Calmness was unattainable. The surprise absorbed her. She could not go back to count the innumerable, imperceptible steps of her undoing. Her old power of reflecting, analyzing, even thinking at all, seemed to have vanished in a pulse-stirring sense of one new emotion. She only felt all her instinctive outward action that was a physical relief, all her involuntary inner strife that was maddening, yet unutterably sweet, and they seemed to be just one bewildering effect of surprise. In a nature like hers, where strength of feeling had long been inhibited as a matter of training, such a transforming surprise as sudden consciousness of passionate love required time for its awakening, time for its sway. By and by, that last enlightening moment came, and Madeline Hammond faced not only the love in her heart, but the thought of the man she loved. Suddenly, as she raged, something in her, this dauntless new personality, took arms against indictment of Gene Stewart. Her mind whirled about him and his life. She saw him drunk, brutal. She saw him abandoned, lost. Then out of the picture she had of him, thus slowly grew one of a different man. Weak, sick, changed by shock. Growing strong, strangely, spiritually altered. Silent, lonely like an eagle. Secretive, tireless, faithful, soft as a woman, hard as iron to endure, and at the last, noble. She softened. In a flash, her complex mood changed to one wherein she thought of the truth, the beauty, the wonder of Stuart's uplifting. Humbly, she trusted that she had helped him to climb. That influence had been the best she had ever exerted. It had wrought magic in her own character. By it, she had reached some higher, nobler plane of trust in man. She had received infinitely more than she had given. Her swiftly flying memory seemed to assort a vast mine of treasures of the past. Of that letter Stuart had written to her brother, she saw vivid words. But she had known. If it had not made any difference then, now it made all in the world. She recalled how her loosened hair had blown across his lips that night he had ridden down from the mountains, carrying her in his arms. She recalled the strange joy of pride in Stuart's eyes when he had suddenly come upon her, dressed to receive her Eastern guests, in the white gown with the red roses at her breast. Swiftly as they had come, these dreamful memories departed. There was to be no rest for her mind. All she had thought and felt seemed only to presage a tumult. Heedless, desperate, she cast off the last remnant of self-control, turned from the old, proud, pale, cold, self-contained ghost of herself to face this strange, strong, passionate woman. Then, with hands pressed to her beating heart, with eyes shut, she listened to the ringing trip-hammer voice of circumstance, of truth, of fatality. The whole story was revealed, simple enough in the sum of its complicated details, strange and beautiful in part, remorseless in its proof of great love on Stuart's side, in dreaming blindness on her own, and from the first fatal moment to the last, prophetic of tragedy. Madeline, like a prisoner in a cell, began again to pace to and fro. "Oh, it is all terrible!" she cried. "I am his wife! His wife! That meeting with him, the marriage, then his fall, his love, his rise, his silence, his pride. And I can never be anything to him. Could I be anything to him? I, Madeline Hammond? But I am his wife, and I love him. His wife! I am the wife of a cowboy. That might be undone. Can my love be undone? Do I want anything undone? He is gone, gone. Could he have meant? I will not, dare not think of that. He will come back. No, he will never come back. Oh, what shall I do? For Madeline Hammond, the days following that storm of feeling were leaden-footed, endless, hopeless, a long succession of weary hours, sleepless hours, passionate hours, all haunted by a fear slowly growing into torture, a fear that Stuart had crossed the border to invite the bullet that would give her freedom. The day came when she knew this to be true. The spiritual tidings reached her, not subtly, as so many divinations had come, but in a clear, vital flash of certainty. Then she suffered. She burned inwardly, and the nature of that deep fire showed through her eyes. She kept to herself, waiting her fears to be confirmed. At times she broke out in wrath at the circumstances she had failed to control, at herself, at Stuart. "He might have learned from Ambrose," she exclaimed, sick with a bitterness she knew was not consistent with her pride. She recalled Christine's trenchant exposition of Ambrose's wooing. "He tell me he love me, he kiss me, he hug me, he put me on his horse, he ride away with me, he marry me." Then, in the next breath, Madeline denied this insistent clamoring of a love that was gradually breaking her spirit. Like a somber shadow, remorse followed her, shading blacker. She had been blind to a man's honesty, manliness, uprightness, faith, and striving. She had been dead to love, to nobility that she had herself created. Padre Marcos' grave, wise words returned to haunt her. She fought her bitterness, scorned her intelligence, hated her pride, and weakening, gave up more and more to a yearning, hopeless hope. She had shunned the light of the stars as she had violently dismissed every hinting, suggestive memory of Stuart's kisses. But one night she went deliberately to her window. There they shone, her stars, beautiful, passionless as always, but strangely closer, warmer, speaking a kinder language, helpful as they had never been, teaching her now that regret was futile, revealing to her in their one grand blazing task the supreme duty of life, to be true. Those shining stars made her yield. She whispered to them that they had claimed her. The West claimed her. Stuart claimed her forever, whether he lived or died. She gave up to her love, and it was as if he was there in person, dark-faced, fire-eyed, violent in his action, crushing her to his breast in that farewell moment, kissing her with one burning kiss of passion, then with cold, terrible lips of renunciation. "I am your wife," she whispered to him. In that moment, throbbing, exalted, quivering in her first sweet, tumultuous surrender to love, she would have given her all, her life, to be in his arms again, to meet his lips, to put forever out of his power any thought of wild sacrifice. And on the morning of the next day, when Madeline went out upon the porch, Stillwell, haggard and stern, with a husky, incoherent word, handed her a message from El Cajon. She read, "El Capitan Stuart, captured by rebel soldiers in fight at Agua Prieta yesterday. He was a sharpshooter in the federal ranks. Sentenced to death Thursday at sunset." Chapter 24. The Ride. "Stillwell!" Madeline's cry was more than the utterance of a breaking heart. It was full of agony. But also it uttered the shattering of a structure built of false pride, of old beliefs, of bloodless standards, of ignorance of self. It betrayed the final conquest of her doubts, and out of their darkness blazed the unquenchable spirit of a woman who had found herself, her love, her salvation, her duty to a man, and who would not be cheated. The old cattleman stood mute before her, staring at her white face, at her eyes of flame. "Stillwell, I am Stuart's wife. "My God, Miss Majesty," he burst out, "I knowed something turrible was wrong. Oh, sure it's a pity." "Do you think I'll let him be shot when I know him now? When I'm no longer blind? When I love him?" she asked, with passionate swiftness. "I will save him. This is Wednesday morning. I have 36 hours to save his life. Stillwell, send for Link and the car." She went into her office. Her mind worked with extraordinary rapidity and clearness. Her plan, born in one lightning-like flash of thought, necessitated the careful wording of telegrams to Washington, to New York, to San Antonio. These were to senators, representatives, men high in public and private life, men who would remember her and who would serve her to their utmost. Never before had her position meant anything to her comparable with what it meant now. Never in all her life had money seemed the power that it was then. If she had been poor! A shuddering chill froze the thought at its inception. She dispelled heartbreaking thoughts. She had power. She had wealth. She would set into operation all the unlimited means these gave her, the wires and pulleys and strings underneath the surface of political and international life, the open, free purchasing value of money, or the deep, underground, mysterious, incalculably powerful influence moved by gold. She could save Stuart. She must await results. Deadlocked in feeling, strained perhaps almost beyond endurance, because the suspense would be great. But she would allow no possibility of failure to enter her mind. When she went outside, the car was there with Link, helmet in hand, a cool, bright gleam in his eyes, and with Stillwell, losing his haggard misery, beginning to respond to Madeline's spirit. "Link, drive Stillwell to El Cajon in time for him to catch the El Paso train," she said. "Wait there for his return, and if any message comes from him, telephone it at once to me." Then she gave Stillwell the telegrams to send from El Cajon and drafts to cash in El Paso. She instructed him to go before the rebel junta, then stationed at Juarez, to explain the situation, to bid them expect communications from Washington officials requesting and advising Stuart's exchange as a prisoner of war, to offer to buy his release from the rebel authorities. When Stillwell heard her through, his huge bowed form straightened, a ghost of his old smile just moved his lips. He was no longer young, and hope could not at once drive away stern and grim realities. As he bent over her hand, his manner appeared courtly and reverent, but either he was speechless or felt the moment not one for him to break silence. He climbed to a seat beside Link, who pocketed the watch he had been studying, and leaned over the wheel. There was a crack, a muffled sound bursting into a roar, and the big car jerked forward to bound over the edge of the slope, to leap down the long incline, to shoot out upon the level valley floor and disappear in moving dust. For the first time in days, Madeline visited the gardens, the corrals, the lakes, the quarters of the cowboys. Though imagining she was calm, she feared she looked strange to Nels, to Nick, to Frankie Slade, to those boys best known to her. The situation for them must have been one of tormenting pain and bewilderment. They acted as if they wanted to say something to her, but found themselves spellbound. She wondered, did they know she was Stuart's wife? Stillwell had not had time to tell them. Besides, he would not have mentioned the fact. These cowboys only knew that Stuart was sentenced to be shot. They knew if Madeline had not been angry with him, he would not have gone in desperate fighting mood across the border. She spoke of the weather, of the horses and cattle. asked Nels when he was to go on duty, and turned away from the wide, sunlit, adobe-arched porch where the cowboy stood silent and bareheaded. Then one of her subtle impulses checked her. "Nels, you and Nick need not go on duty today," she said. "I may want you. I... She hesitated, paused, and stood lingering there. Her glance had fallen upon Stuart's big black horse prancing in a nearby corral. "I have sent Stillwell to El Paso," she went on, in a low voice she failed to hold steady. "He will save Stuart. I have to tell you, I am Stuart's wife." She felt the stricken amaze that made these men silent and immovable. With level gaze averted, she left them. Returning to the house and her room, she prepared for something. For what? To wait. Then a great invisible shadow seemed to hover behind her. She essayed many tasks. To fail of attention, to find that her mind held only Stuart and his fortunes. Why had he become a Federal? She reflected that he had won his title, El Capitan, fighting for Madero, the rebel. But Madero was now a Federal, and Stuart was true to him. In crossing the border, had Stuart any other motive than the one he had implied to Madeline in his mocking smile and scornful words? "You might have saved me a hell of a lot of trouble." What trouble? She felt again the cold shock of contact with the gun she had dropped in horror. He meant the trouble of getting himself shot in the only way a man could seek death without cowardice. But had he any other motive? She recalled Don Carlos and his guerrillas. Then the thought leaped up in her mind with gripping power that Stuart meant to hunt Don Carlos, to meet him, to kill him. It would be the deed of a silent, vengeful, implacable man, driven by wild justice, such as had been the deadly Levin in Monty Price. It was a deed to expect of Nels or Nick Steele, and I of Jean Stuart. Madeline felt regret that Stuart, as he had climbed so high, had not risen above deliberately seeking to kill his enemy, however evil that enemy. The local newspapers, which came regularly a day late from El Paso and Douglas, had never won any particular interest from Madeline. Now, however, she took up any copy she could find and read all the information pertaining to the revolution. Every word seemed vital to her, of moving, significant force. Americans robbed by Mexican rebels. Madera, State of Chihuahua, Mexico, July 17. Having looted the Madero Lumber Company's storehouses of $25,000 worth of goods and robbed scores of foreigners of horses and saddles, the rebel command of General Antonio Rojas, comprising 1,000 men, started westward today through the state of Sonora for Agnemas and Pacific Coast points. The troops are headed for Dolores, where a mountain pass leads into the state of Sonora. Their entrance will be opposed by 1,000 Maderista volunteers who are reported to be waiting the rebel invasion. The railroad south of Madera is being destroyed, and many Americans who were traveling to Chihuahua from Juarez are marooned there. General Rojas executed 5 men while here for alleged offenses of a trivial character. General Rosalio Hernandez, Lieutenant Cipriano Amador, and 3 soldiers were the unfortunates. Washington, July 17th. Somewhere in Mexico, Patrick Dunn, an American citizen, is in prison under sentence of death. This much and no more the State Department learned through Representative Kincaid of Nebraska. Consular officers in various sections of Mexico have been directed to make every effort to locate Dunn and save his life. Juarez, Mexico, July 31. General Orozco, chief of the rebels, declared today, If the United States will throw down the barriers and let us have all the ammunition we can buy, I promise in 60 days to have peace restored in Mexico and a stable government in charge. Casas Grandes, Chihuahua, July 31. Rebel soldiers looted many homes of Mormons near here yesterday. All the Mormon families have fled to El Paso. Although General Salazar had 2 of his soldiers executed yesterday for robbing Mormons, he had not made any attempt to stop his men looting the unprotected homes of Americans. Last night's and today's trains carried many Americans from Pearson, Madera, and other localities outside the Mormon settlements. Refugees from Mexico continued to pour into El Paso. About 100 came last night, the majority of whom were men. Heretofore, few men came. Madeline read on in feverish absorption. It was not a real war, but a starving, robbing, burning, hopeless revolution. 5 men executed for alleged offenses of a trivial nature. What chance had, then, a federal prisoner, an enemy to be feared, an American cowboy in the clutches of those crazed rebels? Madeline endured patiently, endured for long, interminable hours, while holding to her hope with indomitable will. No message came. At sunset, she went outdoors, suffering a torment of accumulating suspense. She faced the desert, hoping, praying for strength. The desert did not influence her as did the passionless, unchangeable stars that had soothed her spirit. It was red, mutable, shrouded in shadows, terrible like her mood. A dust-veiled sunset colored the vast, brooding, naked waste of rock and sand. The grim Chiricahua frowned black and sinister. The dim blue domes of the Guadalupes seemed to whisper, to beckon to her. Beyond them, somewhere, was Stuart, awaiting the end of a few brief hours, hours that to her were boundless, endless, insupportable. Night fell, but now the white, pitiless stars failed her. Then she sought the seclusion and darkness of her room, there to lie with wide eyes, waiting, waiting. She had always been susceptible to the somber, mystic unrealities of the night, and now her mind slowly revolved round a vague and monstrous gloom. Nevertheless, she was acutely sensitive to outward impressions. She heard the measured tread of a guard, the rustle of wind stirring the window curtain, the remote, mournful wail of a coyote. By and by, the dead silence of the night insulated her with leaden oppression. There was silent darkness for so long that when the window casements showed gray, she believed it was only fancy and that dawn would never come. She prayed for the sun not to rise, not to begin its short 12-hour journey toward what might be a fatal setting for Stuart. But the dawn did lighten. Swiftly, she thought, remorselessly. Daylight had broken, and this was Thursday. Sharp ringing of the telephone bell startled her, roused her into action. She ran to answer the call. "Hello, hello, Miss Majesty," came the hurried reply. "This is Link talking. Message for you. Favorable, the operator said. I'm to ride out with them. All come a-hummin'." That was all. Madeline heard the bang of the receiver as Stevens threw it down. She passionately wanted to know more, but was immeasurably grateful for so much. Favorable? Then Stillwell had been successful. Her heart leaped. Suddenly she became weak and her hands failed of their accustomed morning deftness. It took her what seemed 1,000 years to dress. Breakfast meant nothing to her except that it helped her pass dragging minutes. Finally, a low hum, mounting swiftly to a roar and ending with a sharp report, announced the arrival of the car. If her face had kept pace with her heart, she would have raced out to meet Link. She saw him, helmet thrown back, watch in hand, and he looked up at her with his cool, bright smile, with his familiar, apologetic manner. 53 minutes, Miss Majesty, he said, but I had to ride around a herd of steers and bump a couple off the trail. He gave her a packet of telegrams. Madeline tore them open with shaking fingers, began to read with swift, dim eyes. Some were from Washington, assuring her of every possible service. Some were from New York, others written in Spanish were from El Paso, and these she could not wholly translate in a brief glance. Would she never find Stillwell's message? It was the last. It was lengthy. It read, "Bought Stewart's release. Also arranged for his transfer as prisoner of war. Both matters official. He's safe if we can get notice to his captors. Not sure I've reached them by wire. Afraid to trust it. You go with Link to Agua Prieta. Take the messages sent you in Spanish. They will protect you and secure Stewart's freedom. Take Nels with you. Stop for nothing. Tell Link all. Trust him. Let him drive that car. Stillwell." The first few lines of Stillwell's message lifted Madeline to the heights of thanksgiving and happiness. Then, reading on, she experienced a check, a numb, icy, sickening pang. At the last line she flung off doubt and dread, and in white cold passion faced the issue. "Read," she said briefly, handing the telegram to Link. He scanned it and then looked blankly up at her. "Link, do you know the roads, the trails, the desert between here and Agua Prieta?" she asked. "That's sure my old stomping ground, and I know Sonora, too." "We must reach Agua Prieta before sunset, long before, so if Stewart is in some nearby camp, we can get to it in time." "Miss Majesty, it ain't possible," he exclaimed. "Stillwell's crazy to say that." "Link, can an automobile be driven from here into northern Mexico?" "Sure, but it'd take time." "We must do it in little time," she went on, in swift eagerness. "Otherwise Stewart may be, probably will be, shot." Link Stevens appeared suddenly to grow lax, shriveled, to lose all his peculiar pert brightness, to weaken and age. "I'm only a cowboy, Miss Majesty," he almost faltered. It was a singular change in him. "That's an awful ride, down over the border. If by some luck I didn't smash the car, I'd turn your hair gray. You'd never be no good after that ride." "I am Stewart's wife," she answered him, and she looked at him, not conscious of any motive to persuade or allure, but just to let him know the greatness of her dependence upon him. He started violently. The old action of Stewart, the memorable action of Monty Price. This man was of the same wild breed. Then Madeline's words flowed in a torrent. "I am Stewart's wife. I love him. I have been unjust to him. I must save him. Link, I have faith in you. I beseech you to do your best for Stewart's sake, for my sake. I'll risk the ride gladly, bravely. I'll not care where or how you drive. I'd far rather plunge into a canyon, go to my death on the rocks, than not try to save Stewart." How beautiful the response of this rude cowboy, to realize his absolute unconsciousness of self, to see the haggard shade burn out of his face, the old, cool, devil-may-care spirit return to his eyes, and to feel something wonderful about him then. It was more than will or daring or sacrifice. A blood tie might have existed between him and Madeline. She sensed again that indefinable brother-like quality, so fine, so almost invisible, which seemed to be an inalienable trait in these wild cowboys. "Miss Majesty, that ride figures impossible, but I'll do it," he replied. His cool, bright glance thrilled her. "I'll need maybe half an hour to go over the car and to pack what I'll want." She could not thank him, and her reply was merely a request that he tell Nels and other cowboys off duty to come up to the house. When Link had gone, Madeline gave a moment's thought to preparations for the ride. She placed what money she had, and the telegrams, in a satchel. The gown she had on was thin and white, not suitable for travel, but she would not risk the losing of one moment in changing it. She put on a long coat and wound veils around her head and neck, arranging them in a hood so that she could cover her face when necessary. She remembered to take an extra pair of goggles for Nell's use, and then, drawing on her gloves, she went out ready for the ride. A number of cowboys were waiting. She explained the situation and left them in charge of her home. With that, she asked Nels to accompany her down into the desert. He turned white to his lips, and this occasioned Madeline to remember his mortal dread of the car and Link's driving. "Nels, I'm sorry to ask you," she added. "I know you hate the car, but I need you, may need you, oh, so much." "Why, Miss Majesty, that's shore all a mistaken idea o' yours about me hatin' the car," he said, in his slow, soft drawl. "I was only jealous of Link and the boys. They made that joke up on me about bein' scared o' ridin' fast. Shore, I'm powerful proud to go, and I reckon if you hadn't asked me my feelin's might have been some hurt, because if you're goin' down among the greasers, you want me." His cool, easy speech, his familiar swagger, the smile with which he regarded her, did not in the least deceive Madeline. The gray was still in his face. Incomprehensible as it seemed, Nels had a dread, an uncanny fear, and it was of that huge white automobile. But he lied about it. Here again was that strange quality of faithfulness. Madeline heard the buzz of the car. Link appeared driving up the slope. He made a short sliding turn and stopped before the porch. Link had tied 2 long, heavy planks upon the car, one on each side, and in every available space he had strapped extra tires. A huge cask occupied one back seat, and another seat was full of tools and ropes. There was just room in this rear part of the car for Nels to squeeze in. Link put Madeline in front beside him, then bent over the wheel. Madeline waved her hand at the silent cowboys on the porch. Not an audible goodbye was spoken. The car glided out of the yard, leaped from level to slope, and started swiftly down the road, out into the open valley. Each stronger rush of dry wind in Madeline's face marked the increase of speed. She took one glance at the winding cattle road, smooth, unobstructed, disappearing in the gray of distance. She took another at the leather-garbed, leather-helmeted driver beside her, and then she drew the hood of veils over her face. She fastened it round her neck, so there was no possibility of its blowing loose. Harder and stronger pressed the wind till it was like sheeted lead forcing her back in her seat. There was a ceaseless, intense, inconceivably rapid vibration under her. Occasionally she felt a long swing, as if she were to be propelled aloft, but no jars disturbed the easy celerity of the car. The buzz, the roar of wheels, the heavy body in flight, increased to a continuous droning hum. The wind became an insupportable body moving toward her, crushing her breast, making the task of breathing most difficult. To Madeline, the time seemed to fly with the speed of miles. A moment came when she detected a faint difference in hum and rush and vibration, in the ceaseless sweeping of the invisible weight against her. This difference became marked. Link was reducing speed. Then came swift change of all sensation, and she realized the car had slowed to normal travel. Madeline removed her hood and goggles. It was a relief to breathe freely, to be able to use her eyes. To her right, not far distant, lay the little town of Chiricahua. Sight of it made her remember Stuart in a way strange to her constant thought of him. To the left inclined the gray valley. The red desert was hidden from view, but the Guadalupe Mountains loomed close in the southwest. Opposite Chiricahua, where the road forked, Link Stevens headed the car straight south and gradually increased speed. Madeline faced another endless gray incline. It was the San Bernardino Valley. The singing of the car, the stinging of the wind, warned her to draw the hood securely down over her face again, and then it was as if she was riding at night. The car lurched ahead, settled into that driving speed which wedged Madeline back as in a vise. Again the moments went by, fleet as the miles. Seemingly there was an acceleration of the car till it reached a certain swiftness, a period of time in which it held that pace, and then a diminishing of all motion and sound which contributed to Madeline's acute sensation. Uncovering her face, she saw Link was passing another village. Could it be Bernardino? She asked Link, repeated the question. Sure, he replied. 80 miles. Link did not this time apologize for the work of his machine. Madeline marked the omission with her first thrill of the ride. Leaning over, she glanced at Link's watch, which he had fastened upon the wheel in front of his eyes. 9:45. Link had indeed made short work of the valley miles. Beyond Bernardino, Link sheered off the road and put the car to a long, low-rising slope. Here the valley appeared to run south under the dark brows of the Guadalupes. Link was heading southwest. Madeline observed that the grass began to fail as they climbed the ridge. Bare, white, dusty spots appeared. There were patches of mesquite and cactus and scattering areas of broken rock. She might have been prepared for what she saw from the ridgetop. Beneath them the desert blazed. Seen from afar it was striking enough, but riding down into its red jaws gave Madeline the first affront to her imperious confidence. All about her ranch had been desert. The valleys were desert, but this was different. Here began the red desert, extending far into Mexico, far across Arizona and California to the Pacific. She saw a bare, hummocky ridge down which the car was gliding, bounding, swinging, and this long slant seemed to merge into a corrugated world of rock and sand, patched by flats and basins, streaked with canyons and ranges of ragged, saw-toothed stone. The distant Sierra Madres were clearer, bluer, less smoky and suggestive of mirage than she had ever seen them. Madeline's sustaining faith upheld her in the face of this appalling obstacle. Then the desert that had rolled its immensity beneath her gradually began to rise, to lose its distant margins, to condense its varying lights and shades, at last to hide its yawning depths and looming heights behind red ridges, which were only little steps, little outposts, little landmarks at its gates. The bouncing of the huge car, throwing Madeline up, directed her attention and fastened it upon the way Link Stevens was driving and upon the immediate foreground. Then she discovered that he was following an old wagon road. At the foot of that long slope they struck into rougher ground, and here Link took to a cautious zigzag course. The wagon road disappeared and then presently reappeared, but Link did not always hold to it. He made cuts, detours, crosses, and all the time seemed to be getting deeper into a maze of low red dunes, of flat canyon beds lined with banks of gravel, of ridges mounting higher. Yet Link Stevens kept on and never turned back. He never headed into a place that he could not pass. Up to this point of travel, he had not been compelled to back the car, and Madeline began to realize that it was the cowboy's wonderful judgment of ground that made advance possible. He knew the country. He was never at a loss. After making a choice of direction, he never hesitated. At the bottom of a wide canyon, he entered a wash where the wheels just barely turned in dragging sand. The sun beat down white hot. The dust arose, and there was not a breath of wind, and no sound save the slide of a rock now and then down the weathered slopes and the labored chugging of the machine. The snail pace, like the sand at the wheels, began to drag at Madeline's faith. Link gave over the wheel to Madeline, and leaping out, he called Nels. When they untied the long planks and laid them straight in front for the wheels to pass over, Madeline saw how wise had been Link's forethought. With the aid of those planks, they worked the car through sand and gravel, otherwise impossible to pass. This canyon widened and opened into a space affording an unobstructed view for miles. The desert sloped up in steps, and in the morning light, with the sun bright on the mesas and escarpments, it was gray, drab, stone, slate, yellow, pink, and dominating all, a dull rust red. There was level ground ahead, a wind-swept floor as hard as rock. Link rushed the car over this free distance. Madeline's ears filled with a droning hum like the sound of a monstrous, hungry bee, and with a strange, incessant crinkle, which she at length guessed to be the spreading of sheets of gravel from under the wheels. The giant car attained such a speed that Madeline could only distinguish the colored landmarks to the fore, and these faded as the wind stung her eyes. Then Link began the ascent of the first step, a long, sweeping, barren waste of dunes of wonderful violet and heliotrope hues. Here were well-defined marks of an old wagon road lately traversed by cattle. The car climbed steadily, surmounted the height, faced another long bench that had been cleaned smooth by desert winds. The sky was an intense, light, steely blue, hard on the eyes. Madeline veiled her face and did not uncover it until Link had reduced the racing speed. From the summit of the next ridge she saw more red ruin of desert. A deep wash crossing the road caused Link Stevens to turn due south. There was a narrow space among the wash just wide enough for the car. Link seemed oblivious to the fact that the outside wheels were perilously close to the edge. Madeline heard the rattle of loosened gravel and earth sliding into the gully. The wash widened and opened out into a sandy flat. Link crossed this and turned up on the opposite side. Rocks impeded the progress of the car, and these had to be rolled out of the way. The shelves of silt, apparently ready to slide with the slightest weight, the little tributary washes, the boulder-strewn stretches of slope, the narrow spaces allowing no more than a foot for the outside wheels, the spear-pointed cactus that had to be avoided, all these obstacles were as nothing to the cowboy driver. He kept on, and when he came to the road again, he made up for the lost time by speed. Another height was reached, and here Madeline fancied that Link had driven the car to the summit of a high pass between two mountain ranges. The western slope of that pass appeared to be exceedingly rough and broken. Below it spread out another gray valley, at the extreme end of which glistened a white spot that Link grimly called Douglas. Part of that white spot was Agua Prieta, the sister town across the line. Madeline looked with eyes that would fain have pierced the intervening distance. The descent of the pass began under difficulties. Sharp stones and cactus spikes penetrated the front tires, bursting them with ripping reports. It took time to replace them. The planks were called into requisition to cross soft places. A jagged point of projecting rock had to be broken with a sledge. At length a huge stone appeared to hinder any further advance. Madeline caught her breath. There was no room to turn the car. But Link Stevens had no intention of such a thing. He backed the car to a considerable distance, then walked forward. He appeared to be busy around the boulder for a moment and returned down the road on the run. A heavy explosion, a cloud of dust, and a rattle of falling fragments told Madeline that her indomitable driver had cleared a passage with dynamite. He seemed to be prepared for every emergency. Madeline looked to see what effect the discovery of Link carrying dynamite would have upon the silent Nels. "Sure now, Miss Majesty, there ain't nothing going to stop Link," said Nels, with a reassuring smile. The significance of the incident had not dawned upon Nels, or else he was heedless of it. After all, he was afraid only of the car and Link, and that fear was an idiosyncrasy. Madeline began to see her cowboy driver with clearer eyes, and his spirit awoke something in her that made danger of no moment. Nels likewise subtly responded, and though he was gray-faced, tight-lipped, his eyes took on the cool, bright gleam of Link's. Cactus barred the way, rocks barred the way, gullies barred the way, and these Nels addressed in the grim humor with which he was wont to view tragic things. A mistake on Link's part, a slip of a wheel, a bursting of a tire at a critical moment, an instant of the bad luck which might happen 100 times on a less perilous ride, any one of these might spell disaster for the car, perhaps death to the occupants. Again and again Link used the planks to cross washes in sand. Sometimes the wheels ran all the length of the planks, sometimes slipped off. Presently Link came to a ditch where water had worn deep into the road. Without hesitation he placed them, measuring distance carefully, and then started across. The danger was in ditching the machine. One of the planks split, sagged a little, but Link made the crossing without a slip. The road led round under an overhanging cliff and was narrow, rocky, and slightly downhill. Bidding Madeline and Nels walk around this hazardous corner, Link drove the car. Madeline expected to hear it crash down into the canyon, but presently she saw Link waiting to take them aboard again. Then came steeper parts of the road, places that Link could run down if he had space below to control the car, and on the other hand, places where little inclines ended in abrupt ledges upon one side or a declivity upon the other. Here the cowboy, with ropes on the wheels and half-hitches upon the spurs of rock, let the car slide down. Once, at a particularly bad spot, Madeline exclaimed involuntarily, "Oh, time is flying!" Link Stevens looked up at her as if he had been reproved for his care. His eyes shone like the glint of steel on ice. Perhaps that utterance of Madeline's was needed to liberate his recklessness to its utmost. Certainly he put the car to seemingly impossible feats. He rimmed gullies, he hurdled rising ground, he leaped little breaks in the even road. He made his machine cling like a goat to steep inclines. He rounded corners with the inside wheels higher than the outside. He passed over banks of soft earth that caved in the instant he crossed weak places. He kept on and on, threading tortuous passages through rock-strewn patches, keeping to the old road where it was clear, abandoning it for open spaces, and always going down. At length a mile of clean brown slope, ridged and grooved like a washboard, led gently down to meet the floor of the valley, where the scant grama grass struggled to give a tinge of gray. The road appeared to become more clearly defined, and could be seen striking straight across the valley. To Madeline's dismay, that road led down to a deep, narrow wash. It plunged on one side, ascended on the other at a still steeper angle. The crossing would have been laborsome for a horse. For an automobile it was unpassable. Link turned the car to the right along the rim and drove as far along the wash as the ground permitted. The gully widened, deepening all the way. Then he took the other direction. When he made this turn, Madeline observed that the sun had perceptibly begun its slant westward. It shone in her face, glaring and wrathful. Link drove back to the road, crossed it, and kept on down the line of the wash. It was a deep cut in red earth, worn straight down by swift water in the rainy seasons. It was narrowed. In some places it was only 5 feet wide. Link studied these points and looked up the slope and seemed to be making deductions. The valley was level now, and there was nothing but little breaks in the rim of the wash. Link drove mile after mile, looking for places to cross, and there was none. Finally, progress to the south was obstructed by impassable gullies where the wash plunged into the head of a canyon. It was necessary to back the car a distance before there was room to turn. Madeline looked at the imperturbable driver. His face revealed no more than the same old, hard, immutable character. When he reached the narrowest points, which had so interested him, he got out of the car and walked from place to place. Once, with a little jump, he cleared the wash. Then Madeline noted that the farther rim was somewhat lower. In a flash she divined Link's intention. He was hunting a place to jump the car over the crack in the ground. Soon he found one that seemed to suit him, for he tied his red scarf upon a greasewood bush. Then, returning to the car, he clambered in, and muttering, broke his long silence. "This ain't no airship, but I've outfigured that damn wash." He backed up the gentle slope and halted just short of steeper ground. His red scarf waved in the wind. Hunching low over the wheel, he started, slowly at first, then faster and then faster. The great car gave a spring like a huge tiger. The impact of suddenly formed wind almost tore Madeline out of her seat. She felt Nell's powerful hands on her shoulders. She closed her eyes. The jolting headway of the car gave place to a gliding rush. This was broken by a slight jar, then above the hum and roar rose a cowboy yell. Madeline waited with straining nerves for the expected crash. It did not come. Opening her eyes, she saw the level valley floor without a break. She had not even noticed the instant when the car had shot over the wash. A strange breathlessness attacked her, and she attributed it to the celerity with which she was being carried along. Pulling the hood down over her face, she sank low in the seat. The whir of the car now seemed to be a world-filling sound. Again, the feeling of excitement, the poignancy of emotional heights, the ever-present impending sense of catastrophe became held in abeyance to the sheer intensity of physical sensations. There came a time when all her strength seemed to unite in an effort to lift her breast against the terrific force of the wind, to draw air into her flattened lungs. She became partly dazed. The darkness before her eyes was not all occasioned by the blood that pressed like a stone mask on her face. She had a sense that she was floating, sailing, drifting, reeling, even while being borne swiftly as a thunderbolt. Her hands and arms were immovable under the weight of mountains. There was a long blank period from which she awakened to feel an arm supporting her. Then she rallied. The velocity of the car had been cut to the speed to which she was accustomed. Throwing back the hood, she breathed freely again, recovered fully. The car was bowling along a wide road upon the outskirts of a city. Madeline asked what place it could be. "Douglas," replied Link, "and just around is Agua Prieta." That last name seemed to stun Madeline. She heard no more and saw little until the car stopped. Nell spoke to someone. Then sight of khaki-clad soldiers quickened Madeline's faculties. She was on the boundary line between the United States and Mexico, and Agua Prieta, with its white and blue-walled houses, its brown-tiled roofs, lay before her. A soldier, evidently dispatched by Nels, returned and said an officer would come at once. Madeline's attention was centered in the foreground, upon the guard over the road, upon the dry, dusty town beyond, but she was aware of noise and people in the rear. A cavalry officer approached the car, stared, and removed his sombrero. "Can you tell me anything about Stewart, the American cowboy who was captured by rebels a few days ago?" asked Madeline. "Yes," replied the officer. "There was a skirmish over the line between a company of Federals and a large force of guerrillas and rebels. The Federals were driven west along the line. Stewart is reported to have done reckless fighting and was captured. He got a Mexican sentence. He is known here along the border, and the news of his capture stirred up excitement. We did all we could to get his release. The guerrillas feared to execute him here, and believed he might be aided to escape, so a detachment departed with him for Mezquital." "He was sentenced to be shot Thursday at sunset. Tonight?" "Yes. It was rumored there was a personal resentment against Stewart. I regret that I can't give you definite information. If you are friends of Stewart, relatives, I might find—" "I am his wife," interrupted Madeline. "Will you please read these?" She handed him the telegrams. "Advise me, help me, if you can." With a wondering glance at her, the officer received the telegrams. He read several and whistled low in amaze. His manner became quick, alert, serious. "I can't read these written in Spanish, but I know the names signed." Swiftly he ran through the others. "Why, these mean Stewart's release has been authorized. They explain mysterious rumors we have heard here. Greaser treachery. For some strange reason, messages from the rebel junta have failed to reach their destination. We heard reports of an exchange for Stewart, but nothing came of it. No one departed for Mezquital with authority. What an outrage! Come, I'll go with you to General Salazar, the rebel chief in command. I know him. Perhaps we can find out something." Nils made room for the officer. Link sent the car whirring across the line into Mexican territory. Madeline's sensibilities were now exquisitely alive. The white road led into Agua Prieta, a town of colored walls and roofs. Goats and pigs and buzzards scattered before the roar of the machine. Native women wearing black mantles peeped through iron-barred windows. Men wearing huge sombreros, cotton shirts and trousers, bright sashes round their waists, and sandals stood motionless, watching the car go by. The road ended in an immense plaza, in the center of which was a circular structure that in some measure resembled a corral. It was a bull ring, where the national sport of bullfighting was carried on. Just now it appeared to be quarters for a considerable army. Ragged, unkempt rebels were everywhere, and the whole square was littered with tents, packs, wagons, arms. There were horses, mules, burros, and oxen. The place was so crowded that Link was compelled to drive slowly up to the entrance to the bull ring. Madeline caught a glimpse of tents inside, then her view was obstructed by a curious, pressing throng. The cavalry officer leaped from the car and pushed his way into the entrance. "Link, do you know the road to this Mezquital?" asked Madeline. "Yes, I've been there." "How far is it?" "Aw, not very far," he mumbled. "Link, how many miles?" she implored. "I reckon only a few." Madeline knew that he lied. She asked him no more, nor looked at him, nor at Nels. How stifling was this crowded, ill-smelling plaza! The sun, red and lowering, had sloped far down in the west, but still burned with furnace heat. A swarm of flies whirled over the car. The shadows of low-sailing buzzards crossed Madeline's sight. Then she saw a row of the huge, uncanny black birds sitting upon the tiled roof of a house. They had neither an air of sleeping nor resting. They were waiting. She fought off a horrible, ghastly idea before its full realization. These rebels and guerrillas, what lean, yellow-bearded wretches! They curiously watched Link as he went working over the car. No two were alike, and all were ragged. They had glittering eyes sunk deep in their heads. They wore huge sombreros of brown and black felt, of straw, of cloth. Every man wore a belt or sash into which was thrust some kind of weapon. Some wore boots, some shoes, some moccasins, some sandals, and many were barefooted. They were an excited, jabbering, gesticulating mob. Madeline shuddered to think how a frenzy to spill blood could run through these poor revolutionists. If it was liberty they fought for, they did not show the intelligence in their faces. They were like wolves upon a scent. They affronted her, shocked her. She wondered if their officers were men of the same class. What struck her at last and stirred pity in her was the fact that every man of the horde her swift glance roamed over, however dirty and bedraggled he was, wore upon him some ornament, some tassel or fringe or lace, some ensign, some band, bracelet, badge, or belt, some twist of scarf, something that betrayed the vanity which was the poor jewel of their souls. It was in the race. Suddenly the crowd parted to let the cavalry officer and a rebel of striking presence get to the car. "Madam, it is as I suspected," said the officer, quickly. "The messages directing Stuart's release never reached Salazar. They were intercepted, but even without them we might have secured Stuart's exchange if it had not been for the fact that one of his captors wanted him shot. This guerrilla intercepted the orders, and then was instrumental in taking Stuart to Mezcatal. It was exceedingly sad. Why, he should be a free man this instant. I regret—" "Who did this thing?" cried Madeline, cold and sick. "Who is the guerrilla?" "Señor Don Carlos Martinez. He has been a bandit, a man of influence in Sonora. He is more of a secret agent in the affairs of the revolution than an active participator, but he has seen guerrilla service." "Don Carlos! Stuart in his power! Oh, God!" Madeline sank down, almost overcome. Then two great hands, powerful, thrilling, clasped her shoulders, and Nels bent over her. "Miss Majesty, sure we're wasting time here," he said. His voice, like his hands, was uplifting. She wheeled to him in trembling importunity. How cold, bright blue the flash of his eyes! They told Madeline she must not weaken. She could not speak her thought to Nels, could only look to Link. "It figures impossible, but I'll do it," said Link Stevens, in answer to her voiceless query. The cold, grim, wild something about her cowboys blanched Madeline's face, steeled her nerve, called to the depths of her for that last supreme courage of a woman. The spirit of the moment was nature with Link and Nels. With her it must be passion. "Can I get a permit to go into the interior? To Mezcatal?" asked Madeline of the officer. "You are going on?" "Madam, it's a forlorn hope. Mezcatal is 100 miles away. But there's a chance, the barest chance, if your man can drive this car. The Mexicans are either murderous or ceremonious in their executions. The arrangement for Stuart's will be elaborate. But Barring unusual circumstances, it will take place precisely at the hour designated. You need no permit. Your messages are official papers. But to save time, perhaps delay, I suggest you take this Mexican, Señor Montez, with you. He outranks Don Carlos and knows the captain of the Mezcatal detachment. Ah, then Don Carlos is not in command of the forces holding Stewart? No. I thank you, sir. I shall not forget your kindness, concluded Madeline. She bowed to Señor Montez and requested him to enter the car. Nell stowed some of the paraphernalia away, making room in the rear seat. Link bent over the wheel. The start was so sudden, with such crack and roar, that the crowd split in wild disorder. Out of the plaza the car ran, gathering headway, down a street lined by white and blue walls, across a square where rebels were building barricades, along a railroad track full of iron flat cars that carried mounted pieces of artillery, through the outlying guards who waved to the officer, Montez. Madeline bound her glasses tightly over her eyes and wound veils around the lower part of her face. She was all in a strange glow. She had begun to burn, to throb, to thrill, to expand, and she meant to see all that was possible. The sullen sun, red as fire, hung over the mountain range in the west. How low it had sunk! Before her stretched a narrow white road, dusty, hard as stone, a highway that had been used for centuries. If it had been wide enough to permit passing a vehicle, it would have been a magnificent course for automobiles. But the weeds and the dusty flowers and the mesquite boughs and the arms of cactus brushed the car as it sped by. Faster, faster, faster! That old restless weight began to press Madeline back. The old incessant bellow of wind filled her ears. Link Stevens hunched low over the wheel. His eyes were hidden under leather helmet and goggles, but the lower part of his face was unprotected. He resembled a demon, so dark and stone-hard and strangely grinning was he. All at once, Madeline realized how matchless, how wonderful a driver was this cowboy. She divined that weakening could not have been possible to Link Stevens. He was a cowboy, and he really was riding that car, making it answer to his will, as if it had been born in him to master a horse. He had never driven to suit himself, had never reached an all-satisfying speed until now. Beyond that, his motive was to save Stewart, to make Madeline happy. Life was nothing to him. That fact gave him the superhuman nerve to face the peril of this ride. Because of his disregard of self, he was able to operate the machine, to choose the power, the speed, the guidance, the going with the best judgment and highest efficiency possible. Madeline knew he would get her to Mezcatal in time to save Stewart, or he would kill her in the attempt. The white narrow road flashed out of the foreground, slipped with inconceivable rapidity under the car. When she marked a clump of cactus far ahead, it seemed to shoot at her, to speed behind her even the instant she noticed it. Nevertheless, Madeline knew Link was not putting the car to its limit. Swiftly as he was flying, he held something in reserve, but he took the turns of the road as if he knew the way was cleared before him. He trusted to a cowboy's luck. A wagon in one of those curves, a herd of cattle, even a frightened steer, meant a wreck. Madeline never closed her eyes at these fateful moments. If Link could stake himself, the others, and her upon such chance, what could not she stake with her motive? So while the great car hummed and thrummed, and darted round the curves on two wheels, and sped on like a bullet, Madeline lived that ride, meant to feel it to the utmost. But it was not all swift going. A stretch of softer ground delayed Link, made the car labor and pant and pound and grind through gravel. Moreover, the cactus plants assumed an alarming ability to impede progress. Long, slender arms of the ocotillo encroached upon the road. Broad, round leaves did likewise. Fluted columns, fallen like timbers in a forest, lay along the narrow margins. The bayonet cactus and the biznagi leaned threateningly. Clusters of maguey, shadowed by the huge looming saguaro, infringed upon the highway to Mezcatal. And every leaf and blade and branch of cactus bore wicked thorns, any one of which could be fatal to a tire. It came at length, the bursting report. The car lurched, went on like a crippled thing, and halted, obedient to the master hand at the wheel. Swift as Link was in replacing the tire, he lost time. The red sun, more sullen, duskier as it neared the black, bold horizon, appeared to mock Madeline, to eye her in derision. Link leaped in, and the car sprang ahead. The road bed changed, the trees changed, all the surroundings changed, except the cactus. There were miles of rolling ridges, rough in the hollows, and short rocky bits of road, and washes to cross, and a low sandy swale where mesquites grouped a forest along a trickling, inch-deep sheet of water. Green things softened the hard, dry aspect of the desert. There were birds and parrots and deer and wild boars. All these Madeline remarked with clear eyes, with remarkable susceptibility of attention. But what she strained to see, what she yearned for, prayed for, was straight, unobstructed road. But the road began to wind up. It turned and twisted in tantalizing, lazy curves. It was in no hurry to surmount a hill that began to assume proportions of a mountain. It was leisurely, as were all things in Mexico except strife. That was quick, fierce, bloody. It was Spanish. The descent from that elevation was difficult, extremely hazardous, yet Link Stevens drove fast. At the base of the hill, rocks and sand all but halted him for good. Then, in taking an abrupt curve, a grasping spear ruined another tire. This time the car rasped across the road into the cactus, bursting the second front tire. Like demons indeed, Link and Nels worked. Shuddering, Madeline felt the declining heat of the sun, saw with gloomy eyes the shading of the red light over the desert. She did not look back to see how near the sun was to the horizon. She wanted to ask Nels. Strange as anything on this terrible ride was the absence of speech. As yet no word had been spoken. Madeline wanted to shriek to Link to hurry, but he was more than humanly swift in all his actions. So with mute lips, with the fire in her beginning to chill, with a lifelessness menacing her spirit, she watched, hoped against hope, prayed for a long, straight, smooth road. Quite suddenly she saw it. Seemingly miles of clear, narrow lane disappearing like a thin white streak in distant green. Perhaps Link Stevens' heart leaped like Madeline's. The huge car, with a roar and a jerk, seemed to answer Madeline's call, a cry no less poignant because it was silent. Faster, faster, faster! The roar became a whining hum. Then for Madeline, sound ceased to be anything. She could not hear. The wind was now heavy, imponderable, no longer a swift plastic thing, but solid, like an on-rushing wall. It bore down upon Madeline with such resistless weight that she could not move. The green of desert plants along the road merged in two shapeless fences, sliding at her from the distance. Objects ahead began to blur the white road, to grow streaky like rays of light, the sky to take on more of a reddening haze. Madeline, realizing her sight was failing her, turned for one more look at Link Stevens. It had come to be his ride almost as much as it was hers. He hunched lower than ever, rigid, strained to the last degree, a terrible, implacable driver. This was his hour, and he was great. If he so much as brushed a flying tire against one of the millions of spikes clutching out, striking out from the cactus, there would be a shock, a splitting wave of air, an end. Madeline thought she saw that Link's bulging cheek and jaw were gray, that his tight-shut lips were white, that the smile was gone. Then he really was human, not a demon. She felt a strange sense of brotherhood. He understood a woman's soul as Monty Price had understood it. Link was the lightning-forged automaton, the driving, relentless, unconquerable instrument of a woman's will. He was a man whose force was directed by a woman's passion. He reached up to her height, felt her love, understood the nature of her agony. These made him heroic, but it was the hard life, the wild years of danger on the desert, the companionship of ruthless men, the elemental that made possible his physical achievement. Madeline loved his spirit then, and gloried in the man. She had pictured upon her heart, never to be forgotten, this little hunched, deformed figure of Link's hanging with dauntless, with deathless grip over the wheel, his gray face a marble mask. That was Madeline's last clear sensation upon the ride. Blinded, dazed, she succumbed to the demands upon her strength. She reeled, fell back, only vaguely aware of a helping hand. Confusion seized her senses. All about her was a dark chaos through which she was rushing, under the wrathful eye of a setting sun. Then, as there was no more sound or sight for her, she felt there was no color. But the rush never slackened, a rush through opaque, limitless space. For moments, hours, ages, she was propelled with the velocity of a shooting star. The earth seemed a huge automobile, and it sped with her down an endless white track through the universe. Looming, ghostly, ghastly, spectral forms of cacti plants, large as pine trees, stabbed her with giant spikes. She became an unstable being in a shapeless, colorless, soundless cosmos of unrelated things, but always rushing, even to meet the darkness that haunted her and never reached her. But at an end of infinite time, that rush ceased. Madeline lost the queer feeling of being disembodied by a frightfully swift careening through boundless distance. She distinguished voices, low at first, apparently far away. Then she opened her eyes to blurred but conscious sight. The car had come to a stop. Link was lying face down over the wheel. Nels was rubbing her hands, calling to her. She saw a house with clean, whitewashed wall and brown-tiled roof. Beyond, over a dark mountain range, peeped the last red curve, the last beautiful ray of the setting sun. Chapter 25. At the End of the Road. Madeline saw that the car was surrounded by armed Mexicans. They presented a contrast to the others she had seen that day. She wondered a little at their silence, at their respectful front. Suddenly, a sharp-spoken order opened up the ranks next to the house. Señor Montez appeared in the break, coming swiftly. His dark face wore a smile. His manner was courteous, important, authoritative. "Señora, it is not too late." He spoke her language with an accent strange to her, so that it seemed to hinder understanding. "Signora, you got here in time," he went on. "El Capitan Stewart will be free." "Free," she whispered. She rose, reeling. "Come," replied Montez, taking her arm. "Pardon me, Signora." Without his assistance she would have fallen wholly upon Nels, who supported her on the other side. They helped her alight from the car. For a moment the white walls, the hazy red sky, the dark figures of the rebels whirled before Madeline's eyes. She took a few steps, swaying between her escorts, then the confusion of her sight and mind passed away. It was as if she quickened with 1,000 vivifying currents, as if she could see and hear and feel everything in the world, as if nothing could be overlooked, forgotten, neglected. She turned back, remembering Link. He was lurching from the car, helmet and goggles thrust back, the gray shade gone from his face, the cool bright gleam of his eyes disappearing for something warmer. Senor Montez led Madeline and her cowboys through a hall to a patio, and on through a large room with flooring of rough, bare boards that rattled, into a smaller room full of armed, quiet rebels facing an open window. Madeline scanned the faces of these men, expecting to see Don Carlos, but he was not present. A soldier addressed her in Spanish, too swiftly uttered, too voluble for her to translate. But, like Senor Montez, he was gracious, and despite his ragged garb and uncouth appearance, he bore the unmistakable stamp of authority. Montez directed Madeline's attention to a man by the window. A loose scarf of vivid red hung from his hand. "Signora, they were waiting for the sun to set when we arrived," said Montez. "The signal was about to be given for Senor Stewart's walk to death." "Stewart's walk?" echoed Madeline. "Ah, Signora, let me tell you his sentence. The sentence I have had the honor and happiness to revoke for you." Stewart had been court-martialed and sentenced according to a Mexican custom observed in cases of brave soldiers to whom honorable and fitting executions were due. His hour had been set for Thursday, when the sun had sunk. Upon signal, he was to be liberated, and was free to walk out into the road to take any direction he pleased. He knew his sentence, knew that death awaited him, that every possible avenue of escape was blocked by men with rifles ready. But he had not the slightest idea at what moment or from what direction the bullets were to come. "Signora, we have sent messengers to every squad of waiting soldiers. An order that El Capitan is not to be shot. He is ignorant of his release. I shall give the signal for his freedom." Montez was ceremonious, gallant, emotional. Madeline saw his pride, and divined that the situation was one which brought out the vanity, the ostentation, as well as the cruelty of his race. He would keep her in an agony of suspense, let Stewart start upon that terrible walk in ignorance of his freedom. It was the motive of a Spaniard. Suddenly Madeline had a horrible quaking fear that Montez lied, that he meant her to be a witness of Stewart's execution. But no, the man was honest. He was only barbarous. He would satisfy certain instincts of his nature, sentiment, romance, cruelty, by starting Stewart upon that walk, by watching Stewart's actions in the face of seeming death, by seeing Madeline's agony of doubt, fear, pity, love. Almost Madeline felt that she could not endure the situation. She was weak and tottering. "Signora, it will be one beautiful thing." Montez caught the scarf from the rebel's hand. He was glowing, passionate. His eyes had a strange, soft, cold flash. His voice was low, intense. He was living something splendid to him. "I'll wave the scarf, Signora. That will be the signal. It will be seen down at the other end of the road. Signor Stuart's jailer will see the signal, take off Stuart's irons, release him, open the door for his walk. Stuart will be free, but he will not know. He will expect death. As he is a brave man, he will face it. He will walk this way. Every step of that walk he will expect to be shot from some unknown quarter, but he will not be afraid. Signora, I have seen El Capitan fighting in the field. What is death to him? Ah, will it not be magnificent to see him come forth, to walk down? Signora, you will see what a man he is. All the way he will expect cold, swift death. Here at this end of the road he will meet his beautiful lady. Is there no possibility of a mistake?" faltered Madeline. "None. My order included unloading of rifles." "Don Carlos?" "He is in irons, and must answer to General Salazar," replied Montez. Madeline looked down the deserted road. How strange to see the last ruddy glow of the sun over the brow of the mountain range. The thought of that sunset had been torture for her. Yet it had passed, and now the afterlights were luminous, beautiful, prophetic. With a heart stricken by both joy and agony, she saw Montez wave the scarf. Then she waited. No change manifested itself down the length of that lonely road. There was absolute silence in the room behind her. How terribly, infinitely long seemed the waiting! Never in all her future life would she forget the quaint pink, blue, and white-walled houses with their colored roofs. That dusty bare road resembled one of the uncovered streets of Pompeii, with its look of centuries of solitude. Suddenly a door opened, and a tall man stepped out. Madeline recognized Stuart. She had to place both hands on the window-sill for support, while a storm of emotion swayed her. Like a retreating wave it rushed away. Stuart lived. He was free. He had stepped out into the light. She had saved him. Life changed for her in that instant of realization and became sweet, full, strange. Stuart shook hands with someone in the doorway. Then he looked up and down the road. The door closed behind him. Leisurely, he rolled a cigarette, stood close to the wall while he scratched a match. Even at that distance, Madeline's keen eyes caught the small flame, the first little puff of smoke. Stuart then took to the middle of the road and leisurely began his walk. To Madeline he appeared natural, walked as unconcernedly as if he were strolling for pleasure, but the absence of any other living thing, the silence, the red haze, the supercharged atmosphere, these were all unnatural. From time to time Stuart stopped to turn face toward houses and corners. Only silence greeted these significant moves of his. Once he halted to roll and light another cigarette. After that, his step quickened. Madeline watched him with pride, love, pain, glory, combating for a mastery over her. This walk of his seemingly took longer than all her hours of awakening, of strife, of remorse, longer than the ride to find him. She felt that it would be impossible for her to wait till he reached the end of the road. Yet in the hurry and riot of her feelings she had fleeting panics. What could she say to him? How to meet him? Well she remembered the tall, powerful form now growing close enough to distinguish its dress. Stuart's face was yet only a dark gleam. Soon she would see it, long before he would know she was there. She wanted to run to meet him. Nevertheless, she stood rooted to her covert behind the window, living that terrible walk with him to the utmost thought of home, sister, mother, sweetheart, wife, life itself. Every thought that would come to a man stalking to meet his executioners. With all that tumult in her mind and heart, Madeline still fell prey to the incomprehensible variations of emotion possible to a woman. Every step Stuart took thrilled her. She had some strange, subtle intuition that he was not unhappy, and that he believed beyond shadow of doubt that he was walking to his death. His steps dragged a little, though they had begun to be swift. The old, hard, physical, wild nerve of the cowboy was perhaps in conflict with spiritual growth of the finer man, realizing too late that life ought not to be sacrificed. Then the dark gleam that was his face took shape, grew sharper and clearer. He was stalking now, and there was a suggestion of impatience in his stride. It took these hidden Mexicans a long time to kill him. At a point in the middle of the road, even with the corner of a house and opposite to Madeline's position, Stuart halted, stock still. He presented a fair, bold mark to his executioners, and he stood there motionless a full moment. Only silence greeted him. Plain it was to Madeline, and she thought to all who had eyes to see, that to Stuart, since for some reason he had been spared all along his walk, this was the moment when he ought to be mercifully shot. But as no shots came, a rugged dignity left him for a reckless scorn manifest in the way he strolled, across to the corner of the house, rolled yet another cigarette, and, presenting a broad breast to the window, smoked and waited. That wait was almost unendurable for Madeline. Perhaps it was only a moment, several moments at the longest, but the time seemed a year. Stuart's face was scornful, hard. Did he suspect treachery on the part of his captors, that they meant to play with him as a cat with a mouse, to murder him at leisure? Madeline was sure she caught the old inscrutable, mocking smile fleeting across his lips. He held that position for what must have been a reasonable time to his mind. Then, with a laugh and a shrug, he threw the cigarette into the road. He shook his head as if at the incomprehensible motives of men who could have no fair reasons now for delay. He made a sudden violent action that was more than the straightening of his powerful frame. It was the old instinctive violence. Then he faced north. Madeline read his thought, knew he was thinking of her, calling her a last silent farewell. He would serve her to his last breath, leave her free, keep his secret. That picture of him, dark-browed, fire-eyed, strangely sad and strong, sank indelibly into Madeline's heart of hearts. The next instant he was striding forward, to force by bold and scornful presence a speedy fulfillment of his sentence. Madeline stepped into the door, crossed the threshold. Stuart staggered, as if indeed the bullets he expected had pierced him in mortal wound. His dark face turned white. His eyes had the rapt stare, the wild fear of a man who saw an apparition, yet who doubted his sight. Perhaps he had called to her, as the Mexicans called to their Virgin. Perhaps he imagined sudden death had come unawares, and this was her image appearing to him in some other life. "Who are you?" he whispered, hoarsely. She tried to lift her hands, failed, tried again, and held them out, trembling. "It is I, Majesty, your wife."